Hello, undesirables. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Color Nation radio show. I'm the chief host, your culture critic slash geopolitical pundit, the chief host of the Color Nation radio show, the Color Genesis. And I'm guiding you through the next couple hours of interesting conversation, stimulating debate. Now, tonight's topic is from my lovely moderator, Frenchie. She asked me to do a topic on this topic tonight to talk about this, something I was talking about briefly last night. And so she said, can you do a topic on this? Sometimes I will do that, folks. If you want to have a topic that you want to, well, she communicated me in the comment section. And tonight's show will be Penn. I already did Penny and Zimmerman, bro. I already did all that. I'm doing all that. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and dwell on that. I'm not one of these people that dwell on racism every day. You know, it gets old. But this topic right here was brought to me by Frenchie. I was talking about briefly last night about eugenics, and people, like I said last night, I said people think when you talk about eugenics and extermination and racial extermination and stuff like that, or people being marginalized and everything, that did not start in some backlines of Europe. That didn't start in the Soviet Union. It didn't start with the Japanese. It didn't start with the North Koreans. It didn't start with the Nazis, right? That idea of that some human beings are less deserving and shouldn't be breed with other people. They should be segregated, if not exterminated. That started right here in America. You know, started right here in America, and it comes out of the antebellum South. You know, when people think about the South, right, in America, they usually think about plantations and a bunch of people, but people don't understand there was a very, and we see this reflected now. There was a very large, the wealthy people in the South were very, very wealthy. You know, planters, right? So with that wealth, they was able to spend it on philanthropy that's justified their way of thinking, which was white supremacy, and not just white supremacy, but the idea of black racial inferiority. You know, and this idea that even some whites, are undeserving of a fair shot in the world. So basically, now you would think, okay, how could the people think like that? Why? Because they had the money, the power. They knew deep down heart there was, but there was a lot of people actually really did believe in the idea of white supremacy. They really do believe it. They really thought that the natural order of things was the white man should rule over people of color forever. You know, they even though it's illogical, it doesn't make any sense. It's not historical and everything. They basically tried to explain away to, well, how did so many white people were enslaved during the time of the Romans and all these people like this? That's omitted, right? And then also the people of color, black people and Asian people, contribution to civilization is conveniently omitted, right? To create a narrative. So this is the way they're able to do this is by controlling academics, controlling history, controlling the media and stuff like this, and building institutions around this ideology. You know, this idea of one race of people is meant to be. And then it culminated in the Gilded Age, when there was actually coast to coast, sea to shining sea, there was this tremendous wealth created by one race of people and the white race, right? And so they really believed that the white race was meant to rule the world, right? That started here in America, you know? Teddy Roosevelt sent his great white fleet around the world, right? He made a special stop off in Japan as a warning to the Japanese. The British and the Americans, the racists and the British and America joined together in basically this idea of colonizing people of color, and the Wall Street in America became the bankroll to the subjugation of people in like places like Vietnam, Indonesia, the Congo, and everything. How do you think these people got the weapons and everything to develop and colonize these people? Right? It's because from the United States. The United States was the one who bankrolled global white imperialism and white supremacy. You know. So this is what I was telling Elvis last night. So when you come to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States, do you understand what you're pledging allegiance to? Do you understand, like Truco don't understand the real history of America when he asks all these things, why black people do this, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand what country you're living in? This is not a free meritocracy and this land is free and all this stuff like that nonsense. That's propaganda that they use to basically, the manifest destiny of the white race, you know? And that manifest destiny does not include people of color. So why are people of color coming to this country? I have no idea. We're going to talk about that too. And this misuse of the 14th Amendment that's been going on for like 6 decades now, right? And right now with the Project 2025, like that's going to be about to be revisited. Birthright citizenship and basically citizenship in general is going to call into question. These people think it's safe because they got a so-called U.S. citizen. That's a lot of stuff is going to be challenged in the Supreme Court and everything about people who have. Let me tell you something how it works. The 14th Amendment. There's 2 parts of the 14th Amendment. One says if you're born in the United States, but another part says you cannot have any allegiance or former allegiance or current allegiance to another foreign nation. So in other words, if your parents were born in another state, their allegiance is to another country. So your children cannot automatically have citizenship because your allegiance with that country. Just like we have people right now who come here and like your Ilhan Omar and all these people who have no friggin' allegiance to the United States, right? But they're brought refugees and they're basically allowed to stay in the United States. That's going to change, in the future. The fact that people think that they can come here, burn the American flag, and talk about free Palestine, or their allegiance is with Palestine, and say, if I'm a pathetic old man, okay, how about this, whatever your name is, how about you take a break tonight, Now I'm gonna give you one warning. I'm just gonna put you in timeout, If you say a thing again, right, you say one more word, you're gonna be out of it good, MacP 30.9, whatever the hell you are. One more word out of you, one more smart comment out of you, and you're gone. I'm not putting up with it tonight. It's a very important topic. So this topic about eugenics and everything like that, you have to understand the history of America. Why this country? Not saying on the whole America, it's a good country that did a lot of bad, evil things. You take the baby, you take the good with the bad, and basically. In American culture and history, you can't just say, "Oh yeah, America's." Look, there's people that come here to this country and they don't know anything. They're not educated about the history of the country. They don't know nothing about eugenics and all the stuff like that. Why does one race of people really feel that other people are inferior? And it's unfortunate that in the '60s, knowing that this is how America was built, right? They purposely brought Europeans here from Northern Europe, right? And they basically even discriminated against other Europeans that came here from Southern and Eastern Europe, thought they were inferior. Catholics, they thought they were inferior. And then basically, out of nowhere, without changing the basic fundamentals about humanity, right? In other words, basically, there was no ever any transformation in the idea of white supremacy. And then out of nowhere, they basically just brought anybody in here and said, "Oh, okay, it was wrong. So now let's bring Chinese in here. Let's bring Indians in here. Let's bring black people in here and everything like that." Without basically, now how do they do that? They do that by basically somehow convincing Chinese that although you're inferior, you're somewhat superior to the black people, right? You get the Mexicans feeling like he's superior to the Native Americans. And the Native Americans feel like he's superior to the black man, And then you got other black people feeling like they're superior to the African American, It goes on and on and on and on. So everybody got that little place in white supremacy that it gives them a little bit of comfort and everything. And that's what the problem is in America right now. Everybody knows this is a white supremacist country, a white supremacist, but you basically sit around and see what kind of crumbs you can get from falling from the table. That's what we have dealing right now. So we're going to talk about eugenics. And I'm going to play a video about eugenics and whatnot. It's going to shock you, This does not start in Nazi Germany. The idea of segregating people based on your common background and everything like that, Yeah, Margaret Stanger and all these other people were eugenicists, And they basically, Margaret Sanger really believed in abortion and everything like that, population control. When you see people like Al Gore and them talk about the population of the world, whatnot, and also people want to understand something. Part of eugenics and stuff like that comes from the idea of there's too many people on this planet. There's too many people on the planet, which is a lie, you know. And part of the eugenics is we have to reduce the world's population, particularly people of color. They call them useless eaters, you know. So what we have in America is a situation where we just don't want to accept that fact, and we basically want to want to think that, oh, this is a land of the free. No, that's not the real America, folks. You know, this is a country that basically sanctioned Tuskegee experiment. Play that video too. Tuskegee experiments, where basically you have the government sanction the testing of infected young black men with syphilis to test the effects on syphilis and whatnot. This stuff happened in America. Why did it happen? Because let me tell you something about the American, particularly the antebellum South mind, right? It was truly evil and sick people that ran this country, you know? Do you know that they basically used to perform, you know, the whole idea of gynecology and stuff like that was first studied on black women. They would take a black woman, slave woman's body, right? And they could do any kind of experiment they want on her. She had no say-so over her body, you know? And so therefore these men would just examine a black woman's body and do all kinds of experiments on them and whatnot, you know? And so basically, you know, this is what I'm talking about tonight, you know? This is America. This is what happened in this country, you know? All the trauma and the danger and stuff like that black people have constantly in since day one and whatnot is still alive and still real, you know? You know, so India is doing that with the jar right now. I don't know about that situation. If you got something, you know, send me a link, you know, like this. You know, so the bottom line is we have to basically understand the history of eugenics and stuff like that, because it did not start like they always make it seem like, oh man, Putin, blah blah blah. They always make you seem America has this thing of making you seem there's a boogeyman someplace else. Kim Jong-un is so evil. Do you understand what the United States did to North Korea? Why people act the way they do? You know, do you see we almost exterminated the North Korean population with our bombs and everything like that? Could you be the right reason why they basically feel the way they do? You know, why did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor? You know, what was it? What did the Japanese see and everything like that? Was America with this noble people and whatnot as they portray themselves, or was the Japanese had justification for acting the way they do when they attacked Pearl Harbor in the United States military base in Pearl Harbor? These are questions we always have to ask, you know? And when we ask these questions, we're framing it in the right state of mind where people don't look at us like we're crazy when we call ourselves black nationalists. Black nationalists means simply we don't simply just go along with the get along. You know, we have to basically build our own community, build our own self up and our own institutions and everything, protect ourselves. You know, somebody that basically thinks that we're going to basically think this is why a lot of black people rejected Martin Luther King, because most black people aren't stupid. They knew that. They knew how racist this country was. You know how dangerous this country was for them, you know? But the idea that white people were using Martin Luther King to disarm us, like, oh, well, we're going to be one day, this problem, we just got to love somebody. Martin Luther King said, I just want to tell somebody I want to love somebody. No, look, that's fine if you want to personally love them. But if you're going to be a leader of people, you have to learn how to not just love. You got to learn how to hate. And sometimes you got to be violent. And sometimes you have to put your foot down, you know? And that's what people did not get with Martin Luther King, you know? Basically, it was like, which is a rollover, knowing the history of this country, like Dr. Clarence said, knowing that they had 400 years of a head start on us, right? They're completely armed to the teeth, right? They got the weapons, they got the courts, they got the police, they got the military, and they got an ideology that basically says that they're justified if we did not live on if they exterminated us, right? I really do believe if they decide to exterminate black people in America, right? I think the propaganda machine is so well that I don't think Africans would care. I don't think Asians would care and everything because they did such a good job at destroying our image to the world that the world would not even stick up and care. You know, they did such a good job of degrading the African American, right? Like we're friggin' animals and whatnot, and they did that systematically, you know, by putting out minstrel shows and put out stuff like that, all because they want to justify the dehumanization of a race of people. So people that can do that are really capable of capable of doing anything. I would not put it past them. So that's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about the history of Dark Beagle going in with Pierre. Get him, Dark Beagle. Dark Beagle is my little pit bull right there, man. That's a soldier right there. That's my little soldier right there, brother. Oh man, he called Pierre gay. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, who names a kid Pierre? Jeez. Okay, let me find this video. That one a Nigerian American chick, I think it is Cynthia, whatever her name is. She is so fucking annoying. I wish these people would go the fuck away. I really do. I guess she's queer now, and I don't know. She's like Cynthia Rebo, whatever her name is. Please go away. Leave us the fuck alone. Go the fuck away. Go to Nollywood. I hate these people cosplaying like they're one of us. No, she's not one of us. She's not our people. Like I said, she don't act like us. She don't look like us. Get the hell out of here. Anyway. I'm gonna play this video. Cynthia Rebo, bro. Yeet Rebo, whatever the hell the name is, right?
Many white Protestant Americans
Folks, I cannot turn this up anymore. This is YouTube. I cannot turn this up any higher. It's at the highest level on YouTube. The volume's up high. I can't do anything else. I can turn mine up. I can't do anything else. That's all. That's first. You gotta bear with it. That's just what's coming out. That's don't blame me. Let's blame Screamer. Man, this is fair use, folks. Fair use for educational purposes. And also, I can't put the link in the description. Hold up. I'll see. What I'll do is I'll put the link in the chat. If you guys want to look at it on your own, you can. If you don't hear it, it's not that long, so I can basically put it in the chat and basically send it to you.
$60,000 Americans.
I don't know what folks. I'm hearing the thing fine, so I don't know how thing it is unmuted. I don't know what folks. I'm hearing the thing fine, so I don't know how thing it is unmuted. The thing was unmuted, so I don't know how you guys didn't hear it and everything. I played it. Maybe they got it blocked off where you can't replay it on StreamYard or something like that. It could be something that's blocked where I can't play it, but I'm listening to it. It's coming through my computer, and I played it on my cell phone. Show on my cell phone. It's playing on my cell phone, so I don't know what the heck y'all are talking about. I listened on my cell phone. It was playing on my cell phone and it was playing on my computer. So what the heck? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with you guys' situation, but I put the link in the chat room if you guys want to listen to it on your own. Like there's a really good about eugenics. Look, this is not something. Basically, this is the reason why this is not taught is because people are trying to revisit American history. And they basically want to make it seem like the problems you have in America, particularly Black people, when not, are just on the doing of the Black people, or just some people are just. No, there's systematic forces in place, right? If you don't conform to what they believe is inferior, you got to have a reason. Like if they believe you're inferior, right? They believe you're existential threat to their existence, right? Your gene pool threat, right? So they're not gonna sit here and tell the truth. Well, we were wrong about the intelligence of Black people. They're not gonna say that. They're gonna keep saying that. Yeah, which we call. I think it might be because it's PBS. I gotta find. I'm gonna try to find another one that could play. Yeah, I know about Jane Elliott's Blue Eye, Brown Eye Experiment. That was 1968. That was actually pretty good. That was actually pretty good. I saw that years ago. I saw that back in the 90s. So let's see. I want to see if I can find another video. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find another video on this. This is about Planned Parenthood. This is for fair use, folks. Fair use. Now, did you guys hear that? What she just that last thing? Can you guys hear what she said? Basically, she said that the wrong people coming to America breeding is a contamination. We cannot hear the video. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Maybe because certain things are not. You can't stream certain things. I don't know what's going on. So I'm not going to play any more videos. You guys could listen to it on your back thing. I'll just tell you what they're saying and everything. But anyway, it's all Margaret Stanger, how the racist stuff she said. And she believed that, see, the thing is, if you believe that no matter what, life is precious, only God can give life and only God can take it away. And it's not up to man in some social experiment to decide who lives and who's born and who dies. See, when you do this, you become God. And the problem in America is some white people have taken the role of God, right? John C. Calhoun of Charleston, South Carolina, basically says the statue's still sitting there today. I asked my brother Shakim down there, when are y'all gonna take John C. Calhoun's racist statue down? You know, this guy basically said the white man is God. Basically, proclaimed the white man in America. He said, "This is our land. This is what we are God in this land." You know. So I want to question. I ask you, all you black people who are immigrants or not, why do you come here? You got one race of people that declare themselves God and says that you're an existential threat to the society. Even your boy Afro Dumbass, you know, they don't want him here. I don't know why people think, oh, I'm in America, blah, blah, blah. You a Negro from Africa or not. You know, they really don't want you here. You know, you got to understand what the place you're in. I'm trying to give you game about the country that you basically want to come here. Instead of joining with Black America, you want to. I'm not attacking Black immigrants. I'm just putting them. I'm warning them. It's not because a lot of them are foolish. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this: they hate the African race, and they like Black people a little bit more because Black people in America at least have some of their genes. They'll admit that, but they really think the African gene is a freaking threat to describe. They think if you mix Black and white together, they will disappear. That's a fundamental thing. It drives them in everything we have in America. You know, this idea of racial extermination of the white race. That's what drives everything. It drives racism. It drives segregation. It drives discrimination. Everything. That's the root of all the problems we have in America. That freaking thing that they love my people food. Well, like I said, we got a buffoon like this. You know, they love my people. Shut up, you kind of clown. You know, Pierre, freaking clown, man. Where's this fool from? Haiti, you know, Guadalupe, whatever the hell that is, man. They're a freaking clown, man, you know. They always know how to beguile Africans and Black immigrants. They go over there and fucking eat your little food and do your little stupid dance. And the bottom line, and they got you fooled about who they are, you know. So the thing is that we're not fooled, you know. We're not fooled by them. They don't like the Chinese. They don't like none of these people, right? Because anybody that threatens the white gene pool. They don't even like some other white people. You know, they didn't like Italians. They didn't like Jews. You know, they didn't like Russians. They didn't think all these people were a threat. Not that people could just say clean themselves up and get better through education, hard work, and God and everything like that. They believe people are just born stupid. You know, like Margaret Sanger said, you couldn't hear it, I guess, but she said people are born this way. People are born imbeciles. People are stupid. And the bottom line, they should not be allowed to breed because two imbeciles is going to create another imbecile, and that child will not have a chance in life. So it's best to abort them. You understand what I'm talking about? How dangerous this is? This sort of thinking still exists here in America right now. You know, so it is what it is, folks. You know, they love my people. You know, Pierre, you're a fucking idiot. You gotta go. You know, I'm sorry, you gotta go. They love my people. I'm sick of dealing with coons, you know, and goofballs. You know, if you're gonna coon tonight, you're gonna get banned. You know, as simple as that. I don't want no fucking coons in my freaking thing. You know, and nobody even knows where his country is. Guadalupe. Nobody even knows what the fuck that is. You know, nobody. Oh, so like I said, and you wonder why Africa is on the bottom and Africa is poor, and people like Elvis got to come here to make a living. And when that's sad, you got to come to your freaking country like America instead of. I always thought Africa had all the wealth and minerals. What happened to that shit? I thought Africa was rising. You know, remember that 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I said Africa was rising. Whatever happened to that shit? I heard there was I thought there was this big Pan-African where the Caribbeans are coming back, blah, 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 blah. You know, please, man. You know, you can't get these Negroes out of America, you know. We tell them, go back to your country, man. Set something up. So maybe we can come there and help and join you in building the continent. These people don't want to go there. They don't want to go to the continent. They want to sit up under the white man in America, right? They don't give a shit. It is, you know. It's because they can't get it. That's like talking the hood people from down south. It's just mind the grassy certain. Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, we got the same type of people here. Stupid people who can't grasp anything. Well, that's why our people need leadership, Dark Migo. We need people as like you and I as role models. We need to be role models and guide our people through better times and everything. But anyway, we're talking about eugenics tonight. It started here in America. Did not start in Nazi Germany. Let me give you another example of what I was talking about. Not just Nazi Germany. I studied the Japanese occupation of Korea. Japanese occupation was very brutal of the Korean Peninsula, right? The Japanese did something, right, that basically smacks of, and I'd say I don't really have the proof for this, but I know it's the truth. It smacks of what white people did to black people in America. Like, how do you enslave a group of people, right? And get those same people to be loyal to you and adopt your culture and fight your wars and everything, but they don't even bother defending themselves anymore, forgetting the culture. The Japanese tried to friggin' I never heard of Holodomor. I don't know who that is, bro. I don't know who that is. Holodomor. I don't know what the hell that is. Never heard of it, bro. If it was important, I probably would have known about it, but I don't think it is, So, what you call so the Japanese basically tried to wipe out Korean culture. They tried to wipe it out. They put Koreans in sand pits and whatnot, just did all kinds of stuff like that to wipe out the Korean culture. Korea's got museums of the Japanese atrocities in their land. The Japanese try to simply wipe out their culture. And basically, like in places like Manchuria and Korea, the Koreans were forbidden to speak their own language and practice their own culture. They had to adopt Japanese ways, Japanese customs, Japanese culture. And in other words, being a second class thing. I don't know. I like that. I know the Weimar Republic, or that was Germany. The Bolsheviks. I know about Leninism and stuff like that. And I studied Stalin. I studied the Russian Revolution when that, but I never heard of the Holodomor. I don't know. I've never heard that. So I don't know. I never really studied the Soviet Union to that extent. I just know the Lenin Revolution in the 1900s, early 1900s, and post World War II Soviet Union. I'm a big fan of Russia. I studied some of the Russian czars. Yes, Russia was no joke. That's why I say I love my favorite national anthem is the Volga Boatman. That's my favorite national anthem, and basically this tells a story of the birth of the Russian Empire, the Russian nation, the Volga Boatman, so the Japanese tried to wipe out the Korean culture, right? That was a playbook right out of America, right? Where white people basically turned us into like black versions of them, Yes, I read Animal Farm. What is this? What is this trivia night, G? Did I read Animal Farm? Yeah, I read Animal Farm. What does that do with the topic I'm talking about? So G's trying to be trivia. He's giving me trivia tonight. I'm not in the mood for trivia. If you read Animal Farm, what else you gonna? You gonna ask me about? Did I read Dr. Doolittle? G? You ever read Yertle the Turtle, G? Dr. Seuss Yertle the Turtle. You know what the symbolic what that was? Yertle the Turtle. I guess he never read that. So I don't know about G. I don't know about him sometime. Yeah, I know. Yeah, trivia, people try to throw you off with trivia. I don't know everything, I know what's important in life, I know what's important. I know enough to guide me to where I am right now, So but back to the show. Anyway, the topic is about eugenics, how dangerous it is, and the bottom line, how this affects us to this day. The idea that some people are deserving to live. Does one race of people have the right to determine who lives and who dies, or who shouldn't get born, or who's not useful, who's useless? Everything. Who made one race of people God? You know, obviously, we made the white man God because we chose to live in his country, and live on his rules. Where he basically the stuff they did to us, right? Well, we were basically they like the Tuskegee experiments, right? Where they injected black people, right? Why did the Tuskegee experiment happen? It's simple, right? We have this idea when white people come around and they're trying to help us, that's progress and whatnot. And a lot of black people are not stupid, we know that anytime you talk about helping us, we know there's ulterior motive, right? That's why black people didn't trust Martin Luther King, they simply did not trust what he was saying about mixing with white people and integrating white people. That's why when people like Jonathan come up here to about Martin Luther King and whatnot, blah blah blah, Kyle, whatnot. So there was a lot of questions in back in the days about Martin. Not disparage him as a person, as a leader, or whatnot. But most people could look at him and say, "Okay, he's gonna lead," but that don't mean we got to follow him. We got to listen to him. You know, that don't mean we don't have certain questions. Why? Because this is our life we're talking about. This is life and death here. So when it's life and death, you don't sit here and just be like, "Oh, one person, man, he just has it all. We just gotta listen to him. Don't ask me questions." That's stupid. That's stupidity. You know, I'll say like even I'll say myself when I don't listen to everything College Genesis tell you when I go research it yourself. Find out if I'm telling you the truth. You know, Martin Luther King was an immigrant leader, but the bottom line, yeah, you're right. Like when you got people like Elvis trying to freaking give us advice and shit, I'm like, dude, man, you cannot. We're hardwired to survive in this country. We know when to deal with white people and when not to deal with white people. We know we could tell. Like when people keep telling us about who's racist, we know when somebody's racist. We know a racist or not. I know for a fact of the matter. I listen to Donald Trump. He's not a racist. Real racist white people believe in eugenics. They believe in friggin' abortion. They believe in segregating people. They believe in basically that you don't have a friggin' chance in the world when that. Why bother? Those are real racists. The most racist place in the world in America is the most liberal. That's Boston, Massachusetts, right? You got these liberal white people that basically claim liberal, but the bottom line, they did an experiment. These people basically have no black friends when they're up there in these liberal bubbles up there in places like Boston and Cambridge and all stuff like this. And they're in these liberal bubbles, got this liberal worldview in the world and that, but they're more racist than the average hillbilly in the South, and they're so-called liberal, Why? Because they fundamentally believe that some races of people, whether they intend or not, are meant to be down, whatever. So it's their job to friggin' try to rescue and save another race because we're too stupid to save ourselves and everything like that. That's somebody's racist. Somebody believes black people can't do nothing for themselves and they always need white people to friggin' come save them. That's a racist right there. And most liberals don't even know it, but they're actually racist. So let me put the link in the chat room. I put the link in. I think I did. You guys want to call in. If somebody want to call in and join the conversation, you can. We're talking about white supremacy, eugenics tonight, and American history, right? This is eugenics, Nazism and stuff like that started here in America. It did not start in Europe. It started here in America in the antebellum South. Like I said earlier, these people, the Southern people had money, right? And when they funded science experiments, let me say you like this. If you got somebody that's interested in STEM, science, everything, they're going to fund that, right? And then next thing you know, you're going to see an outcome, right? You're going to see science is only as good as people funding it and willing to finance it over long periods of time. If you got people that basically believe the idea that black people as a race to be slaves or whatnot, they're going to fund science and pseudoscience and make it look real to do that. That's just how it works. They're going to have books published and all stuff like this. That's why this white supremacy stuff existed in the turn of the 20th century, because there were people, wealthy people from wealthy in the South and everything, even in the North, right, that basically funded this stuff, this sick ideology that freaking enslaved black people in this country, this idea of white supremacy, this idea of black African inferiority or not. You know, somebody put that on paper. Somebody put that out there. Somebody put that in college lectures, in schools, in everything that you see. And somebody put that into laws. You see what I'm talking about? This ain't just something that just happened one night and just racism, just a figment of black people's imagination. No, this is real. You know? So we're talking about that tonight, you know? So so that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, we're just talking about the problems in our culture and stuff like that. How do we solve these problems? It's not easy, you know. Look, we're not gonna solve anything. If you think we're gonna solve something and not have some sort of confrontation based on race, you're sadly mistaken. You know, that's what I think Martin Luther King made a mistake was. His whole thing was, whatever we could do, we don't have to confront white people one day. Confront white, we're gonna have to confront them. You know, I don't think so. You know, I think most white people, they basically don't take any responsibility for what their ancestors did at all. Even the one that got black friends and everything like that, their whole thing is, well, it is what. But the bottom line is this: your ancestors left you with an unfair advantage in this country. You know. And so the bottom line is this: when they look at America and everything, and a lot of white people look at it like black people are basically better off here than if they were stayed in Africa. That's what 99% of white people believe. They believe that black people in America are the lucky ones that made it out of Africa due to the transatlantic slave trade. That's what they really believe. You know, that's what how do I know that? Because that's what I was told my whole life. That you're one of the lucky ones. You came over, you got enslaved, but look where you guys are now. You know, that's what they believe. You know, my favorite the favorite voice is not a national anthem. It's a Negro anthem, Baruti. You know, well, a national anthem is when you have a nation. You know, we don't have a nation, bro. You know. Oh Lord, man. That's what I said, man. People don't, like I said, man, white people, when they see that national anthem, that really, there's guns and blood behind that shit, you know? We don't have a national anthem because we have no nation that we control. You know, we're a secondary part of the white man's civilization, you know? You know? Of course not. Of course not. They're gonna have to have. Now, look, let me tell you something, Frenchie. And I thought about just that what you said. You know, do you know one of the biggest impediments to like Liberia was the fact that the presence of Liberia was actually a threat to the citizenship status of Black America. In other words, basically, America fears Black people, 50 million people with an allegiance to a foreign state. That basically is ground for us losing our citizenship and just basically being a disruption in the whole entire American perfect system that they created, right? So therefore, the only group of people in America that don't really have to worry about birthright is Black people. Why? Because we're not tethered to any foreign state. That's what they said. Now, these other people that come here and get citizenship, either birthright and everything like that, their citizenship could be stripped away at any time. Why? Because your parents or whatever like that was born to a foreign state. You know, that's what politically, according to Congress, your political allegiance lies, where you were born at. Your parents were born at, you know. So by default, you're born into a political state, you know, unless you renounce that. I think you have to renounce that and declare yourself American at a certain age. But Black people in America, right? When we start talking about Afghanistan stuff like that, you know, just let's say if only like half the Black population is even interested, that's a real threat to the United States, you know, a real threat. And I understand that bottom line, but I am at the point now, I'm ready for a confrontation. I'm ready for it, you know, because we have to make that decision. The only way it's going to free Black people is we have to have that conversation. America, basically, I think we reached the pinnacle of what we can do in America. There's nothing else, you know. So we have to basically make that decision. If Black people start talking about in Afghanistan and whatnot, that's going to be a confrontation, and I really want that confrontation, because then we'll start having real discussions about race and everything in America, at least. But if you don't basically, if that African is like they're going to basically keep ignoring you. They don't think they did anything wrong. So when the African stand starts popping off, they say, what the fuck did we do? What do we do? Let's try to make it right. Black people don't understand. Something like that would definitely bring white people to the table and let them start talking. Even if they talk about giving reparations, they'll do anything to try to prevent that, because you have 48 million people basically in a country. That's still dangerous. 48 million people with a friggin' allegiance to another state or territory, and that's dangerous. Said right in the Constitution, people cannot have allegiances to foreign nations, or else America's in peril. Now, they only talk about a few thousand people back then. Now you're talking about 48 million people basically saying, we have allegiance with another state. Yeah, it's dangerous. Very dangerous. That's why the United States did everything they could to cut Black America from Liberia, because that was a threat. America only thinks about itself, not our future. We're not here in America because they love us. They love us. They're like this. That's why they deported Marcus Garvey. They felt it was a threat. When you start talking about Pan-African, Black nationalism, stuff like that in America, and when Garvey's getting up there making proclamations to other countries and everything, the British should get out of this country, and they're like, so who the hell is this black motherfucker talking, sitting here talking this stuff about the white man in France and whatnot? You have no right to mention the white man. That's the way they thought. You have no right even saying the white man in public, Like I said, that's a fact call. Yeah, I only spit the facts here, I only spit the facts here. What's up, Frenchie, my sister? What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hello, Carla. How are you doing?
Doing good. What's on your mind?
I was wondering if you could quickly educate me on, is it the Tuskegee experiments?
Okay, what happened in the 1920s, I believe it was, right? The United States government, Tuskegee was fell on hard times financially, right? So what happened was they recruited some black people that were trusted. This lady named Miss Everett, right? This black lady, she was a well-to-do black person, right? And she recruited some boys, some black boys, illiterate black boys, to basically do some experiments. And it was basically did the experiment with syphilis, right? And how to treat it and stuff like that. So, but they had to inject them with it, And these guys only for their compensation, they only made a total of $5, And there was a movie called Miss Everett's Boys. Look it up, really good movie. I think it's on YouTube, And so therefore, the Tuskegee was infamous, right? I think the United States government under Bill Clinton apologized for it, And these guys died with syphilis, The guys were blinded and some of everything died of syphilis, because they were experimenting on them, That's infamous, That's America, And so they want to see if black people resisted the fifth. It's all like biological warfare they was doing. They was experimenting on black people with biological warfare, So it's a sad situation.
Yeah, extremely disheartening. Do they teach you this in your schools?
No, of course not. I had to learn this on my own. Like I said, that's one thing about Black America, Frenchie. We have people out there, scholars and everything, that teach us history that they're not going to teach us in the books. We always have people like that. I learned most of my history on my own. You're not going to learn all this stuff in school, So you learn all this stuff on your own. Because we have a lot of people, for all their worth, man, these people that people like clown now, like the so-called black scholars and stuff like that people like to joke about. These guys did a lot of work for us when bringing this stuff to our light, bringing this stuff to light, It is what it is.
Yeah, because here in the UK, they barely, scratch the surface with slavery here in schools.
Yeah, because you don't have black scholars over there. That's why. We had black scholars.
We have a Carla. A Carla's a black scholar over here.
No, I'm talking about black nationalist scholars.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say we have a lot of black nationalists, black militants, and stuff like that. You know, people who are just revolutionary in their outlook scholars. You know, we have plenty of those in America. You know, and so therefore, when I listen to a lot of people from the British, they're just basically black Englishmen. You know, and so
What
basically.
makes you say that, Kala?
No, because I don't. Maybe if I'm not from the UK, but I'm just like this. I see people when they talk about the Queen and the royal family and stuff like that. I'm like, do you really guys see that as your royal family? That's why I'd be like, you know, I see when I see Black Brits. This like there was this art. Did you see that one thing with the Richard Spencer was talking to a Black British guy, and he said he kept telling, "You're not British." You know, he goes, "Yes, I am. I'm British." And Richard Spencer, no, you're not. The real British are white. You know, you're not British. I'm a British. I was born here, blah, blah, blah. It was a black guy talking about it. You ever see that video?
I have not, but it sounds embarrassing.
Oh, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna look for it for you. You know, it's like, but this is what the problem is. In Black America, see, like I said, we basically know we're part of Black America. We don't have any sort of reverence for white America and stuff like that. We know they hate us. They don't want to. If they can get rid of us, they would. You know, that's what we know that. Every black person know that. You know, they can get rid of us, they would. They would start at Margaret Sanger. She wanted us gone. You know, and we know this stuff. You know, we know people hate our guts and everything like that. So we're very clear about who we're up against and who we're fighting and stuff like that. We're really clear. You know, let's see. Richard
Yeah. It
Spencer.
made me sad though when you made reference to if the white Americans were to exterminate you all, that you feel like Africans and Caribbeans wouldn't care.
Well,
I don't
I
think
just
that's
think
the
no.
case
But what I
though.
say about that is this: they would care, but what can they do? You think they would that would
Mm,
stop them from coming to America and taking an opportunity for America offered them? No, I don't believe so. You think they'll
I would
boycott
hope
America?
so.
Huh?
I would hope so.
No, it won't. They won't. You know, trust me. I know they won't. You know, I just know it. You know, I mean, I'm gonna say Africans really do love Black America, but not that damn much. They're like, you know, something. You know, it sucks to be y'all, whatnot. You know, and they'll come over here and just fill in what we. They don't care, man. That's what it is. That's how the world is. The white man's convinced everybody that black people are freaking useless. You know, in America. So you could have if the white man really wanted to exterminate Black America, I don't think nobody would friggin' basically lose any sleep. You know, they'd be like, "Oh, that's messed up and bad," but okay, you know, America's giving us loan aid. When America has everybody bought off, you know, everybody's bought. Everybody's so dependent on the United States. What is the NATO countries going to do? Nothing. You know, what are African countries going to do? Joe Biden just gave Africa $1 billion, right? You know, they could do no wrong. Do you know new president of Ghana just shut down the U.S. military base? This guy Adu, the former president, was basically gave the United States full access to the freaking country. You know, military bases and everything, in and out when they want to, and everything. Africa is in no position to be going against the United States on our behalf. You know, look how black people, how the Africans turned on Gaddafi. Remember that?
Yeah, I
Now,
do.
one
Sad.
African country stood up and said, "No, that's not wrong." Mugabe, look at the sanctions on Zimbabwe right now. You know, not one country in Africa says, "Look, if you don't lift those sanctions up, we're not going to let you fly your planes. We're not going to do this." They could do that, you know, but they're not. You know, so to me, it just seems that if something was to happen to us in America, the same thing that I see with Libya, same thing I see with Zimbabwe, Mugabe, it'd be the same freaking thing. We're on our own. That's what I believe. You know, that's what I believe. That I do believe.
Yeah, it's sad to hear.
It's a reality.
Yeah.
It's reality. It's the reality of life. You know, because look, when we basically, it's not anybody's fault. It's the fact that we settled for this in America. America, when someone basically considers you an inferior race, and they brought you here against their will and whatnot, and if you basically just said, you know something, I'm cool with that, you deserve everything that comes to your way. You know, everything that comes away, we're getting everything we asked for in America, right? Because they basically up on this idea that it's superior. Like this guy Richard Spencer, this guy Richard Spencer is unapologetically. He says, "I'm the white man." He just basically says, "Yes, I've taken ownership of all the stuff we did to the black man." When he said, "Now, what you gonna do about it?" That's what he openly says. You know,
Carla, we can't hear the video.
you hear it?
I can't. No, I don't know if people in the chat can hear it, but I can't hear it.
Hold up, Frenchie. Would you say, Frenchie?
Oh, I was saying that I can't hear the video, but I'm not sure if people in the live chat can hear it either.
I can hear it. Oh, what's going on? Can anybody? Oh, can anybody? Everyone can hear the video. Press a 1. You can't hear what I'm playing. Hold up. I don't get it. I don't know why these videos are not playing. I don't know. You said nothing. Nobody can hear anything. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
The live chat is saying that they can't hear it either, Carla.
I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Let me stop sharing. Let me try over again. Let me try over again.
And that didn't work out so well.
It didn't work.
Yes, I can hear it now.
It didn't work out well for anybody. It was a very, very bad idea.
Thank you.
Africans have benefited from their experience with white supremacy. And we just have to look at the...
Really? I'm just going to leave that out there. I'm just going to leave that out. You know, that is not even worth challenging. You have at it. Africans have...
Look at the average life of an African American in the United States. It's far better than any African living in Africa.
Really? So slavery was good for them.
Look, they benefited from being in a different nation than their own, no doubt.
Really?
No doubt. How can you deny that?
Sorry?
Fair use.
How can you deny such an obvious fact?
A ridiculous
How is it
notion.
ridiculous?
It's such a ridiculous notion that people forcibly removed from their homes and taken to this country to work for nothing for a couple of centuries, that benefited them. Have you ever for a second considered that if they were able to stay in the countries where they were born and lived and weren't forcibly removed, that those continents might be in a better state now?
I seriously doubt that.
So you're really proud of your racism, aren't you? You're really proud to be a bigot.
I'm proud to be a white man.
You're proud to... That's different from being proud to be a bigot.
If Africans had never existed, world history would be almost exactly the same as it is today.
Yeah, you just keep
because we are the genius that drives it.
Things. You know,
How do you deny that?
Sorry?
How can you really deny that?
You're talking nonsense.
How am I talking nonsense? You'll never be an Englishman.
You don't get to tell me what I will be.
Because my name's Richard Spencer.
My name's Richard Spencer, and I approve this message.
Yes, and so therefore I actually,
because you've got nothing to say. I was looking for someone who could give some intellectual ballast to what's going on in this country in terms of race and in terms of white people, but I found the wrong guy because you don't know what you're talking about.
You see, that's what it is. This guy, Richard Spencer, said it was right. You know, you're not a British. How you gonna tell me you're not fucking British? You know, you're telling the truth though. You know, and I'm like, you know, that's the way. Look. Richard Spencer's always saying out loud what most white people think. You know, they really do believe that if black people did not exist, Africans exist, the world would be the same because Africans contribute nothing to the civilization. It's like sad, you know, but this is what we did. We didn't take nationalism and nation building and building ourselves up seriously. And this is the end result. People look down on us with scorn. You know, it's not just white people, Asian people, like the Asian people are now competing with the Europeans and whatnot, but the black race, Africa, fall behind. Then when I come up with an idea like in Africa, and say maybe we could build Africa right now, but together we could work. The black race could build the continent up. We get pushed back from Africans, like we're the enemy. What you come in a colony, call me a colonizer. You're a colonizer. Blah 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 blah. And so the black race stays back, and other races just laughing at the black race. While we stay backward when they go on with their plan of extermination and subjugation of us. So it's just a sad situation. It is what it is. What do you think, Frenchie?
So I have 2 points. I mean, I agree with him in terms of, I don't know which one is Gary. Is it Gary Young and Richard Spencer? I don't know who's who.
Richard Spencer is the white guy, the white supremacist.
Okay, so I agree with him in terms of saying that Gary would never be an Englishman, but I don't see why he wouldn't be considered British. It's just merely a nationality for anyone that isn't a white native.
Yeah, that's true. But the bottom line is I think these people just basically want agency and ownership over the whole thing. But they don't understand. They basically colonize half the world, whatnot. So basically, you make somebody a subject of the British Empire, they're technically British. That's how it works. So these people technically are British because they were colonized by the British Empire and whatnot. But are they Englishmen and stuff like that? That's another issue.
Yeah.
So it's like
I mean, I would never fight to be called English. That's ludicrous to me. I would never fight to be called English.
Yeah. So people, I'm like, people, people do whatever they want to do, but they got these people out here nowadays, basically, who are trying to push the notion that, oh, we're all one race and color doesn't. No, color, history, and stuff like that matter. There's a lot of people that would like to erase history, right? And say, like in America, we got these things now where people are trying to freaking reinvent race and color and all stuff like that. And like, it's just some people's imagination and we're all one human, but that doesn't work like that. You don't just create the most damaging thing to human civilization and the human family. And then one day say, something, let's change the narrative now because we're being outnumbered now. So, we got to change the narrative about race and color and everything. It don't work like that. We're living with the end results of all the stuff they did for hundreds of years. That's what we're dealing with right now. All stuff like that we're dealing with. We're dealing with all the friggin' madness and stuff like that. They came up with the idea of white supremacy. They came up with this idea. They started this. We didn't start this. They started this. The black man never asked for any of this. We never asked for any of this, So I love when people like Candace Owens get up here and say, well, I would love to debate a black conservative, right? I would love to debate. I could eat them alive. First of all, we never asked for none of this. We never asked to be brought here. We never asked to be Americans. We never asked for any of this stuff, And so all this stuff was imposed upon us, And so we just try to survive in a bad situation. That's all it is. That's all Black America is, trying to survive in a bad situation. Like I was telling Elvis the other night, Africans and Black people coming here complicates that bad situation. It does. It puts us in danger, because what it does is it discredits our struggle, So, all right, Elvis, and I got Ibrahim and Elvis. Who's first?
Sorry, Elvis, very quickly. Carla, could I just ask you, could we, whilst we're on that topic, quickly touch on what the apparent beef is between Black Brits and Black Americans? I'm totally confused as to where it started, when it started, why it's even a thing.
My observation was, it was basically when, let's say, when Beyonce did that video, "Black is King." Remember that?
Yes.
That's when it all started, because there was these Black Brits saying they're living in Britain. They're not even living on the continent, saying Black Americans are appropriating African culture. You know what I'm saying? And the idea for the first time where people say, well, Beyonce, and I'm no fan of Beyonce, but I always thought, everybody, we always thought that, okay, I thought we were all Africans. That was right around the time the Black Panther movie came out. I thought we just took it for granted that we were all Africans and we could just appropriate African culture because it's ours, And then we hear people from the UK saying, no, we're not, and stuff like that. Y'all not real. Y'all don't know anything about Africa. Blah, blah, blah. You're not Africans. You're, blah, blah, blah. So we was like, gee, a lot of black people were shocked and hurt. That was coming from mostly from the Black British, in the UK,
Are you sure they were Black Brits and not Black immigrants?
I don't know. It was people that were coming from the UK, but I don't know who it was. It could have been Nigerian immigrants or whatever like that, but it was coming from the UK, for the most part. They were like, why is Beyonce? And I said Beyonce was showing love. I thought there was I didn't, like I said, I didn't really watch it, whatever like that, but I didn't think anything of it. I was like, okay, she was getting into her African roots, she feeling something. I know it was right around the time when the Black Panther movie came out. I think right after that, And so the bottom line, I was like, why is people got so blood? It didn't also even when the movie Black Panther came out, people were like saying, well, geez, why is there not the main character, not an African person? I was like, well, I thought, technically, black people are Africans, So I didn't think there was a big deal when they was like, no, why is Black American this whole thing? Then you have black people in America saying, why is it you got Africans playing African American roles? And that's when it all started. I'm like, well, geez, because my favorite actors are Black Brits. My Chiwetel Ejiofor and David Oyelowo. Those are my two favorite actors. And I didn't think anything of it, right? And also people on both sides started being like, coveting, their thing. I said, I didn't know there was a freaking divide. I was mostly coming from the UK because the UK black people, they produce better actors, I guess, than the American actors, I guess, I don't know what they're doing in the films and whatnot, but they produce better actors.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Black Panther, I don't think it depicted Africans in a positive light.
How was that?
Although when I watched Black Panther, I was totally on Killmonger's side, right? But I don't think it depicted Africans.
It was a fantasy. It was like a cartoon, People.
No, I get that, Carla, but I think it stems more than that, though. I think what Killmonger represented was probably symbolism for what happened during slavery. How he was left behind, his father didn't come back for him,
right?
And just how in the West, African Americans view the rest of the world and white people, whereas people back in Wakanda look at how they viewed things. It was completely different. And I, for the most part, was 100% on Killmonger's side. I thought what he was saying made a lot of sense. Man.
I was just thinking about, something. I'm glad you said that because I was just thinking about Michael B. Jordan. I think Michael B. Jordan's a good actor, a role model for a black person, Black America that exists, but no one talks about. Middle class, kids, educated, middle class. And that's, to me, the vast majority of kids nowadays, in our country, and so he represents that. And I watched that movie Creed 1, 2, and 3, and I like that, the atmosphere and everything like that. Not everything in Black America got to be about the hood and gangsters and stuff like that, drugs and everything, And I like Michael B. Jordan's the roles he played. I like him. That Killmonger, he just killed that role, man. I loved it,
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely, for me, was a revolutionary.
Revolutionary. Let me get Ibrahim on. Elvis dropped off. Can't stand the heat. Okay, Ibrahim, what's on your mind?
I'm just listening in.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
But
is that a British accent I hear?
That's right. Yeah.
A little Black Brit. Okay, but what do you think about that guy? What Richard Spencer was saying? He was telling the black guy, "You'll never be a British" or something like that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, he just this Richard Spencer thinks that black people can't achieve anything. It's a bunch of nonsense. Just
hold on. Why? Hold on. Why would he think that?
Because of his white supremacist ideology, and
do you think he has some justification in believing that?
probably because of his side of the world exploiting the resources of Africa and not allowing them to develop gives him the excuse to be able to say that black people can't develop.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you understand the white man's a legalist, right? You know, his whole thing is, if you're gonna let me do this, right, and I get away with it, right, don't complain down the road when you say, well, geez, like, well, we had to remember how in Zambia and Zimbabwe got formed, right? The chiefs, they were out there drinking and dancing with them, whatnot, blah blah blah. And he said, here, sign this on this piece of paper right here. All they did was put an X in the book, and next thing you know, 2 countries were under control of the British. Because they didn't know what they were signing. And so he's like, look, you guys signed this. Well, we didn't know we were signing. That's too bad. You put your name on this thing, and we're legalists. That means that your territory, now we could do whatever we want to do. So they start bringing their mining operations and start basing Jay says that I'm making stuff like that's look, does he know history? That's literally how it happened.
Yeah.
The British came there and they were drinking and dancing and celebrating. You know how giving gifts to the Africans and whatnot, and next thing you know, he said, hey, sign this on this line. And the Africans like, sure, we'll give you give me all this. And when all that do is put a little mark on a piece of paper, next thing you know, they lost that whole territory. Zambia and Zimbabwe was lost.
Yeah, now they want to do the Lobito corridor with Angola, Zambia, and DRC, make a railway for the
UN. They built the Angola side of the railway already. Because I talked to my people in Angola from Benguele, the Strait of Benguele in the Atlantic Ocean, and Benguele province all the way across. They went across it over to the Indian Ocean. So,
it's finished then.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about the other countries. I just know Angola was finished a couple of years ago. Angola was finished a couple of years ago. So, like I said, Angola could be the place, man. I said, like, Angola's, every time I talk to Angolans, like, they're like, man, we would love to have black people from diaspora come here, man, because they got plenty of territory, land, and everything, investment. We just have to organize that, So they were like, black people from, so we don't have to live in a white man's country. We could build Africa, That's the dream. When that happens, then the white man is going to be forced to respect us,
Unless these white countries do another one of these contracts again,
Oh no, we can't have dumb people at the table, That's what I'm saying. That's what happened in Liberia. They had a coup in 1980, and the illiterates took over the country, and it all went to shit, So
I don't know, because this Felix Tshisekedi in DRC seems to be not paying his soldiers to fight off these Rwandan terrorists,
Well, further, I know, but maybe so. Let's be honest with you. Those terrorists are also trying to destabilize Rwanda against me. They're not working for Kagame. We got to get that clear. These Rwandans basically are rebels in their own country. They're trying to destabilize Rwanda, and they use stuff that they have in the Congo to do that,
I wouldn't be surprised if they have some kind of deal though with Kagame.
No, I doubt it. Paul Kagame has nothing to gain from them because these people are just bitter and angry. They wish they were. And these are the Tutsis, right? Who basically had privilege during the time, back in the days, right? Thought they were. These are the people that had a holdout from the old order, and so so basically they don't want the Rwanda they got right now where it's detribalized and stuff like that. They don't like that, They want to kill, burn, loot. I've seen their motto: kill, burn, and loot. They want to get back in power. They want to bum rush Rwanda. I said, well, I tell this one guy, man. I said, look, if you got hold of Rwanda, what are you gonna do? Well, I said, look, can't you see building a country, regardless of the fact that you guys share with the Hutus and stuff like that? Well, they tried to exterminate us. Okay, why can't you let bygones be bygones? Y'all was quick to forgive the white man But y'all basically still going on about what happened to y'all, you know?
Yeah, human condition, you know.
So people don't want to let that go.
I wouldn't blame them, really, you know.
I look, you don't let it go, but the bottom line, we can't have war forever. You know, we can't have war forever, you know?
Yeah.
All right, let me get Elvis on. What do you got to say, Elvis?
I'm just listening, Colin. Let Abraham go. He's new. He can have his time to conversate with you. I'm just in the back.
All right. But yeah, so this is what I'm talking about tonight, you know. I'm talking about eugenics. You know, this stuff right here, eugenics is real. You know, it's not a plaything, it's real. You know, Teddy Roosevelt, Alexander Graham Bell, some of the top. Maybe I can play the videos now. Maybe it'll show up now. Hold up. Let me see. Yo, I gotta play these videos, you know. I'm gonna try to find these videos that hold up. You know, hold on. I'm gonna find these videos.
Did you see the news about 300 vases or something of different viruses on Australia were missing, discovered recently?
Really?
And you know, since we're on the topic of eugenics, and which goes into genetics, you know, that they can synthesize and edit different kinds of microorganisms and viruses so that it attaches to certain kinds of genomes, sequences, and then, you know, kill people like that.
Yeah, they've been experimenting with this stuff for at least almost a century and a half. You know, how to exterminate populations, keep populations under control. This is not something. This is real. This is the real world. People don't think this exists, but it does. It's as high level people. When you have people like Alexander Graham Bell, friggin' Teddy Roosevelt, Helen Keller was. We were taught Helen Keller was this blind and deaf lady, right? She supported eugenics. You know.
Yeah. You know, it's very interesting. There's a few black scientists who were genetic researchers in the US that you know made very big discoveries, but they're not really talked about. You know, that's part of that kind of white supremacist mindset.
You gotta understand something, right?
Yeah.
Science is only as good as who's going to fund it. You know, if you fund something enough, right, you're going to get the outcome or the outcome you want, like this climate change bullshit. You know, the bottom line is you got people that's willing to spend billions of dollars put the climate change propaganda. What's the root of the climate change propaganda? It's all the justification that we have to reduce the world's population. That people produce too much carbon dioxide and the planet shrinking and all stuff like this, you know, it all goes back to eugenics, you know, and population control and extermination. I mean, everything we do, you know, from the scarcity, the wars, everything is about reducing population, you know, and the future of our people and the race of man is in the hand of a few people. You know, like I said, when people think, well, Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates, why would people think anything different, that these people aren't capable of freaking mass genocide? I do believe they were experimenting on some sort of mass genocide. They really believe that they really do believe that people are a problem on the planet, particularly black people. You know, and they need to be exterminated. That's not Nazi Germany. That comes right from America. You know, so people don't understand that. People like, thinking, oh, well, you know, no. What part of don't you understand that there's some people who believe that our life doesn't matter, or human life doesn't matter, or we're just a burden on life, whatever. If you don't born with the right race or whatnot, you're expendable and stuff like that. That's real. You know, that's real. You know, I remember, 1994. I don't know if you was around. They basically had a world population conference in Cairo, Egypt, right? You know, they was going throughout Africa, right? Injecting black African women with a Norplant to stop birth control and sterilizing people. They were doing that. They were going to rural villages throughout the continent, you know, giving women, giving women sterilization and stuff like that to prevent freaking birth control. These people are insane.
Yeah, Bill Gates did
Yeah,
that.
sick.
There was a scandal in India where he did that to various villages across India and paralyzed, deformed people and made people infertile in various villages.
Yep. That's reality, you know. That's reality, right? Let me play this video, folks. Tell me if you can hear it. Tell me.
A controversial figure with disturbing views on eugenics, race, and population control. While some argue she even wanted to exterminate the Black race, others are trying to erase that part of her past.
The Mike Wallace interview.
In the eyes of some, Margaret Sanger has been a heroine. In the eyes of others, she's been a destructive force.
In her own words, Sanger pushed for a society that limited births to those she deemed fit to have children.
I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born.
In 1916, Sanger opened the country's first birth control clinic. As a member of the American Eugenics Society, she advocated improving the genetic composition of humans through controlled reproduction of different races and classes. She often wrote about the issue in the journal she founded, called the Birth Control Review. In 1919, writing,
I personally believe in the sterilization of the feeble-minded, the insane, and the syphilitic. The most urgent problem today is how to limit and discourage the over-fertility of the mentally and physically defective.
Many point to a 1923 New York Times interview as proof of Sanger's racist motives, in which she referred to people as weeds, saying,
It means the release and cultivation of the better racial elements in our society and the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extirpation of defective stocks, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization.
Hayden Ludwig, an investigative researcher, has extensively studied Sanger's life and writings.
She talked about the need for race betterment through controlling these weeds, basically undesirable people.
In 1939, after opening another clinic in Harlem, the birth control activist launched the Negro Project, an initiative supported by Black leaders, such as civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois. Critics claim the program used the pretense of better health and family planning for poor Blacks in the South as an attempt to limit the Black race. Ludwig says some on the left grapple with Sanger's past and how to interpret her legacy.
They know when she writes about human weeds, they know that it's repulsive. They know it's disgusting. The left will never abandon Margaret Sanger because if they do, she's the foundation of so many of their views.
Sanger once shared her vision for a preferred race at a women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan, writing in her autobiography,
Always, to me, any aroused group was a good group.
Despite those views, liberals praise Sanger's work while ignoring her history.
I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her.
Ryan Baumberger, founder of the Radiance Foundation, says abortion proponents are working to clean up Sanger's past and what she stood for.
They have to reinvent her every time they talk about her in order to justify their celebration of her.
Former Planned Parenthood director Abby Johnson says those inside the abortion industry are trained to overlook Sanger's racist views.
They give you an answer like, well, I mean, yes, Margaret Sanger was a racist, but everybody was a racist back then. You accept it because she is your hero. And she has to be your hero. You cannot question Planned Parenthood.
In 1997, Stephen Mosher of the Population Research Institute wrote about the push to repackage Margaret Sanger in the Wall Street Journal.
The reason I call it the repackaging of Margaret Sanger is because after the Nazi regime destroyed the legitimacy of eugenics forever, they then went back and said, oh, she was just an early feminist. She was just an early supporter of family planning. No, she wasn't. No, she was a supporter of giving IQ tests to people. She was in favor of using those IQ tests to determine who should be sterilized and who should have children.
In a response titled The Demonization of Margaret Sanger, Alexander Sanger, her grandson and president of Planned Parenthood at the time, called Mosher's editorial unfair. In the same piece, Esther Katz, director of NYU's Margaret Sanger Papers Project, claimed evidence revealing Sanger did not rationalize her support for birth control on racist grounds, that she never advocated genocidal policies aimed at racial, ethnic, or religious groups, and that she, in fact, believed access to birth control would benefit, not eliminate minority populations. Dr. Katz turned down our request for an interview, although in this article, the editor as public authority interpreting Margaret Sanger, she wrote, by our current highly sensitized standards, some of her attitudes and statements can be construed as racist, elitist, ethnocentric, and not politically correct. In 1942, Margaret Sanger's American Birth Control League became Planned Parenthood, which has moved to fulfill its founders' goals, helped greatly by the Supreme Court decision in Roe v. Wade.
Under the veil of secrecy and deception, 60+ million babies have not been born because they were aborted legally since '73. 1/3 of that population belong to the African American community.
A frightening and telling number, given Blacks make up only 13% of the U.S. population. Dan Gaynor of the Media Research Center says that Sanger's true mission remains alive and well throughout today's abortion industry.
Look at the maps. See where the abortion facilities are. They are near places where people are marginalized, people are poor, people are minority, and that's their target market.
Generation after generation, we have built a better world for our daughters.
Because of allies in the media and academia, Gaynor also points out how speech from conservatives and others about Sanger's past, Planned Parenthood practices, and abortion is often classified as hate speech.
There is nothing as close to a sacrament in the media as abortion. It is a holy writ that abortion is protected. And anybody who comes out against it, any organization, any business, anybody, the media swarm.
So does social media.
Facebook's new oversight board, and this is really concerning, has 4 co-chairs. And they're going to be the appeal board for content. Well, one of the 4 oversight board is on the board of an pro-abortion group. There's no pro-lifers. They're not there.
The problem also exists on many college campuses.
I remember at Harvard, they laughed when I was talking about the history of eugenics. They said, that doesn't matter. Planned Parenthood is not like it was during Margaret Sanger's days.
Those who oppose her views say not true and are committed to exposing her past for future generations. Charlene Aaron, CBN News.
Well, keep in mind, this is a serious matter. You're trying to revise history to suit a political agenda and suit a political argument. The source of that story, curiously, is a group called NewsGuard, and what they're self-appointed watchdogs of news organizations, and obviously coming from the left. CBN News had published a series of articles on Alveda King and had quoted her accurately, saying that Margaret Sanger thought that Black people were human weeds. Well, he came at us for that and saying you can't quote her accurately. You always have to put a disclaimer that there's no evidence that Margaret Sanger ever used the term human weeds. And he, in turn, quoted Esther Katz, who said that she had reviewed all of Margaret Sanger's papers and couldn't find any evidence that she ever used the term human weeds. Well, she knows full well about that New York Times article. And what she was saying is, well, within her papers, it's not there. But within the public record, it is there. And so there's a conscious effort to rewrite history and declare her as some kind of hero that we should all look up to and ignore the root of Planned Parenthood, which is quite clearly eugenics. Now, you go back to the title of that New York Times article, and it says, "Creating a Race of Thoroughbreds." So it's selective breeding. That's what this is all about. And within that selective breeding, you have to breed out what you think is undesirable. Well, in today's world, that is morally reprehensible. And you can't change that history, and you shouldn't even try to change that history. I don't understand this, but here at CBN News, we want to set the record straight. Here's what Margaret Sanger really believed.
It's interesting because it is very much like Hitler and the move against the Jews.
Well, eugenics was at the core of Hitler.
Exactly. And we all recognize how reprehensible that was, but because this has political attachments to it for other issues, other things, including this issue. I mean, people just refuse.
Yeah.
Just refuse.
And if you doubt that there's some eugenics behind it, just take your own survey. In my hometown, when you go out and look for the Planned Parenthood, you have to drive to certain neighborhoods to find those clinics. There's a reason that they place them geographically there, so that they're in walking distance. Do that same test in your hometown, and then take a look at, well, where do they geographically locate these clinics? And then you've got to start asking the question, why?
Well, CBN is launching a new prayer initiative, and part of that prayer is seeing some of this change.
You look at what's
country.
going on in America today, and you look at the drive, and it's a just drive for equality in America.
Yes.
And, look at this past story. What would America look like today if 20 million African-American babies had not been aborted? Well, how far along would we be to racial equality? We've got COVID-19. There are locust swarms. There are hurricanes that are being threatened. Our economy's in shambles. We're so politically divided, we can't even talk to each other. Let me underline that one. We can't have a conversation. We have to shout at one another. And we have to try to outshout one another. We need to pray. We need to have God come in and bring peace. So we have a prayer initiative, and we're asking you to join us. All we're asking is, will you stand one time a day and pray for your home, pray for your neighborhood, pray for your nation? You can do that in total isolation. You can stand in a closet in your house. You can stand in your driveway. You can stand on your front porch, your back porch. You can stand in any room you want to. You can walk your neighborhood and stand there. You pick the place, but we're asking you to commit to pray daily. Pray for unity, pray for America, pray for the world. So as a 700 Club interactive viewer, you may have already received a mailing inviting you to join with us. And so all you have to do is mail in your response, or if you didn't get the mailing, call us, 1-800-700-7000, or you can go to our website, cbn.com/standandpray. Or you can even text us, pray, text that word pray to 71777. And you'll be community. Well, we've got a wonderful world, a map of America showing all the different states and how many people have registered to pray. And we want to show we're praying. Let's show that we're standing, we're declaring the goodness, the promises of God. We also have a
All right, that was that. It was 700 Club, fair use, and everything like that. We don't need to get into all that stuff like that. Somebody's asking a question.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you know any women who have had abortions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I don't know. You had conversations with them if maybe
Look, trust me, I know.
their reasons for having abortion was because
Look.
of eugenics.
The bottom line is, it's up to a woman what they do with their body and stuff like that. But I can't ignore 25 million black babies aborted. I cannot ignore that. Something's seriously wrong. With that, because I got personally, abortion is something that hits close home to me and my family and whatnot. It's controversial. I don't like talking about it because, it brings up bad blood. It's just really one of those controversial things. I just don't. I think it's between a woman, her body, and God. That's the way I look at it.
There you go. So when you
So
play this kind of video, look, I don't agree with her ideology. If she's racist or has certain views, I don't agree with it, right? But you can say the same thing about certain pioneers who people look up to. Disney was an average anti-Semite. You look at Ford.
How was he? Well, I never heard that before.
You never heard that Disney was an anti-Semite?
Well, first of all, people say
Henry Ford,
hold on,
who supported the Nazi, he's an anti-Semite.
Hold on. When people say anti-Semitism, first of all, what does that look like?
Oh, it means people who are prejudiced against Jews.
Okay, for reasons. People are prejudiced. So, in other words, basically, we all got prejudice in us, right? We all got prejudice in us. So, I got prejudice in me. So, do college students get condemned for my prejudices? I'm sure Disney.
You're not letting me finish my point, right? My point here is her personal views, whether it's on race or
but her views, basically, if you listen to the video,
Paolo, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
Hold on. I know where you're going with this, man. When you basically talk about her views basically was not giving somebody a chance in life. She said we need to stop people from breeding altogether. That's not just somebody having.
You're not following my bigger point, and that's why you need to listen for a second.
Go ahead.
So Henry Ford, who literally had factories in Germany, was helping the Germans to fight against, the Allied forces. Today, you drive his car, and not you personally, but we drive Fords, and then
What does that got to do with anything?
Just listen to my point. Listen to my point. Stop trying to jump in front of what I'm saying to try to.
Get me to a point. You're rambling, man. Get to a point.
I'm not rambling. That's because you don't want to listen. Just listen. So these cars are useful today. They get you from point A to point B. People use these cars. They don't even think about what his ideology was and whether he was a racist or not. Young girls who go to college or even in high school, God forbid, have unprotected sex and realize they're not ready for a baby. They don't have the means to take care of a child. It's going to ruin their life, and they go have an abortion. They're not thinking about, oh, this is eugenics. I have to have an abortion because I'm an inferior race. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about economic struggles that might come their way if they're a single mother. The point. That's the point I'm telling you. Somebody could start up
no one ever said that. You know what said that? People know why people have abortions. Okay, we understand.
So why are you equating abortion to eugenics? That's the point that I'm making.
My point is, what she stood for, abortion was just one of the means, right? That was not the whole thing. She basically said people should be sterilized and stuff like that, and don't even give it a chance to even breed. And she basically was like, some people should not even exist. That's a difference.
That's what I'm telling you. So when you're saying this in today's world, it doesn't apply today. That's the point. People are not having abortion because of eugenics today.
Look, Elvis, I know you part of the mangina community when you want to protect.
Are you saying people are having abortion because of eugenics today?
Look, I'll give you one. I don't care about. I don't like abortion, but I think it's up to a woman, right?
Okay, then. So what's the point? What is the point of this? You're equating her views on eugenics to people getting an abortion. That's not right.
What you're doing is this. I don't agree with the conservative, basically using Margaret Sanger to use an anti-abortion thing. I don't agree with that either. I'm saying.
Okay, then. When you play the video, this is a skew point of view. The 700 Club is a Christian club who is anti-abortion.
Elvis, calm down. I only was playing a video the first part of the video was talking about eugenics, and I have another one I want to play talking about eugenics. Margaret Sanger just happened to be the topic of this one. By the 700 Club. She just happened to be the topic of that one. I'm not basically trying to talk about abortion. I was talking about when eugenics came out, right? And that's what led to mass abortion, right? It's this whole idea that some races of people, you got to make things like abortion available. Why is abortions available so readily in the poor Black communities? I see it right now where I live at. the areas where the abortion clinics are, and where
Do
I
you
live at.
think abortion should be illegal in this country?
Well, if it's not up to me, but if it was up to me, yeah, but
Okay.
it's not up to me.
So you think the people, the women in Africa getting abortion is because of Margaret Sanger?
I'm like this. If when people basically, I think basically the idea of abortion. I'm like this. I don't like the idea of abortion, but I know what's going to happen. That's between the woman, her God, and the baby that she was.
I'm saying, Kyla, you think the girls in Africa who gets pregnant in high school and wants to go to have a what is it called?
Let me ask you a question.
DNC, do not carry. You think it's because of Margaret Sanger?
Hold on. Wouldn't basically, because abortion is big money too,
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying the people living in Africa, in villages, in towns, who goes to a doctor to have an abortion. You think they're thinking about eugenics or they're thinking about economic prospects?
Hold on. If they make abortion available in Africa, they're practicing genocide. That's the truth.
Who makes abortion available in Africa? The white man?
Whoever it was, the government, whoever basically go to poor women instead of saying, something, we'll take that kid up for adoption. We'll basically help you out, whatever like that, whatever it costs, we'll help you out in life, whatnot. No, but you're going to basically give them the money or we'll pay for an abortion. That's evil. That's evil. You go to a poor person and tell them, yeah, you got to have the abortion, whatever like that, and stuff like that's evil.
Kyla, in Africa, they have what they call family planning. I'm sure they have it here too, right? And most women in Africa, they jump on those things because they realize that, wow, I have too many kids. They didn't even know that they can stop themselves from having babies. Some people have 5 kids and they can only really realistically care for one of those kids.
I don't know the intricacies, but
so family planning is important.
Hold on. I do know that life is. I value life. I think somebody born is the most beautiful thing in the world.
Yeah, people don't have abortion after the baby is born.
No, I do believe a birth life starts at conception. That's what I believe.
Okay. So I guess anybody that you know in your family or your friend group who had an abortion is a murderer, and they should be put in jail because they killed a life, right?
Look, I'm like this. No, I don't say it like that. I'm just saying I don't approve of it, but it's not my body. That's what I say. If you have to ask me about this, people know how I feel about it or not, but people are gonna do it anyway. I'm not gonna judge people as, hey, that's up to you. That's your life. You chose that path or not. I'm not gonna say. What am I gonna do? Say I'm not gonna speak to you again because you had an abortion? No. I'm like, look, that's what you did. I don't approve it. And that's just like you liberals don't seem to understand. We're not entitled to. People are not entitled to accept everything somebody do. Like I said, I don't accept homosexuality. But people are gonna do it anyway, right? I don't freaking basically accept a lot of stuff, right? But people do it anyway. It's not my place.
That's what I'm telling you, Kyla. We know people who has been engaged in abortion. I paid for one abortion myself when I was in high school, right?
Well, hold on, look.
So I'm not telling you that.
Hold on, you're splitting hairs. The bottom line is this: like I said, you could basically do whatever you want to do, right? It's legal, right? It's lawful, it's legal. You could do whatever you want to do. It just does not mean I gotta like it, It doesn't mean
the point that I'm making is people who do, black women, who have abortions today are not equating it to eugenics.
My purpose of doing the show tonight was not talk about abortion, talk about eugenics.
You played a video where they're castigating abortion and making it seem like it's a black genocide, and people are forcing black women to have abortions.
Oh, you got to be smart enough to understand. I'm talking about eugenics tonight, right? And that was just a video that I didn't create.
So what's the correlation between abortion? You're trying to draw a correlation between abortion and eugenics.
I'm not trying to draw a correlation.
So what's the point of that video? What's the point of the video?
Because I just played a video because it was talking about the eugenics in the thing. Did you watch the part of the video?
I watched it.
They were first part of the video. They're talking about Teddy Roosevelt, which I didn't even know, Alexander Graham Bell, even Helen Keller. I did not even know that. They support eugenics. That had nothing to do with abortion.
Okay, so everybody that watched that video, forget about the abortion part. I want to listen about the eugenics part, right?
You're a liberal. You think you got offended?
No, you say it had nothing to do with it. That's what I'm asking. And it's clearly was an abortion video.
The video is trying to explain.
Hold on, we know that.
Well, the video is trying to explain is that these abortions facilities around black neighborhoods is a kind of eugenics program.
Exactly. That's
By
what we're trying to
whoever
say.
is whoever
Oh,
is
I think you say it had nothing to do with it, Tyler.
No, I say the fact that's what I got out of this, and they were trying to draw a correlation with abortion and eugenics. You know, which
So
is
you equivocate abortion to eugenics. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do. You know,
Okay.
but that does not mean that I'm basically saying that I support the anti-abortion movement. I'm not
So
saying
the white women who have abortion are practicing eugenics on their own race, right?
No, I'm saying they make it available. Hold on, they said a third of abortions were black women. You think that's any accident?
Why do you think Planned Parenthood exists in this day and age? What do you think the benefits of it are?
It's Planned Parenthood is nothing about Planned Parenthood. It's all about
It absolutely is, Kyla.
No,
As
it's
a
all about
teenager,
Planned
when I became
Parenthood,
sexually active, we went to Planned Parenthood for free condoms, free contraception for my girlfriend at the time. These are things that normal people can't afford if you're poor or if you're young.
That's bullshit. Well, Planned Parenthood is nothing but people basically trying to control populations and do all stuff like that. That's all.
No, it's trying to control your people who are not ready for having kids, who are sexually active, not to have kids, and that's through contraception, and that's through using a condom and teaching you about these things.
Hold on. If you got money for fucking people coming across the goddamn border, why we don't have money to fucking take care of a young girl who may have a freaking baby? You know,
Kyla, you think it's better to have a baby and have the government take care of the baby, or to use contraceptives?
Look, I'd rather at least
Or to use contraceptives.
I would. We're already spending the money on everything else. I'd rather do that than give the money to fucking Ukraine.
That's the Republican talking points. They want people to have babies, and when the babies are born, they want to take away the social safety programs that will help those babies. You saw what Ronald Reagan did. He criticized black women for being welfare queens because they have too many kids that they can't take care of, and he demagogued them for it.
This one, hold on. You were the one who brought up saying, what are these people going to do? A girl having a baby? Yeah, I think this for a time period, the state, whatever like that, child support, whatever like that. That kid could be taken care of, you know. Trust me, don't take that.
Kyla, white people have used that very same thing against black women in this country. They're welfare queens. They're sucking up the government tip. Right? They're always on Section 8. They're using all of these things against people who have kids that they need help with for the government to take care of them.
There's an awful lot of poor black women on Section 8. So what?
And you think that you think that's a good thing? So a woman who realized that, okay, I'm sexually active. I'm not practicing chastity. I'm sexually active. I don't want to have a child. If I do get pregnant, I don't want to carry this child because it's an economic burden for me.
The fact of the matter is, if 20 million people that were aborted were here, the economy would be better. I know that. 20 million people. You can't basically, human life is precious, you know. 20 million black.
Yes, human life. When is a baby have human life?
Well, you got any conception, you know. Conception is
so that baby has the social security number. It has all of the rights that a person who is living has. They have a name. They have an identity.
Only God could put life in somebody, you know. Not you, not man, not no social security card, not no birth certificate.
Right. So the law, when it comes to murder, when it comes to killing somebody, there's no law that's on the books that say if you killed a fetus or a zygote, you're committing murder. Because those embryos are not considered babies.
We're liberals and whatnot, you know. So I don't want to hear all that shit. Man.
You said not yet?
Yeah.
Of course. Not yet. So I mean, again, right now, where I am, I have my kids by one woman who I'm married to. I don't have baby mothers, and my girlfriend in high school was together for 6 years. Thought I was going to end up with her. I didn't end up with her. Had we had a kid, I'd probably have to be paying child support, to have my kid in two different households. That's not what I wanted. You know.
All right, let me get Big Black on. Big Black, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, Elvis, I don't understand how you don't get it. You know, she created Planned Parenthood, right? It was called a different company when she created it.
The Eugenics board, birth control board.
So you don't.
It's all about stopping birth.
So
that's all it was.
Right. So I don't understand, Elvis. You don't understand the correlation. There's a correlation between Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood. You don't understand that correlation.
I mean, I really don't understand it in the way you want me to understand it. And let me say this, right? Today, Big Black, I mean, again, I don't know you personally, but I don't know if you've had a girlfriend who maybe had to do abortion, or you have friends or family members who had to do an abortion. Their reasons for doing abortions is not because they don't want to have a kid because the race is inferior. Most likely it's based on economics. So most people's reasons for doing abortions today, white or black or Hispanic, is usually for economic reasons, or they don't want to stunt their, education, other things like that. And then sometimes you can say, oh, they're being irresponsible. They shouldn't have sex if they don't want to have a baby. That's what people on the right or people who are anti-abortion would say. But I'm telling you, most people who have abortions today, their minds don't even go to eugenics. It's usually about economic prospect. And I gave my personal, testimony that, yeah, I had an ex who had an abortion when I was in high school in my 12th grade year. And at the point, I felt bad about it, right? I thought I wanted to have a kid. We realized that we wasn't capable. I was still living with my parents in high school. Could I afford a kid at that time? Was I ready? Was I physically mature, emotionally ready for a kid? Of course not. I had kids in my 20s when I was working. I had a job. I had a place. My wife and I was ready for a child, and it was the best decision I made. I didn't have outside kids. I don't have baby mamas. I think that's the best thing for me. So my abortion, having that abortion, was never about eugenics. It was that financially we wasn't ready for it, and emotionally
That's
we
not the
wasn't ready
issue.
for a
That's
child.
not the issue we're talking about. We're talking about
So
eugenics tonight.
Yeah,
go
but
ahead, Big Black.
that's the evil genius of it. If she literally create this company, knew that it was going to be around a lot of black neighborhoods because there was going to be people like you,
They didn't have the means to raise a
No,
kid.
the correlation on that point, Big Black, is about economics, right? And they're in poor black neighborhoods usually.
Hold on. That's
Like
a
I was
lie
making a point.
because
One
back in
second,
those
Carla.
days, black
One
people started
second, Carla.
families at the age of 15.
One second,
It's
Carla.
that big 20,
When
30
I was in high
family.
school, right, we went to the Planned Parenthood clinic, and she got the shot. Not the shot, but she got the shot at first, and then she got the IUD later on. But we sat with this lady, this nurse. She told us about contraceptions. She told us about using condoms, things like that, to make sure that we don't get pregnant or we don't have a child in our teenage years. So I think those things are beneficial today. They're not telling you because you're a black man, Elvis, you can't have a baby because that baby is inferior to the white man. It's about your economic prospects in the future. It's
No,
about
and
you
then
being
let
emotionally
me
and
tell you
physically
that.
ready for a child.
Okay.
Those are the things that I take away from it. I don't know how you look at it today, but that's the way I look at it. But go ahead, Big Black.
Well, the thing is, you got to take yourself out. You know what I'm saying? Look at the world pretty much look at it from a bird's eye view. This is a company that she created. She was eugenics, and she knew that these places will be in black communities. So there will be a large percentage of black women that'll get abortions just off numbers. It was a prediction that was fruitful as far as helping her with her agenda, which was to lower the number of black babies born.
And you heard Big Black. Did you hear the video I played? She said that
Just the topic,
the whole idea is basically that some people shouldn't be born because they don't have a chance in life. Just she said the people that basically is going to ruin the civilization. You got to understand something. This all comes out of the antebellum South. They believe that some people, white people and everything like that, don't live in the freaking real world. You got people in the South, right, the deep South, whatnot. They don't live in the real world. They got to get their hands dirty or whatever like that. They got people like black and slaving for them, right? So all they have to do is live around pretty things, smell pretty flowers, perfume. That's what they think life is. That's what when you see people like that who think like that, they don't live in the freaking real world.
But Carla, I'm saying that doesn't correlate today. You know how many white college girls go and do the morning after pill after they had a one night stand? Are they practicing eugenics on their own race? Of course not.
I think the whole abortion, everything, birth control is fucking evil.
Well, I was just talking about this with my partner earlier today. So, yeah, like birth control was used for black people, like Margaret Sanger. You understand? She came up with that.
Who's speaking?
It's Marcus.
Marcus.
Okay.
Yeah, she came up with that to reduce our population. So yeah, like that's the main cause, the main use of it back in the day. You know,
And not only that, check this out.
Yo, Jay Sanders, I don't have to go back to Liberia to preach abortion. People in Liberia is already doing abortions, bro.
Check this out. Back in those days, when Mark said, like, we had large black families that we had farms and whatnot throughout the South, even in the North, whatnot, where somehow or another, right? We were freaking kids were fed, you know, and we had plenty of food on the table. We made it, but to the white liberal, you understand how the white liberal thinks, right? And the racist think, right? Even though we're saying what we almost feel guilty when we tell people, no, I'm good, we're all right, right? That's how you can't possibly, right? According to our statistics, blah 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 blah. And black people like saying, "What's up? Why are you calling us poor? We got food on the table, we got a roof over our head, we got clothes on our back. Why you guys keep putting us as poor and like that?" See, the bottom line is, so therefore they got to go by their say. According to them, right? If you got a black man and black woman, they got 15 kids. They're abstract poverty based on the medium this, blah 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 blah. But they saying, hey, we got land, we got farms, we grow our own melons, we got our own fruit, we got chickens and everything like that. Food's always on the table. The wife cooks, and you know we make preservatives out of jelly preservatives. We're living good, you know. That's how people were. But to a lot of black people, the bougie types and whatnot, that the life of the old South and whatnot, you know, where black people were resourceful and everything like that. On paper, it looked like we were poor.
No, Kyle, a lot of black men who say these things are hypocrites. Take Herschel Walker, for example, right? When he was running for Senate in Georgia, he was preaching against abortion. And it came out that I think he had 7 abortions done on his behalf by women.
I don't know anything. Look, I don't know anything about
white people do the same thing. People like Fox News got people pregnant and pay for abortions, and they're protesting against it.
Right. The show topic tonight is not about abortion, right? It's about the fact that people, right? My argument was black people, if left alone, we were fine, right? But somebody came up with the idea that although we didn't ask for it, right? Let's say y'all having too many kids, right? So let's make abortion. Tell black people that, oh yes, you can have abortion to get out of responsibility. And before that, black women used to put out kids like, you know, the average black woman had like 10 kids and whatnot. It was no big deal. They said, well, it was all about black people. Probably how they do it. They convince us that the black women that, oh, that kid's not going to have a life. He's going to be impoverished. He's going to be this, but that. And the bottom line, that wasn't the truth, you know. But the bottom line, we bought into that nonsense, you know, about Planned Parenthood and stuff like this. And so therefore, we said, okay, let's have an abortion. Before
I mean, Kyle, I don't think you understand how much it takes to raise to maintain a child.
We did it.
I'm talking about
raising children all this time throughout history.
We did it.
Now it's a problem.
That's what I'm talking about.
The thing is,
You're having a different argument. You're having an argument whether abortion is right or wrong. We're not
talking about that.
We're
so what is the argument?
The
argument is they made abortion available by lying and saying that we were just so destitute that we were a problem if we just even exist. So let's make abortion available to these people, right? Let's tell them that.
I mean, it doesn't hold water because every race in this country do abortion. White women, Asian women, black women, they do abortion.
Elvis, just because some people go ahead and take advantage of something that wasn't meant for them doesn't stop for the fact that it was intentionally meant for someone else.
Exactly.
Just like they put drugs in the black community. Are white people on drugs like a motherfucker right now? Yes, they are.
I mean,
Jonathan, but whenever their people do it, they alter.
Made for black people
whenever they alter things, whenever it's their people, they alter the reality of everything. For example, when there's black people doing drugs, lock them up. When there's white people doing drugs, ignore it. Is that not a thing, Elvis?
Bro, you're trying to equate, you know,
because we're not stupid, Elvis.
White people do cocaine at a higher rate than black people, right?
There's a level of intelligence in which you say, this is what this program was designed for. And they went so far to go ahead and try to make it, you know what?
Jonathan, have you ever had a girlfriend who had an abortion before?
I know plenty of people who have done it.
No, I'm talking about personally in your life.
I don't allow it.
Abortion, Elvis.
I'm telling you,
they brought eugenics up.
Right, we know many people who had abortion, bro. Sometimes, you know, because of us personally.
Stupid.
But nobody is thinking that this is eugenics.
Stupid people do dumb and stupid shit.
It ain't
Now, do you
about
know the level that you have to get to be able to go ahead and support an abortion? You will actually have to convince yourself that ain't a baby.
I know a
Lie
lot
to
of women like
yourself
that.
over and over again. That's not a baby.
Hold on, I know a lot of women
we
like
don't,
that.
we
though.
don't
I
even
ain't
have to
gonna
go
lie.
that far. Elvis, I'm gonna give you an example, right? Let's say Margaret Sanger just was targeting Liberia, right? She had all these views in her head about, it's too many black people. Let's say, okay, she's going to open up these abortion clinics all over Liberia. You wouldn't think there was no correlation between her thoughts of eugenics and these Planned Parenthoods that open up all over eugenics. You wouldn't think there was, any nefarious actions on her behalf.
I made the point earlier on, right? That her views on eugenics is abhorrent, right? Abhorrent. And what what it has transformed into is different than what her original view was. That's the same reason I use the Henry Ford example and the Disney example. I'm telling you, Big Black, if you go to Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Liberia, girls are doing abortion. Girls who get pregnant in high school, they're doing abortion. You think they're doing it because they think they're inferior? Or the white men have a Planned Parenthood clinic on the corner and telling them to go have an abortion?
That's the evil genius of it. It doesn't need you to think that abortions are, eugenics. It's just like you say, you're going through life and you figure, hey, I can't raise a kid. She knew that.
We got a luxury in this country that we take for granted. In this country, if a woman gets pregnant and is a single mother, she can go get WIC. She can get certain.
Our people back in the days. Let me say this: our people back in the days didn't have anything what we have right now, but they still
still took care of their
family
kids
and survived. How did that happen?
We're not talking about back then. We're talking about why people get abortion today. What's their reason?
She appeared when 90% of black people were born in two-family households.
You think more people are having abortions today or back then?
They're having them today.
Okay. And what is their reason for having it today? That's the question.
Because we were told
because y'all popularized it. It made it seem like it's just something to do.
Look.
You get pregnant, you don't like that nigga, kill that baby. You get pregnant, you in college, you want to finish school, kill that baby. You ain't got to have that baby.
But let me talk. Hold on.
You don't think that there was no evil intent in Margaret Sanger's heart when she created Planned Parenthood? You don't think there was no evil intent there?
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Big Black. I'm telling you, I don't agree with her.
It's a yes or no question.
I'm telling you, I don't agree with her. I don't know if you ever wore a Hugo Boss shirt before.
You agree with her.
I'm telling you that people who are racist in the beginning of their thing, right? Hugo Boss was literally making uniforms for the Nazi. Black people wear his clothes today, right? And he was average racist against black people and against Jews, and we wear his clothes today. But he's not preaching that same nonsense today. What I'm telling you is, whatever her reasons were in the beginning was probably wrong. She was probably racist. I get all of that. But after I don't know how many years it's been, it doesn't transfer to why people have abortions today. That's the point that I'm telling you. She wasn't in Africa. She wasn't in Liberia. Girls in Liberia who have, who are going through high school and living with their parents, they know the consequences of having a baby at that age. Usually they get kicked out of the house. They become a single parent. They're living in poverty. They can't take care of themselves, let alone a baby. Sometimes they got to go into prostitution. There's a whole chain of that could happen to you. So people make a decision based on what the prospects of their life.
Dude, but
that's what I'm trying to tell you. They're not thinking about eugenics. They're thinking about how that's going to affect their life, having a baby that they can't take care of. They can barely take care of themselves. They're going to have a child. Maybe the father's not even going to be around, and they're going to be destitute. That's why most people have abortions.
Nobody's arguing with
That's what I'm telling you. So when you try to say that this is because of eugenics and black people fell for the okie doke and they're having abortions
It's
to
definitely
further her
because of
eugenics plan,
and black people fell for the okie doke. And we've been falling for the okie doke for a long ass fucking time. And at some point, we just gotta admit, you know what? We fell for the okie doke. We fucked up. Let's try to change things for the better now.
Yeah, she just made
It's okay to say we fucked up,
available
Elvis.
for a lot of
We don't
people
have to lie about it to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, let's get back on the topic of eugenics again.
Okay.
This white woman says that black people are the weeds of society, and that she was trying to get to fostering the finest flowers of America, right? But look at what black people have achieved in the US by being allowed.
It was completely
to grow,
ignored.
you know,
That's what I'm saying. Most liberals are
across the board, you know, it set the standard for every single era of modern times in the creative industries. As just one example, you know, like pop and blues morphing into what white people worked on top of going into rock, you know, and now we have R&B and
don't forget about the black
and things just keeps going, you know. Yeah, exactly. And you know, and that's just Africa, America. You know, we're not going to be hearing a lot about what the African continental people are doing. You know, I mean, I know myself some people working in very high levels, you know, in let's say software engineering, and you know, they're really leading other white people in teams and companies, and you know, working for organizations that I would say that are listening on to us right now, if you know what I mean, you know. so you know, it's that level of accomplishment that can be achieved if there wasn't this stifling going on, you know.
When left alone, black people with the Africa here do fine. It's just that when people like Stanger comes in and whatnot, they don't know anything about us, right? Don't know anything how resourceful we were. You do know that during the Depression, white people were jumping off buildings and whatnot. Black people were like, depressed what, man? What's depression? You know what I'm saying? We didn't know what the fuck depression was.
White people are prone to depression 100%. They fucking turn transgender after they go to Iraq and Afghanistan fighting. They come back transgender.
Yeah, check it out. When the Great Depression came on, when black people were so freaking resourceful, we were basically pulled together, and we survived the Great Depression. You know, in the North and the South and everything like that, because we just basically took to the farm and we was resourceful with our meals and everything like that. White people basically was highly hard to the Depression. They were on soup lines and everything like that. We weren't doing that, you know, and so. And by the way, what they hate the fact that everything they say about us, right? All these people are poor. We had Black Wall Street and Tulsa, a thriving community. You know, we had Harlem, uptown. It was Harlem, and Harlem in New York was uptown. You know, that's where all the rich, fancy black people lived in that uptown. You know, so what they could perceive as Black America and what we knew as Black America were two different things. So therefore, Margaret Sanger comes along and be like, those people got to be poor. You're black, you got to be poor, you got to be down and out, and having kids is just going to make your life worse. We're like, you know, you go down south, right? People would have big families, right? 10 kids. And guess what? Those kids are working on the farm in the summertime and throughout the year, you know?
Hey, Kyle, are you saying that blacks was doing better during segregation?
I'm not going to say that, but hold on.
Okay,
obviously, we were facing racism. I can't say
that. I take the racism out of it. I'm talking about everything else. You saying blacks was doing better?
Based on the standards of, let me say this, right?
All right.
Now, if I say
because if you say yes, that's easy to debunk. But go ahead.
No, I'm not saying true segregation. Let me put it to you like this, right? Based on what was the expectations of the black race at that time, where we're completely, like I said, if you listen to the start of the show, they really do believe that the black race was inferior. You know, black people believed that the white race was on top, whatever like that. We didn't even bother trying to be like that, right? So based on what was left to us or whatnot, I think we did pretty well. Now we're looking at it now by our standards today. No, segregation wasn't better. No. You know, but based on the fact that at that time,
we overachieved. We overachieved. I get
I think we should focus on, you know, as far as like Republican, Democrat, you know, the right, the left wing, and this and that. You know, we're talking about this eugenics because we'll get sidetracked. We just
is there any women on stage? Why are we talking about abortion? There ain't no women on stage. Like this is weird. Weird.
Elvis made it about abortion because I played the 700 Club thing. He just went ballistic on me. You know.
Yeah, that's a hot topic. I think either side.
I don't even do abortion. Elvis brought abortion up.
Yeah, I don't think no side is
all
right.
we want to do is talk about
it's all about
right.
That's a personal choice, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I feel. You know, it's up to
that's a personal
women,
choice,
her doctor, and God.
Yeah, let me interject here, and backtrack a little bit. This segregation, word, it wasn't even real segregation, because blacks were second-class citizens in America, underneath white people, having to live with them and have less rights. They didn't have their own country. It wasn't a real segregation, like what South Africa had with the tripartite states. They actually had their own land.
They had their homelands, Bantustans, whatnot. If we would have had that, that would have been better. We didn't have nothing in America.
Yeah, I mean segregation. I don't know which one is.
No,
better,
we're not saying. Hold up. I can never justify
segregation
because we had no protection of the law. We had no access to credit.
Yeah, but you had lands and stuff too. You created institutions that's still around to this day.
Yeah, but
you created a lot of things.
If you look at those institutions, Jamal,
so I don't know.
They only represented an elite for black people. The masses of black people were really
a lot of people went to them institutions
under Jim Crow. The masses of black people didn't benefit at all. Yeah, there's some black people who own businesses and whatnot. Like Dr. Glenn said, we own the bus company in Winston-Salem. Yeah, okay. A couple of black people elite had good during segregation, but the masses were friggin' suffering really bad.
Our literacy rates went up drastically during.
We were doing great.
Literacy
we were doing
was high.
great during segregation.
Some people were doing great.
It's okay to say it.
We
were doing great during segregation.
Jamal,
yeah, I agree with that.
We were doing great.
Trying to corner me. I would never say we're doing great when the masses of people basically like that. When the masses of people have now, had they not basically created laws, racist laws, like where we could eat, where we could sit at one night, and we had access to credit, yeah, segregation would have been perfect. But we had no access to banks and everything like that.
But Kyla, you was romanticizing.
But Kyla, we had our own bank.
Kyla, you was even romanticizing.
Jonathan, we did not have banks enough to.
You didn't have banks, Kyla?
We were redlined. We were redlined back then. We didn't have the banks. Real banks came.
But Kyla, you romanticized the Negro League. The Negro League was struggling, man.
Yeah, but hold on, but it still was black enterprise, though.
No, but you said we always had enterprise, but the Negro League wasn't just. The players wasn't even getting paid sometimes, bro.
Yeah, because know why? Because a lot of black people thought that the Negro Leagues was mediocrity. It basically said that a lot of black people said it wasn't moving the race forward.
It was the resources, man. Resources.
Kyla, let Marcus back in, please.
He's some of his thing is not working. He got to disconnect and call back in. He got to his device is not working. He got to hang up and call back in.
Carla, we have banks all over the place.
No, we didn't.
We have banks.
We had hospitals.
We didn't have that many banks in America.
We had banks. We had hospitals. What you talking about, Carla?
Policy banks. We had policy banks and whatnot. Numbers banks.
You had everything.
We had numbers banks, but we didn't have real banks like in large numbers. We had some insurance companies and everything like that, but for the most part, we didn't need to take care of the masses of black people. We just didn't have enough. Yeah, some people that did a lot, man, real estate and banking and whatnot. Yeah, but you got
Carla, I find that very difficult to believe.
You didn't
they
just have
own way more wealth, way
many
more land, way more everything that we currently have right now.
Oh, stop it!
You had Wilmington, North Carolina.
Everybody's about Wilmington, North Carolina. Oh, come on, stop! Y'all romanticizing shit.
No, it was a lot of. It wasn't
We're not
just
romanticizing.
Every Wilmington, and you got some black people.
Black Wall Street in
if you're segregated, of course, there's gonna be a black business class. But look how the masses of black people were. The masses of black people couldn't get a dime.
Do you know in Wilmington? In Wilmington, North Carolina, white folks was jealous of black folks, right?
Yeah, but that's only the few black people.
You know what they called it?
The mass of black people.
Listen, you know what the white folks called it? They called it Negro domination in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Yeah, I know. Jamal, you gotta go read the story better.
I'm bringing the information. I'm talking about
Jamal, you gotta read the story better. Right, Jamal's come up here.
Let me speak my piece though. Kyla right though, because check this out. Niggas were living fucked up during segregation. You heard me? Like there's a very select people. I could talk to my mom and my pa and them.
I had my family.
Them niggas were living fucked up.
My aunt Mamie.
We had no protection. Hold on.
Wait. Y'all definition of fucked up is that we had no protection.
Niggas still on plantation. They was fucked up.
What do you mean on plantation?
People are still living.
They from the river parish. My people from Louisiana, bro. They were fucked up. They was fucked up. Real shit. Like down south in the deep south, niggas like getting hung.
Yeah, Jonathan, people was doing sharecropping during those days.
What I'm trying to tell you,
barely anything just to live off the land.
But what I'm trying
It
to tell
wasn't
you,
no great.
it was.
Yet they managed to have better lives than we have today.
No, listen what I'm saying.
Y'all
You're
think
not
because a
listening.
white
They had
person
the
don't come up
protection.
and smack the shit out of you,
I
you
love these
feel
No,
people
they
better.
didn't have the protection.
So I guess
Y'all
once the
romanticize
came
that shit
along
too
and
much.
everything was all right. Okay, all right.
That's what I'm trying to tell
Y'all
you. Why was y'all
romanticize
saying,
that
why
shit too
y'all up
much.
here romanticizing segregation? Y'all was romanticizing it.
Y'all
We're not,
Look, black
we're
romanticize
not
folks was doing this
for
much
too
better
romanticizing
much.
back then. We
segregation.
had this. We had
We can
They was
standards. We had
acknowledge
fucked up
we
double
back
had
in the
crossing.
day.
more.
The
I
blacks
don't
Hold
was
on,
understand.
hold
still
on, hold on.
living in
The
bad
difference,
conditions. Come on, bro.
the difference between the black people
Shit,
back
You
then
gotta stop
is
that.
that they wasn't willing to go out and slaughter some white people if they tried to slaughter them.
Exactly.
That's the only damn difference.
You man, dog. You had people from World War II. You understand? You had people from World War
Bro,
II and
there was a
everything that
time
was
period
still
when
slaughtered,
blacks
bro.
outnumbered whites in the South. Did you know that?
I know.
If
I'm
all
from the
black
South.
people
I
move
know
right
that.
back to the South where
I'm
we
from the
came from, we
I'm
outnumbered
from
them.
the South. Listen, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Yes, you had people that was fucked. You had people that they weren't bitches, they weren't pussy, but it was still fucked up at the time. Black people were in abject poverty. We were getting slaughtered like Argentina, the blacks in Argentina. You understand? We had
It
the
wasn't like
infrastructure.
that. It wasn't. They got
We had.
eradicated, bro. You
We
still
was
here, bro.
no, but
Stop
there
that.
was
Don't do that.
no. Hold on.
Yeah,
What I'm
don't
trying
do
to
that.
say is, check this out. What I'm trying to say is that we were living in abject poverty, dying, just fucked up. We
Brother,
had
have you
some
seen
people.
abject poverty before?
It ain't a black in
Did that
Argentina
damn
right
train what the
now,
hell they
bro.
was living in?
My people. No, I'm talking about like you had people like Louisiana, Mississippi, like in shacks, yeah, in the river parish and all that. Real shit.
They were
Niggas
in
couldn't read
shacks?
nothing. Yeah, niggas was in shacks.
When I was a kid, Jonathan, man, I remember going to North Carolina. There was some parts of Weeksville, North Carolina, that would have dirt roads and people still live in shacks. When I was a kid,
There's
Yeah,
still
Jonathan,
dirt
that's
roads in
true.
Georgia right now. There's dirt
You
roads
live
in
in the
Mississippi
West,
right
on the
now.
West
Shut
Coast,
your
so you probably don't see that. But there were
You
really
from the West
poor
Coast,
areas in the
dog.
deep South.
You from California
people
though.
live on
You ain't.
outhouses, bro.
You from
Yeah,
California
that
though.
was really,
It's
really
like
poor
that in
areas in the
I
Virginia
deep
lived
South,
in
now.
Jonathan.
Georgia when I
Virginia,
was
North
young, nigga. They
Carolina.
had
It's like
dirt
that now.
roads.
What I'm trying to say, but we talking back in the day though. You
Right
had
now,
your
they got dirt
grandparents.
roads in the South. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about niggas were living in
You know
shacks.
where
Step
black
out of New
They
Orleans.
had power. They had to go outside, take a piss
poor
and
black
shit.
people live,
They
bro.
were
Yeah.
living like feudalism, like sharecropping. They were living
Yeah,
like that.
because when you're sharecropping, you live the plantation owner allow you to live on the land,
Yes.
and you work
And
the
for the
fields
record,
just to
right? And
pay
for the
for the
record,
rent,
it
pretty
was
much.
also white
Yeah.
folks. It was also white people living in outhouses, living in squalor too, in the South, in
Yep.
West Virginia, in the
Yeah, that's true.
Appalachians,
We know
in
that. Yeah.
Pennsylvania, and New York City too. So, but go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, black people were getting killed left and right, though. There was a lot of black people living in fear.
Yeah,
The
niggas getting
protection
Yeah,
slaughtered.
wasn't
most
Niggas.
there.
definitely. Black people should have got guns back then and started
Yeah,
lighting up
right.
white people.
And black people
We're
had guns.
What
outnumbered, bro.
factory? Well, hold on.
So what?
And a lot
What
more
factories
angry.
did we have?
So what? So Carlos, 10 white people
Everybody
beating
that
your ass, you ain't gonna
What
speak back not
factories
one
did we
time?
have?
Hold on, you
Hold
think
on.
you think you're the first one that thought about that? Let's fight back.
What?
But
Yeah. I mean, you had so many rebellions. Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
What we doing here, man? Come
Oh,
on.
please stop. Yeah, y'all Negroes, man, put your cape on and go and revitalize history, man.
But black folks been rebellion since they've been on these
Carla,
shores.
you the
Dog.
very person
Come on,
that
y'all.
came
Y'all
up
not
here and
inventing
talked
nothing
about
new.
the Deacons of Defense one time.
I
And
know
how the
that.
Ku
Man.
Klux
Hold up.
Klan said
Look,
that they
I
were
was
scared to go and
I was
attack those
one
people
group.
because they was
Look,
afraid
that was
they'll
just
get
one
killed
group,
too.
and look, and they were basically
Showing that that was
they
successful.
were pushed to that point, and they pretty much the reason why they was able to even operate is because they had some the national media watching. Had it not been for the national media basically just watching it when that, the Deacon wouldn't have been because they could have slaughtered those guys.
Yeah, but that's not true, Carl. We pushed the envelope. You undermining yourself now. It was
Yeah,
more
when you're
than the
talking about
national
by the
media.
time that happened, you're
It
talking
was
about
more
the
than national
when
media.
things were
It was
changing
boots
back
on the
then.
ground, bro. Yeah, it was black folks.
Let me ask y'all this. So y'all think one group of people gonna go against the superpower of the world back in the day?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking. The Indians
Well,
couldn't get.
But you
The
already
you
Native
did.
heard
couldn't
about
stop
Hold
them
on.
niggas.
Y'all gotta know
you heard
black
about
history.
you,
You
you heard
already
about the
went up against the
Seminoles down
empire.
there in
What are y'all
Florida,
talking
right?
Oh yeah, man. Look, my people from
Y'all
my.
already resisted. What are y'all
I'm
talking
not. But you're not listening.
Black folks always resisted in this country. What are y'all saying?
I know that.
Y'all sound crazy right now.
Y'all be looking at white people like they just real superior.
I think
y'all
there's
gotta
a difference
stop that
between
shit.
a Southern Negro and a Northern Negro. Niggas always resisted since 1619 in this country. What y'all
We
saying?
know that, but you guys are acting
bro.
like we're going to resist and start our own country in the backyard of a superpower.
I'm not saying all that.
Plenty of people do.
America wasn't a superpower back then, bro.
It became a superpower after World War II, and it became a great power in motherfucking
Segregation
after the
didn't
Filipino
start
War.
after World War II.
But
It
in the
existed before
Filipino,
World War
but
II.
listen, but check this out. After the Spanish-American War, it became a great power. They already beat the Indians after in the American Indian War, and they had their eyes on niggas after that. All the eyes focus on us. All the eyes on us. So you think Black Americans, former slaves, was going to resist all of America?
You already resisted, bro.
But Jonathan, you know one of the things that happened that was kind of unfair. Every time you had a rebellion or you had a resistance, they retaliated against the innocent blacks in that community. They come and kill everybody in that
They
town.
retaliated against the people that they can usually pick on, not the ones that they can get their ass
Yeah,
whooped
and
by.
those people suffer though because of the actions of their people. So sometimes it's like,
Their sacrifices in rebellion.
When y'all
Deal
talk about
with it.
resistance, y'all know this country almost came to its knees during the Civil War over the Negro, right? Over the Negro resisting, over the Negro in the Civil War. They had to reconstruct this whole country, bro. So you always resist. Y'all gotta stop saying that the
It was about
Negro
the
didn't
economy,
resist,
dog.
bro.
It was about the economy.
That's why
Nigga, it was about the economy. Nigga, it wasn't about no nigga. It was about the economy. It was about the economy.
The more decades
Economic
you go
reasons.
back, the more overt the racism was. You go back, the 80s was not like the 90s.
they wanted to subdue the economic power that they was getting through slavery. And that's why the Civil War started.
Yeah.
Because the South was they were threatening to secede because they were making so much money and they had so much slave labor, they thought they could do it on their own. And the North said, hell no, we're going to free the slave. We're going to take that economic advantage away from you and put you on an even playing field. And that's the South didn't want to do that.
America was
That's why the Civil War happened.
on his way for
No, but it was stuff that led up to that too, right? We talking about a process of 30, 40 years that happened.
Yeah, you talking?
know?
Yeah, you talking about the Gullah Geechee Wars and Seminole
People
Wars?
pushing the envelope. Listen, the Gullah Geechee War, Andrew Jackson, they gave him hell, man. He wrote in that book, the Gullah
whooped his ass.
gave them hell, bro.
So
that this great American superpower that y'all think so highly of took more L's by black people than any other group on this planet. Y'all can sound like a bunch of punks.
I ain't about no punks. I'm talking about right now. Who won?
No land, no nothing. They got everything.
Who won? Where the 40 acres?
Right,
Where all this shit at?
Listen, you gotta look at it like this. Listen,
Who
you
won?
made this country a democracy. Black
It's not
folks did
over till we
that.
win.
Black folks made this country a democracy. Remember that. Black folks did that. Remember that.
So what's the
I can go on and on like popcorn, and that's what we don't do. We don't study Black American history enough, you know. But that's
hold on. What's the idea of winning? That's what I want to know.
It depends. It depends on the individual. What you call winning? I think I'm winning. I got
Oh,
my
me?
family. Look. My niece just started college. Right? I got my family. We about to do some big things. I consider.
I'm talking about
winning,
as a whole, dog. I'm
What
talking
do you
about a
call
macro.
winning?
I'm talking about a macroscopic level.
What do you call winning? What do you call winning?
The definition of winning as a whole is black people separate from America.
That's
Fuck
the
this country.
individual thing. Yeah, I mean, I have
And
a
we'll
nation.
work towards it.
I
And
think
we'll work
America
towards
is
it
my
until we
nation.
get the goal
I think
accomplished.
America is my nation. You may think
America's
something
falling
else
though.
your nation.
I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like America falling though.
Is what?
It's falling. The empire, the American superpower is.
Well, that's an opinion.
We're
How do
having a
you
Negro
quantify that?
conversation
That's
right
an
now.
opinion. How do you
We got
quantify
Negro Jamal and talking about how he loves it.
And it's my. I don't know about y'all. I'm not a stateless man. I gotta listen. I'm
Come
in a
on,
nation
Jamal,
right
man.
now. I'm not a stateless person. I don't know about y'all. You know what I mean?
Jamal, man, come on, man. Jamal, just put your
Hey,
MAGA hat on.
I'm born
Jamal's
and raised.
MAGA.
Born and raised where I'm born and raised from. I don't feel like a stateless person.
You're MAGA, Jamal.
I never felt like a stateless individual.
Look, when I call Jamal 4th of July, man, I go, Jamal, put that freaking rib down.
Look, I'm gonna have my ribs. I'm gonna have my hot
That
dog.
ribs,
Yeah.
hot dog in his hand.
I don't know about y'all.
Fireworks in the background.
I don't know no black person. If I ask 10 black people walking down the street, do you feel like you stateless? They're not gonna say that shit. They gonna say where they from, you know?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's hilarious, man.
But Big Black, you gotta admit, there's a difference between being stateless and then being subject under a state. You're just subject under the state that currently exists, and that's all that is.
That was Jamal.
That's all that is.
You confuse me with Jamal all the time when you get on here, man.
You know, y'all all talk. Man, you know what? No, let me be, all black people sound the same when they come to America. All black people sound the same. This is where I agree with Kyle on that we should have our own state. And when we don't have our own state, y'all let white people, or we allow white people to run all over us. They'll tell us that being gay is okay. The niggas will walk around in dresses all day. It's being a woman. There doesn't. I mean, a woman is not a woman, and then you have black people. You know, there's I don't know what a woman. There's a woman.
Black women.
This is what happens when you let white people run over you.
Let me tell you
Kyle, I got a question for you real quick. I got a question for you.
Most black
people. Jamal. I mean, Elvis got a question for me.
So yeah, Prince of Two-Man is saying this, and I don't know if you agree with this. He said, "Eugenics is not all bad. We need a smart or rich blacks to have more babies." Do you agree with that?
Well, let me tell you something. I believe.
No, that's dumb.
Look, let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you about. He asked me. Let me say this right. You guys can chime in, right? The eugenics whole thing is people. Intelligence is something that's bred and born, right? Remember the movie Trading Places? You guys remember?
Yeah, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. We know.
Okay, in that movie Trading Places, the age-old argument was heredity versus environment. You know, and the guy Mortimer said Winthrop is in the blood. It's like a racehorse. It's his blood. And then all of a sudden, his brother said, "No, it's his environment." You know, he goes, "If we switched them, you know, I bet you anything, Winthrop would turn to crime like a fish turn to water." And that guy Eddie Murphy would, who was a street hoodlum, put him in the right environment like this. So I believe environment, nurturing, and everything like that is a reason why some people are advanced. It has nothing to do with birth. That's what I believe. You know.
Yeah, let's start in Africa first.
No, it's not true, Colin. Some people are intellectually gifted.
Let's start.
They are.
First.
I'm intelligent, but the bottom line is this.
Let's start in Africa first.
And that movie premise was flawed because Eddie Murphy character never went to college, never got the formal education or trade stock.
Let's start eugenics.
It wasn't like a life for life.
You know what the problem is?
That could be stupid. That could be imbeciles, right? And they'll have a kid that's a
let's start in America, Kyle. I mean, let's start in Africa.
You think if you take a homeless bum that has mental health issues and put him on Wall Street, you think he's going to do the same work that people are doing on Wall Street?
Most people don't understand the reason why the lower class has a lot of value is because they're also the number one group that would ever go into the military, and that's in every country on the planet.
That's a warrior class.
It's not the intellectuals that's going to hop their ass up and go sign up for war.
Man, the intellectuals ain't produced nothing in America in the last 100 years.
Coming out. Majority of the United States military right now ain't got no college degree, no college at all.
Intellectual class ain't produced nothing, man.
Elvis, if that's the case, then how do you explain Magic Johnson's son?
What? Yo, why
EJ? You talking about EJ?
You know what I'm talking about. I don't know his name.
Why y'all obsessed with these?
Yeah, it's a what? You saying his son is because his son is gay?
And he's coming for privilege, right?
But that's because maybe you think being gay it's a choice for some people.
Why y'all upset?
Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade's.
What's up with these friends?
That's not Gabrielle Union's son. That's Dwayne Wade's and his first wife's son.
That's that liberal shit.
How do you explain that? You know,
I mean, you're asking me to go into the operation of I don't know what makes people gay. I don't know. So if somebody is born into an athletic family like Magic Johnson's son, he's really tall, he could have played basketball, but instead he's gay. How do I explain it? I can't explain it.
Life was so the bottom line is this. But the whole thing is, like I said, even though he's gay, he has a right to live. You know, my whole thing is, you said,
I don't know.
Poor people
y'all acting like the Democrats, man. Why y'all obsessed with these?
Man, I'm like
genetics. Actually, college genetics is at play in his son. He's very, very tall. I think he's almost as tall as his father.
What I'm trying to say,
his father passed on his genetics to him.
You got to understand something, bro. What Margaret is saying, all the genetic, like somebody becomes an alcoholic, a drug user, homosexual, because some genes didn't match up, whatever like that. That's what eugenics basically is.
Check this
It
out,
means
Kyle.
Yeah, there's some things that you have hereditary traits that can be passed down from father to mother, or father to son.
That's a lot of crap, you know. You could be.
You don't know about recessive and dominant genes that can be passed down from father to son or mothers to daughters?
Nothing to do with genes and whatnot. Each person has his
We call
own.
it, that's high school biology, bro.
Different,
Recessive and dominant genes. People who have kids, like Jonathan's other people who have kids, they can see certain things in their own kids that they have in their own personality. Trust me, they can. I can.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Tyler.
All the people who I do is justify. Because you got a lot of people who knows how.
Tyler, people who have kids can see themselves in their kids, their behaviors, they can see them in their kids.
Notice how Margaret Sanger never talks about the idiots that are rich. The rich people, the Gilead. You got people that were dummy. Henry Ford was almost illiterate, But
she wasn't talking about that with just money. She was talking about it in terms of intellect, not just money.
She never targeted like the stupid people that were white and rich. She would only talk about the poor and the non-white, when she put her criteria. There was a lot of stupid white people.
Is that relevant today, Carla?
No, I'm
you
just
have
saying,
celebrities and wealthy people making designer babies, looking for certain traits that they want their babies to have. Certain, hair, things like that. Come on, man.
Let me ask you.
What, Kyla? What I've learned about our people is that even though back in history in the 1960s or whatever, we can go look at videos of these people saying we need to find a way to keep the black population down, or we need to find a way to keep Africa down. Niggas in 2024 would still say that's not what it is.
I know.
But let me ask
how are you so damn stupid?
But check this out. Let me ask y'all something.
Hey, the programming set in on.
But check this out. Y'all don't think there's a brain drain going on in Black America right now? Because I feel like a lot of retarded motherfuckers be having kids, while the intelligent black people not really having kids like that.
No,
they marry out.
This is what I'll say to that. This is what I'll say to that. Hold on. This is what I'll say to that. You got a lot of black people, right, in our culture right now, who basically, if they've made relationship and having kids so toxic in our culture, right? It's just so freaking toxic, right? Before we used to have kids like it was nothing. Now,
not even that, Carla.
No, the retarded motherfuckers have a lot of kids.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
What country is having a lot of kids now? Y'all.
I'm saying like this. Now, people who are basically more intelligent, like Marcus said, right?
The retarded motherfuckers
have kids, right? They're waiting to finish college till they get financially.
There you go. That's the point I was going to make.
Yeah, Mr. Don.
That's all.
So people who you think are more intellectuals are people who went through school, got their degree, and had kids later on in life when they were ready. So that's why you're seeing the intelligent people, the educated people that are having kids younger.
Look, Greg Gutfeld, 61 years old. He just had his first child.
Who?
You said who?
Greg Gutfeld that has a.
We don't give a damn about no Fox News pundit.
Hold on, Kyla. You said they go to school at Elvis and they get their degree, and then they have kids.
Come on,
he's saying the intelligent people, right? And I'm guessing he's talking about intelligent people based on their educational accomplishments, right? So in the case of women, for example, right, most women wouldn't want to stunt their educational, pursuit by having kids. That's going to be maybe a distraction to, getting a degree. Sounds kind of fun, or weird when I say it that way. But then they'll get a degree, maybe they get a master, maybe even a PhD, and that takes them into maybe their early or mid 30s before they want to start having a family. So maybe that's what he's saying, and that's the point I was trying to make. And Kyla was making that same point.
When they get to 35,
Yeah, I'm saying, ideally, if you want to start a family, some people just might get a master's and say, what the hell, to hell with that, I'm going to have a family now in my 26 or 25. If you're really smart and you can get higher education the earlier the better, and then you can have a family after that. But most women don't want to have a kid and then go back to school to further their education, because usually it's a full-time job being a mother and being a student at the same time is very difficult. So most people just want to get their education out of the way before they start having a family, and usually that puts them into their late and early 30s before they're ready to start having families. So
I just
and I agree with some of that, Elvis. I just wish our women would make more money.
Oh, I mean, don't try to clown on the women.
That way, the justification can actually be there. But why go get all of this education, be in debt like a motherfucker, and then be broke right afterwards? That's
I mean, it's not the same for all women,
that
Jonathan.
high intelligence
Some women
society.
out and they make a lot of money.
Black women need $800 a month to survive a taxpayer's dollar on that, because even with degrees and all that, they still don't make enough money.
Still don't make enough money.
Yeah, so that's
that.
So are you saying that they shouldn't get degrees? It's not worth it. They should just be mothers and forget about higher education.
You can this ain't the old days, Elvis. You can go to school online and still be a fucking mother.
Yeah.
My wife done it.
Yeah, but most women are not thinking about. I'm not going to speak for women, but I would think that most women
My
want.
sister done it.
Like people tell you, they want that financial security, right? They don't want to have to depend on somebody's.
They don't have financial security now, Elvis.
That's not true. That's not true, Jonathan. Don't say
They ain't got no damn financial.
Women, depending on their degrees, are making sometimes 6 figures, sometimes 80, 70,000. They can take care of themselves sufficiently
$40,000 a year
without a man.
You said sometimes making 6 figures.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of women who make 6 figures, Jonathan. Are you saying there's no black women who make 6 figures based on their degree?
Sometimes don't mean half, don't mean 75%, don't mean 80%, don't mean 90%.
Most lawyers, Jonathan, once they get into their profession and they have at least 5 or 6 years, they get into that 6-figure range. So black women who are lawyers, they get there, and that's why you see some women they argue about the pay gap.
Elvis?
I'm just saying, black women who are lawyers, they're black women who are
one
doctors.
Of the most rarest fields and degrees.
There are a lot of black women who are lawyers. What are you saying, Jonathan? A lot of them are lawyers. Go to places like Atlanta, go to places like DC. You see a lot of lawyers.
People getting degrees and becoming professionals. What percentage of lawyers, Elvis?
And
I don't have the I don't have the certificate off the top of my
what?
Off the top of my mind, but I'm telling you, there are a lot of black lawyers, female lawyers, and doctors and engineers.
Elvis, when you have over 40 million people, there's
if you're making 6
1,000 might be a lot.
You're making 6 figures. You should be able to easily hook a husband.
What? Women marry up though.
Bottom line is this: a woman who is 40 years old and unmarried is never going to get married.
Exactly.
So if they're really making 6 figures, it's like, yo, look, man, let's basically let's get married and whatnot, because my clock is ticking, man.
Danger zone. Who's making that noise like clown?
I did that. Kevin Samuels does that. He puts that soundboard on and he says danger zone when they're 40 and over.
But women are hypergamous though, so they marry up. They marry up.
So they're not gonna get married.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wasn't trying to insult Mystic Dime. I wish she can come up here and explain. I was not trying to insult nobody.
I'm just saying that's why you see women they complain about the wage gap, right? Because most of these women are lawyers and their counterparts who are males are making way more money than men for pretty much doing similar jobs. And there's some truth to that sometimes in the professional setting. Women are they're underestimated. People don't feel like they're competent enough, but they pay less.
That's another talking point that's been debunked. Black men, 2.5 million black men are in the upper middle class when I make $150K a year more. Why can't these women find those type of men? And then,
did you hear what I was saying, Connor? That's not even what I was talking about. I'm talking about the wage gap. I'm not talking about finding.
No, it's not wage gap. It's profession. It's education gap. That's what's not. It's not wage.
What are you talking about? That's not. That doesn't even correlate.
Let me explain it to you. Most black women, right? They got a degree, rightfully so. Even if you're making the money, right? I know what I'm talking about. If you don't got that degree like they do, you're not married to
they're gonna look down on them.
Money.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna look down on them.
You're not hearing what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the gender wage gap. I'm not talking about couples wage gap.
Black men are out earning black women. Who making more money? Elvis don't know what the hell he's talking about. He just runs his mouth.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Carter. You're just talking shit because you're a misogynist. Women who are lawyers who are doing the same work as men, most of the time they get paid less for that job than the men do.
That's a lot of nonsense. There's 2.5 million black men and making $150,000 a year more. How many black women are making that much?
Kyler, you're making this a gender war. I'm not. That's not the point that I'm making.
Less than
I'm
50,000.
talking about a gender gap based on men, black women, white men, white women. There's a gap there. People who are in the same profession, they don't get paid the same amount of money.
Hold up. Women still complain that Rachel Maddow talked to this one guy said women still earn 70% or 70 cents every dollar. The guy said, you know why? Because men do jobs women can't do. Engineering,
blue collar jobs,
stuff like this.
Oil.
That's a job men do.
Yeah,
we're not talking apples to oranges. I'm talking about in the same profession. So let's not go to construction where it's more physically based.
In the jobs where the money pays,
like lawyers and doctors, there's a wage gap there.
No, most doctors are men. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, Carla, I'm not saying most. We're not talking about who's making. Who has more?
Are men. What are you talking about?
Say that again.
Most lawyers are men.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Carla.
No, Carla.
We're not talking about the
what he's trying
quantity
to
of
say
it.
is that women that work the same kind of jobs as the men do get paid less.
Right.
Now, I just want to know, Elvis, is there any evidence of that?
Say that again.
Is there any evidence of that?
Yeah, there's been studies that, like Carla was saying, he was pointing out a study
Like,
that
for example, a male teacher
about women
and a
getting
female
paid
teacher, they both
70 cents on the
they're
dollar
not
that a
gonna-
man makes.
No, that's an overall thing, not for the same job. They say overall when they do taxes.
Yeah, it's definitely not for the same job, Elvis.
It's over. Yeah,
not for the same job. It's
and
for
like
overall.
dude said, is a lot of men do jobs women don't, like blue collar jobs.
Blue collar jobs where the money's at, Elvis.
A lot of men do jobs that women won't do. A lot of men
I'm
will
not
voluntarily work longer
comparing
than a
apples
woman
to
will.
oranges. Like I said, we're talking about the same job. Take a professional field like a lawyer, right?
like dude said,
or
they compare.
doctors. Female doctors
Wait.
usually
So
make
no.
less than
Hold
their
on,
male
Elvis.
counterparts.
I want to do that. So you're saying that a male public defender makes more than a female public defender?
I mean, you're talking about a public defender. You have a pay scale,
A
right?
male lawyer at the same law firm just hired will make more than a female just hired.
There's a study done. Hold on one second. There's a study done on this, Jonathan, and one of the reasons they say that the reason this could be, and again, these are just studies and people theorizing on these things, is that men are more aggressive negotiators in terms of salaries.
All right, so now
tend to
if that's
negotiate more
true,
aggressively, and they tend to
whose
get
fault
more.
is that?
And I'm just saying, I'm not telling you the reason why I'm justifying it, but I'm just telling you that the data shows that there is this wage gap. Now the reasons we can discuss it, but I'm just telling you this. So one of the reasons could be, like I said, men are more aggressively.
But if the wage gap is
negotiating
voluntary,
salaries.
there's nothing to discuss. Who cares?
It's not voluntary, Jonathan. It's just certain traits that men
If I
have,
go in
especially
there
when
and
it
I
comes
don't
to being aggressive
listen,
when they
me and
negotiate their
Kyla, we in
salaries. That's one of the
Liberia.
reasons.
There's a motherfucker selling tomatoes, 500 Liberian dollars, and another person's. And me and Kyla, we go to the market, we negotiate. I say, you know what? I'll pay 400. Kyla says, nah, fuck that. I'm only paying 250. Is that my fault that I chose to spend 400? Is that Kyla's fault?
You're not hearing what I'm saying, bro. It's
I
just
hear what you're
there's
saying. Women don't
certain traits that
negotiate.
men
Listen,
have.
sisters, y'all asses better learn how to negotiate. Go to
Yeah, and that
Nigeria,
there are
and you will
books,
figure it out.
there are programs to help women be more aggressive when they negotiate salaries, and things like that. So, there's a lot of things, but I mean, obviously things are getting better for women. They're closing that gap, which is good. But let's not deny that there are certain things that a man can do that, physically, when you talk about constructions and other, labor intensive job that women just can't do because physically we're not the same. I get that. But when you have a lawyer and working at a private firm and the male is getting paid more, even though probably the women is doing more work or they're on the same level in terms of their experience, those things do happen. We can't deny that.
What do you mean? You know what, man? Let me skip it.
I mean, you need to ask, I'm sure you have professional friends who are females, right? Ask them in their profession.
Yeah, I do. They all make paper.
Yeah, but they'll try to tell
They
you,
all married.
I know. Do you hear what I'm saying, Jonathan? This is not an attack on single, on married women who are making
We
less
ain't
money.
taking shots at black women up here.
Ask them if they feel like they're getting paid the same
But
their
the
counterparts with
problem
similar
is,
experience and
Elvis.
education.
The problem is, Elvis. The people that's getting married, they're not the people that you're talking about, right?
What
The
do you mean?
majority of black women that get degrees aren't getting married.
No, we're not talking about marriage here. I'm talking about just income, in terms of
The
the wage
majority
gap.
of black women don't become lawyers.
I'm
They go
using
to
one.
school.
I'm
They
using
go
one
to
profession.
school.
This is not even just for
Listen.
black women. I'm using it in
They
general
go
as
to
a gender.
school. For somehow my sisters, God bless your heart, they look at her, man, I'm gonna go to school and become a medical assistant. I'm gonna go to school, become a teacher. Even though I heard that teachers sometimes have to shake their ass on the pole afterwards, that's what I'm gonna do.
Jonathan, come on, bro. You're
That's
being too
stupid.
crass. Come on, man. Teachers, the average salary for a teacher now is $72,000 a year.
What the fuck is that, Elvis? And depending on where you live.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Depending on where you live, but the national average is 72 grand a year.
No, fuck the national average. National average don't mean shit. You have to go by state average. That's just like when you get black immigrants that come out of nowhere and they'll be like, well, we make more than y'all on the national level, but on the state level, you don't.
And you think in the state of California, teachers earn at least $100,000 a year?
No, they don't.
Okay. You're saying that. What do you think that the average is for teachers in California?
70, 80, depending on. Now it depends on what district they're in.
Yeah, so 70 to 80,000. Most people think that's a lot of money, right? But in California, based on the quality of life and the cost of life, the cost of
If
living,
you make
is high.
$80,000 in California, get your EBT card. It's okay.
There you go.
Get your EBT card.
Right. So you're saying women shouldn't go to school to be teachers because they don't get paid enough. They shouldn't go to
You
school
should
to
go to
become
school.
nurses. They don't get paid enough.
You should go to school and try to make as much money as you possibly can and pick the career that puts you in a position to make as much money as you possibly can. That's what people with common sense do.
Yeah, but not everybody.
You want to make a difference, and you want to make a difference in the world. You can do that shit on the side.
Yeah, Jonathan. Not everybody
Be
has
rich
the
and make a
intellectual.
difference.
Not everybody has the intellectual acumen to be a lawyer or a doctor. Some people can
You don't
be
have to be a
nurses,
lawyer.
but
You don't have to be a doctor. There's other
But that's
things
what I'm
you can
saying.
be.
So some women can be a nurse, maybe because she couldn't get into medical school, but she's smart enough to become a nurse, and she makes less than a doctor, of course. But for her, like Marie, they're making enough money to take care of themselves and have a decent life. You can't fault women for that. I don't think that's a bad thing. So, man, give our women some break, bro. Yeah.
No. No breaks.
Okay, Jonathan.
No breaks. You want to be soft on our women. Our women who say that they are very strong, and they are. You want to be soft on them. No, we should uplift them, encourage them to push for more and
Really
more
from the Bay.
and more.
Bay,
You're right, Jay Sanders. I'm a liberal
and
through and
more.
through.
Dog really from the
Unapologetically
Bay,
too.
yeah. That shit crazy.
Where you from, bro? You got a Louisiana kind of
New
accent.
Orleans. I stay in New Orleans. You can stay in New Orleans. I mean,
He
Houston.
from New Orleans.
From
8th
Dallas.
Ward, 9th Ward.
Dig,
You know what I'm saying? Calio Projects.
Nigga named all
Go
this
up to 3.
Magnolia.
This nigga stupid.
Hang out with Soldier
make that
Slim
call.
to see murder.
Nah, I feel like that nigga crazy. What was the topic though?
Let's talk about eugenics and American history, And like I said, bro, you have the freedom to do what you want to do in this country. As long as it's not infringing on the rights of other people, you're free to be who you are and what you want to do as long as it's in a legal
The topic
bounds.
is not about abortion. We all know that, Elvis. Just singing to the choir. It's
Mm.
probably what we're
I
saying.
didn't say anything about abortion. I said eugenics and American history, and then I say you're free to do what you want to do. I didn't say anything about abortion just
What
now.
I'm saying is this, though.
Yeah, I understand you will not be free to do what you want to do.
Change out. And eugenics in America was sole purpose was to make available. Like, 'cause let me tell you something about temptation. Like, when Michael Wale a couple weeks ago said something about drugs and whatnot. Like I said, and people, I got one record saying this.
One second, Jay Sanders, babies do have rights. It's just fetuses don't have rights in terms of.
Hey, look, the bottom line is this: there used to be a time when black women had babies and whatnot. Somehow, some way, they raised them right with no government assistance, no child support, no nothing. Somehow that kid got raised by family. and everything like that. That's how the type of community we used to have. Then next, people say, you know something. Although we see kids are growing up and whatnot, so it goes against the whole logic. If Margaret Sanger could look up and say, if she goes to New York and she see thriving black communities in the Palisades, in New Jersey and upstate New
Jay
York.
Sanders, a fetus is unborn. A baby has been born.
Well, hell, that's what I'm saying. So bottom line is this. So she completely ignored the growing black community in Long Island, Connecticut, upstate New York, Jersey, and stuff like this. And basically said that every black kid basically don't have a chance in this world, so we got to make abortion available. You gonna tell me that was not genocide? You know, it was
genocide.
Kyla, we know what she said. Elvis is just going to refuse to deal with that reality.
I just told you I disagree with her points. But we're looking at it from today's point of view.
That's the whole premise.
You're going back to the topic that you said that the conversation is not about.
That's the whole premise why abortion is available. So readily available. Is because
they're trying to rewrite history too.
A problem, which is black.
Tyler, why do you think white people are trying to get their women to have more kids? White women don't do abortion or more than black women, mostly because usually they have the means to get contraceptive. They have the means to have consistent contraceptive.
Bro, I'll grow
up. There's birth controls, money after pills.
Elvis, somebody who grew up in a white community, right? A white suburban community. Do you know how many white girls I knew I went to school with by the time they were 13, 14 were having abortions? 13, 14 years old. Don't give me that crap about they had the means and whatnot. They got pregnant too, but their parents were like, here, gotta get rid of that kid and whatnot. You don't want to embarrass us and whatnot, They had the means to get rid of that shit, Black people, they said, somehow we're gonna find a way, we're gonna subsidize it, That's the difference. Black abortions are subsidized by the state.
And I'm tired now. Fuck white
what
people.
Abortions get subsidized?
If white people have declining birth rates, now it's the time for us to start pumping babies like a motherfucker.
What abortion gets subsidized? That's what.
Where
they do that at?
Look it up.
Where they do that at?
Everywhere.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true, Jamal. It can be subsidized if you're too poor to have it.
When last time you got an abortion, Colin?
I'm not a female.
Listen, hold on, because I'm in a blue state, and ain't no state subsidizing no goddamn abortion. Where these lies come from, man?
What?
I gotta stop that.
Brother,
what state is
Jamal?
Come on,
programmed to help these women carry out more.
There are states that pay for motherfuckers trans.
Pay for an abortion.
Blah, blah, blah.
Check it out.
Transition. You think they don't pay for abortion?
It usually costs $2,000. You know what the women have to pay? Like $300 or $400. So where's the money coming
pay for abortion, y'all? Where y'all living at right now? Y'all are y'all that out of tune, man?
Are you saying what are you saying, Jamal? What are you saying? In Philadelphia, the women don't have to pay for it?
Subsidized, right? When y'all saying subsidized,
yeah,
y'all making it seem like
abortion is $2,000.
Y'all making it seem like the state is paying for these abortions.
Well, who's
no, place like Planned Parenthood. If you go to a Planned Parenthood, they might subsidize you.
Don't worry.
But Planned Parenthood
California offers public funding for abortions and ensures access to residents and visitors.
Y'all know that, right?
You ain't got to pay for your abortion in California. Just come get one.
They don't just do abortions, right? They do preventative, right? So you won't get.
Yeah, we have a woman who's saying that if you don't have money, it's free. I paid $682 for my abortion. Well, I won't say my abortion, but my ex when we had an abortion, I think in 2013.
It was your abortion, though. You didn't want that.
Yeah, okay, it's my abortion, Jonathan. What I'm saying,
put it on her.
Part of that was subsidized. Because she was a teenager at the time, and we had it, so it do get subsidized sometimes.
From her insurance? What is it from her insurance? What was
Planned Parenthood. If you don't have enough money, you go there. They might have you pay a part of it, but that's what I'm saying. Not just going to a hospital.
You came up with the money, right?
We came up with part of it, but it's not the entire sum of the money.
Yeah, because I know people that didn't get abortion because it was $35, right? They didn't have.
Yeah, if you don't have $35, then that's
hold on.
That's one of the reasons to have an abortion because you're already poor.
$35.
You're already poor and you want to have a baby. And Collins saying you can have that baby when you can't afford $35, bro. Imagine
and
that.
It was like fucking 15 years old
That's exactly.
16-year-old got $35, right? Exactly.
Even for me at that time, I was still in high school, but I had I was working, so it was a lot of money, but shit, And I think, again, I hate to say it sounds kind of cruel, but it was a good decision, bro. One of the things I pride myself on is I don't have baby mamas, bro. I don't have mothers who are taking care of, taking part of my check. I have to go pick up my daughter or my son from my ex. We having problems over how to parent.
Elvis,
I have 2 kids with my wife, and that's the best decision you can make.
Elvis, what you saying is we murdered our baby, so I wouldn't have a baby mama, so I wouldn't have to take care of it.
You call it murder. The state it doesn't equivocate to murder in the state penal code.
You don't need no one to tell us that we killing a baby.
Nah, it's not a baby until it's born, Jonathan.
That's that's what they have to get you to believe, right? It's not a baby.
Yeah, y'all.
It's a fetus. It's not even
it's not a baby until it's born.
It's just a drop.
And the law, even the conservatives, the Republicans who are advocating for it, they agree with that point.
Check this out.
They agree with it. Or else, if women was killing babies and human beings, they would be put in jail. Every abortion they commit, that's murder. They would be put in jail for murder.
Elvis, as a Christian, is abortion okay?
I don't know what the Bible says about it. 100%. I don't know what the Bible says about abortion.
So the God that said be fruitful and multiply, you say, fuck you, God, I'm off this baby.
He said,
be fruitful and multiply.
Why wear condoms then, John?
Oh, Lord, shit.
Yeah, no, because the Catholics are against contraceptive. They don't even want you to take morning after. They don't want you to take morning after pills. They don't want you to use condoms. They don't want you to take birth control pills. Because they think that's murder also.
Stop fucking recklessly.
So I want to
stop fucking recklessly.
Oh, Mr. Dunn is up here.
Let's hear a woman's voice.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Only person
let's hear a woman's voice.
Hold up, men talking about abortion is crazy. Let me say this. Now, but basically what to tie this into, and I know we don't have much time, is to the fact that who supported all this stuff like that. People like Alice Walker. And I this one video I'm not gonna play tonight of Joe Brown going in on Nikki Giovanni. I don't even know what that's all about. He said she was evil and she tried to destroy the black family, whatever. I don't know what the hell, but I'm gonna listen to the video and probably do something on it tomorrow night. So he said video is called "The Truth About Nickel and the Structure of Black America." Wow, that's gonna be deep. That's gonna be deep. So anyway, Judge Joe Brown. Anyway, what was I gonna say? But nothing else. Go ahead, Mr. Dime.
Okay, I was just gonna say I'm the only person on this panel with a womb. So that point
was Frenchie not up here no more?
No, Frenchie dropped off. Frenchie's not on the panel anymore. So it's always sad, just like in government, when men have these conversations about what's best for a woman's womb without a woman even in the building, oftentimes. So all I want to say, Jonathan, specifically with your particular opinion and perspective, let's first be clear. It is your opinion and your perspective. We won't move anywhere until we understand it's your opinion and your perspective. My opinion, my perspective. And that's all there is to it. We are at a line in the sand. Now let you fix the jump and you feeling froggy. But other than that, this is a pointless conversation. At the end of the day, many women, let me finish. At the end of the day, many women in the United States and across the world feel that a baby is not a baby until the baby can breathe on its own. Oftentimes, a doctor will say, hey, the baby's alive because it's breathing on its own. If the baby doesn't breathe, it's a stillborn baby. So I don't know how we are having revisionist history about how this works. Because you know why? Because this is an opinion-based conversation. So that's all I really wanted to say.
Let me ask you a question about the topic eugenics, right? Do you think I was real forthright in that topic? I said that eugenics was started in America. This idea of weeding out people and stuff like that, undesirables and stuff like that in society, and selective breeding and stuff like that. I said that, and I said Margaret Sanger targeted poor people and black people because they were undesirable. That's why she basically Planned Parenthood is always available, because they figure these are the type of people most likely to produce drunkards is eugenics. You know, it's eugenics. So what do you think about that?
I think eugenics has technically existed in the world since the inception of civilization.
I don't think
Eugenics
so.
has been practiced in ancient civilization.
Like
the
where?
Japanese, whom you revere so much, if you go back and examine their feudal history, you would know that a lot of women practice that. And actually,
Like
they
what?
practiced
Like what?
abortion after a baby was born.
So,
we're not talking about abortion. We're talking about the idea
of being selective in the future generations that you bring forth. Yes,
That's true. That's a form of eugenics, Carla. A woman can look at a tall man and say, "I like to have a baby with that guy because he's tall, or he has this kind of bone structure." That's a form of eugenics.
Royal people like breed other royal people and stuff like that. I get that, right? But when we talk about eugenics, that's at least one group of people decide that a whole group of people should not exist at all.
Oh, you mean like the Nazis did in World War II?
No, the Nazis learned that.
Eugenics
The
just
Nazis
means
learned that from
improving
here.
the
They learned that
genome.
from here in Virginia. You know,
That's what it means. Improving your genes, and most people do that. They practice it today.
No. You have an
you can prove your gene. You can prove your gene
I'm a
all you want.
historian.
When you talk about
Guys, let her speak. Let her speak.
The Romans didn't do that. The Visigoths didn't do that. The Mongols didn't do that.
Let me ask you a question.
Mongols did. Mongols
engaged in eugenics.
Say, Mister, let me
Mongols
ask you a
practiced
question.
slavery against the Turkic people. They indentured into their army and then exterminated anyone who refused to surrender their cities to them. So like it's literally entire populations of cities exterminated by them.
Yes, that is
through
a
the
form of
generations.
ancient.
But it has not the same thing as people basically born in a society, right? And somebody saying, you know something, your grandfather was a drunk, you might produce another drunk, so we're not going to do this. Your grandfather was a thief, so you might. So we got to make sure that this was happening right here in America. You know?
Do you agree with eugenics?
Do I agree with the idea of being selective in who a woman breeds with for the next generation?
Yeah,
I think it's wise. I think every successful civilization has done it.
So do you think black American women practice eugenics?
No.
Tell the truth.
Hell no.
All right,
I think Negroes are extremely unselective in the women they choose to procreate with and sleep with. Are you kidding me? This is America.
Yeah, black America. I'm talking about y'all as women. Y'all choose the men. You understand? So I don't think
you know that this is a two-way sport.
y'all choose the men. Men choose women for relationships. Men choose. Women choose.
Nah, a woman can choose a sexual partner, but that don't mean she want to have a child with them, right?
Hold on. Women choose men for sex. Men choose women for relationships.
Exactly.
And y'all fucked up with your room selection. You heard me? Y'all retarded ass niggas.
Men choose women for sex too, bro. There are women who you might lay with. You will be embarrassed to see her, to be with her in public. You just want to lay with her, but you don't want her to be your girlfriend. And that means you definitely don't want to have a kid with her, but you want to have sex with her in that moment. We do the same thing.
Well, hold on.
Niggas, I live in all the fucked up
because
they choose some more fucked up niggas.
Let's be respectful. We have a woman on the platform, Mr. Guy.
What?
Would you choose a nigga to fuck with for good sex, or would you choose a nigga to fuck with because they meet you, intellectually, emotionally, and all of that good shit?
Man, you'll be lying.
First of all, I'm gonna go with option number 2.
Y'all be lying.
Okay, and now have you ever just, randomly, with any old random nigga?
With any old random nigga? You mean like spring break? You mean like vacation?
Spring break, temporary break. Just broke up with another nigga beneath some D break. You know that.
I mean,
we adults here.
That's what I would say. We're adults here. But what does that have to do with the point of the conversation, Jonathan?
Because we talking about eugenics.
Yeah, we're talking about eugenics.
That's not it. We do the same thing, bro. We do the same thing. We have one night stands, and then we meet a woman who look at her, and we want to have a baby with her.
We heard enough of your one of the abort baby situation. Just stop.
Nigga, what are you talking about, Jonathan? What are you talking about?
Mystic Don.
We all adults here. Where are we going at with this?
Yeah, what is Jonathan talking about? What, you trying to make her look like a slut because she had a one night stand? Nigga, we have one night stands all the time.
Let him land. Why y'all taking it to say that shit slut now? I didn't say that shit.
Nah, because you're saying like men don't do the same shit.
But what?
Who said that, Elvis?
No, that's what I said. You trying to downplay it, Jonathan. Don't do that, man. We do the same shit. We might see a girl who we want to sleep with, but we don't want to marry her or have babies with her.
She's a black woman. She's a strong black woman. She don't need you, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not saying she needs me. I'm telling you my point of view on the
She
situation.
didn't ask you to volunteer. Speak up for her. Goddamn.
Shit, I'm not speaking up for her. I'm telling you my point of view on the
Let her be an adult on her own. She
you.
don't need you, brother. Calm down.
Nah, I'm telling you, bro. We've been talking about this topic. I've been giving my perspective. I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, we've been talking about this topic, but we didn't have a
but
woman on
you
the
asking these
platform. Now
stupid-ass
that we do,
questions.
we can actually
I
ask
said,
a woman.
You're trying to say that she man, Jonathan, don't go there, bro.
The other
You're like a college junior.
The other point that I did want to bring up that was in the chat room, but now that I'm on the panel, I want to make sure I bring it up to you, Jonathan, because it was a point that was alluded to before. At the end of the day, women that chooses, I mean, are we still having the conversation about abortion as it relates to eugenics or not? Because we need to establish if your abortion is a tool of eugenics or not.
It is. That's all up to us. You know, they put it out there like it's like crack and drugs. You know, they can put all the crack in, but we chose to pick it up and sell it. You know, so that's what
Of course, it's not a tool to eugenics. I've said that, Carla. It's not.
It is a tool.
White women do abortion. They're not practicing eugenics on their race, bro.
No, but hold up. The fact
Only when it comes to black people because you think you're inferior. You think you're killing your babies because they're inferior to white babies. That's all. That's what you think.
Oh, hold up. They made eugenics available. I mean, abortion available because black women are hard time. You never hear white women talk about their abortion because it's hard times and whatnot. It's impossible to raise a kid. They simply don't want to do it. And said, right, they don't want to do it.
That's not.
Yeah, and black women have that same right, bro.
Black women are like, I can't raise a kid.
Mr. John, what do you think? Is it a tool or eugenics or not?
Let me give you.
That's the difference.
See, this is the problem. In life, you only have your point of view, so you don't know nobody else's point of view, right? So let me give you another point of view, a point of view of women that actually have the womb and have the pressure of the fucking decision when the shit goes down. So when it goes down, you have mere minutes to find out what's the truth. Okay. Now, when a woman finds out that she's pregnant, if a man don't step up to try to marry that woman and make a family and make a unit, she has the right to do what's best for her. See that? See how you abdicate the right to make a choice when you don't make a choice? So the choice is back on her.
All right, is it a tool of eugenics or no? Yes or no?
As long as married, you know what's a tool of eugenics? Not marrying before you carry. That's a tool of eugenics. You know what's a tool of eugenics? Running away from your responsibility.
Man, look,
That's
I'm
a tool
in.
of eugenics.
Man, hold on. Fuck all that. Y'all choose the wrong niggas. We have a brain drain in the black community. 75% of black kids, they're born out of wedlock. That's eugenics. That's the main issue at hand.
That's my point.
That's the main issue. We could go back and forth, man and women. We both fucked up. You hear me?
Yeah.
The main issue is, I agree with the marry before you carry. We're gonna have that. We need that.
Yeah, but that's not eugenics, yo.
That
that's not the definition of eugenics.
She just said that is marry before you carry. That is a
but y'all just making stuff up now. Come on.
So
having children,
Eugenics is breeding out certain undesirable traits.
It's
breeding out certain undesirable traits if you want to be so specific.
This is what happens. This is what happens when we become liberally educated, right? This is like talking to one of them niggas. When you ask a nigga, can black people be racist? Yeah, anybody can be racist.
Get straight to the point.
It's one of those kind of situations that over time, everything is eugenics, and then over time everything is okay, and over time everybody can be
having
racist. That's
children
all.
and not being with the mom is not eugenics, y'all.
That's not no fucking eugenics.
Who said it was?
It's not eugenics.
Yeah, eugenics is the overtime breeding out of certain
genetics.
undesirable traits. That's what it is.
Genetics.
Yeah, smart women aren't fixing to breed with men and they don't marry them. So that's eugenics. The end.
Yeah, smart women. Yeah, they get
Yeah,
with
but
retarded ass
smart,
niggas.
but that's not even eugenics. Y'all gotta stick to
That's
the real
not
definition.
eugenics.
You don't think so?
The question, man. The question was abortion
Y'all
clinics.
saying anything, man.
Why if smart people don't want to get married and all this nonsense?
Of course.
So then, by that token, abortion is also not practicing eugenics, right? Because if you're saying that all
Elvis,
these
you
black
are
women,
literally
Abortion is intentional,
Elvis.
so that's not
Hell no.
eugenics. It's intentional.
hold on. Let me make my point, right? Let me make my point. We said eugenics is the prolonged breeding out of undesirable traits. That's really the definition of it. So black women there's some black women who might be very smart. They might be very beautiful. Those traits are desirable, but they're still having abortion. They're not practicing eugenics. They're not breeding out undesirable traits. They're doing it based on economics, based on not being married, now not being ready to have a baby. They're not practicing it because they're weeding out any undesirable traits. That's the point that I'm making.
About base it on close your fucking hole up and don't do it.
Y'all been down that right wing rabbit hole too, talking about abortion. I see what y'all doing.
Exactly.
Elvis keeps bringing up
That's not a right wing rabbit hole. That's not a right wing rabbit hole.
Yeah, yes, that is a right wing.
If you're a man and you respect any
I've been in
woman,
a lot of black spaces.
if
and
you're a
ain't
man
nobody
and you
talking about this
respect
shit right
any
here.
woman,
I'll be in nothing but black spaces. Ain't nobody talking about this topic right here. Y'all talking about?
Hold on, we're not talking about abortion.
But this is no, I know that. But I'm saying this is a right wing rabbit hole.
Exactly.
And
that's what Kyle is. He went to the 7-minute club, a white wing Christian group to play that damn video.
That's a problem.
And it has a spin on it.
How liberal minded are you that taking care of the children that you have, that you get
Yeah, I do. I do concerned about that. 25 million lives.
Jonathan, you think it's the men that's that have the abortion, or is it the women that have the abortion? I didn't pressure her. She felt like she wasn't ready to have a baby.
What kind of dumbass question is that?
No, what you're saying, you're not taking care of your responsibilities. If a woman want to have abortion because she feels like she's not ready,
brother, but
what are you going to do? Are you going to force her to have a baby? You can't force her.
She said marry before you carry, did she not?
Like she said, that's her opinion. She's giving you just her opinion. Exactly.
Bring another woman up here then.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Dime, if you got pregnant and the guy was very overwhelmingly supportive of you, wanted to help you raise a family, be a family, would you get an abortion?
It would naturally lead to my being serious about the question of marriage and him being a husband, if he's that serious, because it would naturally go together, right? See, I don't play. If you don't love me, you're not going to love my child. And it's my job to protect my child. So if I even think for a minute you don't really love me, I'm out.
Okay.
Because babies and love go together.
Most
That's part of the problem we have in the black community now. But we off topic with that particular question, Jonathan. But that's my answer.
I'm just curious. Now, Elvis, you said you got a girl pregnant when you were in high school, right? Did you love her? Were you in love with her? Were you the kind of person that said, you know what? We made a mistake, but we're going to do everything we can to take care of this child. Were you one of those kind of people, or were you the ones that said, get rid of that shit? You're going to ruin our lives?
Actually,
which one is it, Elvis?
Yeah, actually, my thought on it, really, I was scared. In that moment, I was scared because, one, she was living with her parents. Well, this is a Liberian girl. This is an African girl. She's living with her parents. I was living with my parents at the time. We were both in high school. She was a year younger than I was. So the point of having a baby, definitely her parents was going to kick her out. For sure. Her dad is really, a straight person. So for her, she was overwhelmed by fear. And she didn't want to have a baby, number one, to even be seen as being pregnant, because that's going to ruin her life. Today, I think she has a master's degree from St. Cloud University. She did quite well. She didn't have a child until she got married. We're still kind of cool today. but that was the best decision for her, and she made that decision. And we didn't end up being together. I think in her third year in college, I think we broke up. That So the point here is, it's a woman's choice ultimately. I couldn't force her, even though my dumbass at that age, I wasn't financially settled. I wasn't emotionally, mature, let alone physically mature, to be a father at that time. I thought about the possibility of it, but it was her choice mostly. And she didn't want to deal with the stigma of being pregnant, being kicked out of her house, having to come live with me in my parents' household. That would have just been a whole mess. So she made that choice, and I supported it because that was what was best for her. And ultimately, it was what was best for me as well. Today, I have 2 kids. I'm married. I have a good life. She has a good life. I don't think any of us held each other down by having a child prematurely. That's my view on it.
Okay. But this just only reminds me that a lot of times when Democrats or liberals, they bring up this abortion issue, they always talk about the females that get raped, when that clearly is really not the situation.
It's like, yeah, she was raped. She just fell on somebody's dick,
Yeah, Colin.
What happened to everybody else? Everybody just got off the platform. Everybody just dropped off.
Everybody's like, I'm about to go to bed too. I'm tired. It was great. I know I said I was gonna be on for like 6 hours tonight, but I'm really tired, folks.
Dog Negro, I didn't say I was 12 years old. I said I was in my 12th grade year, not 12 years old kid. I was like 17 at the time. And I like it when black men feel like, I see Jay Sanders talking this white, this Republican talking point. And I try to give you a couple of examples. Most of these guys are hypocrites. The ones you see on TV, on social media, advocating against abortion, most of the time they've paid for abortion.
What is you with this abortion shit?
No, I'm talking about Jay Sanders. I'm just
no, forget that,
responding to the
Kyler.
guy.
Elvin, what is with you and this Republican talking point shit?
No, the guy's talking shit. We have
everybody
Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker. I'm just giving you. Listen, I'm giving you a talking. I'm just giving you an example. This guy was talking against. He's not the only one. He was speaking against it, running on a campaign based on it, and he paid for 7 abortions. So when Jay Sanders is trying to, shame me for having a girlfriend who had an abortion, nigga, most likely you probably paid for abortion to have somebody pregnant who had an abortion. Most of the time, that's what it is. So nobody's gonna shame me for it.
It's not
I was a kid. I was unprepared for a child, and she did what was best for her. You're not gonna shame me for that.
It happened. I have my own feelings on it. That's up between you, that girl, and her doctor and God. That's why I say.
I mean, just because you're against abortion doesn't mean you're gonna have to go through it.
Hold on, back to. Let me say this. What I'm trying to say is, my point I'm trying to make tonight is, it's not take away abortion, right? I do believe that Planned Parenthood and eugenics and everything like that was basically evil, and basically Jamal. Was Planned Parenthood was evil, and basically it was targeting black people because we were in their way. We had to be exterminated. So why would let's forget about abortion. Let's go to the heroin epidemic, right? And the crack epidemic, right? In Black America, right? Mm-hmm. These are all things, if you tie them together, they seem awful similar, right? Black people get hooked on something and it's totally destruction. When we survived the abortion, we survived the crack epidemic, we survived heroin, and we survived the Jeffersons and syndication.
Kyle, all we got to do is survive the gender war, and we on top.
Oh no, I don't think. No, that's one war. I don't think we're gonna survive.
We gonna Kyle. We gonna survive this.
We're gonna survive this. The gender war is right now is the thing. I thought about this today. Right now, I'll be honest with you. Let me say something. Right, I think to myself, like I said, okay, I'm getting ready to go to Liberia in another month or 2. Right, I say to myself, I'm so freaking happy with what I have. Right, I said, but why do I got to go overseas? And everything like that. Then when I basically when I'm around town and whatnot, and I said to myself, do you know what the problem in Black America? It's not even about relationships. We don't even communicate with each other. The gender war is so bad that women are in their own armed camp. Black men are in their own armed camp. They just, I don't know what's in the average black woman. I don't know what she is. This is the only time I really get to talk to random black women. It's like when they come on platforms like this, I get to understand what they're saying. I appreciate what the input and everything. But for the most part, I don't know what's going on in a black woman's mind. We don't know. We don't know what they want. And I said to myself, black women, to me, it seems like the new thing is they want to be free from us. That's what I'm saying. If we're oppressing them, maybe we should just let them go. That's what I said. Maybe that's the solution. Let them go.
Man, come on, Colin. What black woman is saying that?
Yo, Jamal, man. Every time you look around,
None. No
black
one.
women,
No
black
black
women
woman
are
saying
talking
that,
about.
Colin. Come
They're
on,
either talking about going with white guys. They're talking about going with Asian
come
guys.
on.
I knew it.
Now
That's
they're talking about going with
divestiture
African
broken.
guys.
This is crazy.
That's not
Now, this
happening.
is
Mr.
passport
Dime,
bro.
are you gonna be a
You sound like a
divester?
passport bro, Colin. You sound like a passport bro. It's
No,
cool.
no, I'm not
Actually,
a
I
passport
don't
bro.
even
I'm
know.
just saying.
Passport bro. You're
Hold on,
passport
Mr.
bro.
Dime, are you
Jamal,
married?
Hold on. Check this out. It's not even about
Are you
relationship.
married, honey?
I want to know. Oh, look, I want to know when are we going to have, back in the days, like 15, 20 years ago, every time you saw a sister, it was like, hey, what's up, brother? What's up?
Colin, you gotta go in the DMs.
We don't have no fucking brothers.
Go in the
It
DMs,
ain't
bro.
about getting with somebody.
Nobody. Go
Jamal
in the
always
DMs.
breaks everything down to somebody hooking up. No, it's not
No,
about
go to the DMs and talk
I
to
want my
them. No,
sisters
that's
back,
where you
you
meet
know?
them at, Colin. That's where you meet women at. In
No,
the
it's not.
DMs.
It's not where you meet them. It's just like, in
listen.
general.
You talk to them
Well,
in
also,
DMs,
and
and you get the
also,
convo. It's
Y'all
not
don't
that
talk to
hard,
females walking
y'all.
down the street no more.
Hey,
But
I gotta break
Jamal,
this down to
Jamal,
y'all.
it's not even that. Hold on,
Nobody's
let me say
down the
this.
street talking to women.
Yo,
Oh, let
perfect
me meet
example.
you.
Yo,
Yeah,
perfect
Social media that made y'all niggas
perfect
brave.
example.
Come on,
Perfect
y'all.
example. What I'm talking about was
This
this last
ain't
election, right?
1995
Look,
no
I
more,
had no
y'all. Come
I
on.
had no idea that this Kamala Harris and her getting elected meant so much to black women. I probably would have changed my vote if I thought it was all that, But I had no idea, until she lost, and I hear all this hatred towards us because she lost. They feel like we caused the loss.
That's
where this come
online,
from.
Kyle. It's online, bro.
That's not true. That's not real life.
Well, I don't know. It seems like it to me.
Bro, come outside, bro. Come outside. Go in the DMs.
No, the bottom line is, Jamal, I'm just talking about, I'm not stupid. I know real
I'm just
life.
saying what I'm saying, Kyle.
Well, the internet, look, the internet basically
the
gives you an
internet fool
idea
y'all,
of
man.
what people are freaking thinking. When people are to themselves, that's what's going to may not be outwardly, but that's what
Kyle, go to a cookout, barbecue. Go to some.
I'm not going to no barbecue, Jamal. I'm saying,
That's what I'm saying.
You,
so you can't be judging
I'm only
black
going by,
women
I'm
if you
only
ain't where
going by
they
the
at.
social discourse right now. In public, right? Nobody knows I'm college Genesis. Nobody knows I'm a
that's what I'm
black
saying. You
nationalist.
got to go where black women are at.
It's like, hold on. It's like you saying, somebody said, oh, that guy Colin's nice or not. He's cool with everybody or not. But then if they heard me on social media, they're like, man, this guy's completely different than what I thought he was, So the bottom line, I got to put on another face in public, I can't
No,
be.
Kyle, stop faking them fun. You got to show that black nationalist when you get off of social media too.
Right. That's
Kyle,
not real
passport,
life,
bro, man. He a passport.
I'm not I'm not a passport.
Shout out to the passport brothers and the passport sisters.
Don't insult Jamal, please. Don't insult my wife like that.
No,
I'm not a passport.
I'm saying
bro.
you
I don't
talking
go
just like them. That's how the passport bros talk.
I'm not
I
saying
can't
that.
find nothing in America.
I am
There
not
ain't no
saying
women
that.
in America,
I can say,
man.
Jamal.
Yeah.
Hey, Jamal, come on. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Hey,
Kyle, you said there's no women in America.
Jamal, let's be honest with ourselves. Who goes out to the DR every 2 seconds, man? You.
But
Jamal's a passport bro in real life.
black women though. Hold on. That doesn't
Colombia.
matter. I
Why
date
you put
black
that in
women in
secret,
the
man? Leave that
States.
man alone.
Always down there. We
But
got
I
all
still
kinds of
date
honey.
black women in the States.
Hold on, Jamal, you be going down there?
I date. Listen.
Dating women. Nobody
Listen,
said about
I
dating.
date black
Hold
women in the
on. This
States.
is what I'm talking about. I'm
too,
trying to have a mature conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, it ain't no
you
women
push
in the
Colin to
United
put out your
States.
secret, Jamal. Now you let the cat out
I
the
travel
bag,
just
man.
like anybody else. I travel.
The bottom line.
Y'all in the same
you ain't
boat, anyways.
traveling down there for no reason.
The bottom line is this. I'm saying, like, we have a serious conversation. Like Jonathan said, the gender war, right? The gender war is real. It's not even about a relationship. It's about
It's not no gender war.
Look, the perfect example I'm talking about was when Ice Cube did that platinum plan, right? And they basically, instead of them saying, okay, if that's what you guys come up with, want to do, go ahead, brother. We're behind you, right? Them females came out like, how dare you not have women at the table? You didn't come up with the idea, the way they disrespected Ice Cube in public like that, I was like shocked. I'm like, what the hell happened to our females? It's not even about relationship, Jamal. It's not about dating. You want to reduce the conversation to. I'm talking about the overall disrespect. The way Sonny Houston and all them talk about black men who voted for Trump and stuff like that is disrespect. Public
But
disrespect.
you online, Kyle. That's online stuff.
No, that ain't online, dude. Hold on. This lady, Sonny
Online
Houston,
stuff,
is a major on the View. Got a million, tens of millions of listeners.
Sonny Houston is not real life. She's a personality on a TV show.
Stop that bullshit.
Personality, bro.
Stop that
Come
bullshit.
on,
Yo,
y'all
stop
gotta
that
stop
bullshit.
this.
You know, you guys just personality. Just say you were wrong and say, look, oh yeah, I see what you're saying, Colin. Now, you know,
the average everyday black woman ain't talking about that, bro.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard in my life.
Nobody cares about this stuff we talking about,
people
bro.
do care because the bottom line, we're
The
talking
average
about
black woman don't care about this stuff we talking about, bro.
Yeah, right. Did you see the Howard University when Kamala lost?
They care less about this.
They went crazy down there.
Talk about this
That's
stuff
her alma mater, Carla. How many times have you seen a person who went to an HBCU running for president to become the first female president? Come on, man.
Did not give a shit about Kamala Harris. You know, black women did. You know, most black women love Joe Biden.
Majority of black men voted for Kamala. They did.
Stayed home. Majority of black women stayed home, bro.
75% of the voting black men voted for her.
Her numbers were lower amongst black women too.
Voted.
But her numbers
Majority of black men stayed home, and a good 30% of them voted for Trump.
The majority of voting men, black men, who voted for Kamala.
According for exit polls, but you know exit polls aren't accurate. You know
but she lost amongst black voters.
The exit polls had Kamala winning by a landslide.
She lost some shit ton of black voters.
Yeah. Detroit didn't come out for affiliation.
I hear everything you guys are saying, but based on the numbers.
That's like 20% of black people voting.
And a lot of
she get the majority out of the 20%. The other 80% said fuck that.
Show the fuck up, Elvis. You know. So, I mean. She got the
How many black people voted in these elections?
What?
What was the numbers of black people that voted in the past election?
It's not even 30% showed up this time.
Really, Colin? Is that what where you getting that from? Where you getting that fact from?
Nobody fucking showed up, bro.
Where you getting that facts from, Colin? What's your source? What's your source for that?
They came out with the statistic. Georgia was only like 40%. That's a high black.
Nationally, forget about Georgia. Nationally, what's the turnout?
It was about 35%.
Where you getting that number from, Carla?
Just by people when they
Carla, you talking BS, bro.
Don't worry, Carla, I'm about to look it up right now.
Hold on. First of all, all they do is look at the statistic about who showed up. And the bottom line, most of the people who showed up was white people, you know.
But the point the point is she didn't get enough black votes in them swing states, Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia.
Yeah, she lost the election. She didn't get enough black support. We get that. But like I was saying, those who voted, 75% of men voted for her, and I think it was like 80-something% of women voted for her. She got the vast majority of the votes from black women and black women.
Election by much.
20% black male turnout.
If blacks turn out for her like they did Biden, she wins.
Jonathan is searching out. He could give us the
election. I mean, it's already information already out there. Blacks didn't show up like they did for Biden.
Yeah,
blacks didn't show up. Blacks sunk her. The problem with Elvis,
he didn't lose by much though.
What's the number, Jonathan? You're touching it up, right?
The thing is, if we do this whole national shit, you're going to get the liberal vote blue no matter who people. When we look on the individual state list, Ohio, Pennsylvania, where she got whomped at, black people didn't vote.
No, you can't say
that. If you meet on a national level, black people voted.
You can't say they didn't.
But if you look at the states that actually matter, black people do show up for it.
They showed up everywhere. Black people
and
showed up.
They sunk her ass there.
Just not enough. She got.
That's like saying, we got hell of black turnout in California. Yeah, that didn't make a damn difference in Ohio.
So the bottom line is,
that's why I say if you take out New York and California, her numbers get worse.
And that's the Democrats' fault. They should have got a black woman, an actual African American woman, to run, and I would have voted for her. I would have campaigned. I would have done all kinds of shit. She probably would have been out there. We have abortion rights. No, that's right, bitch. We're gonna get you in office.
No,
but they put an Indian chick in.
My point I'm trying to make is like what we see. Like I said, I didn't think that was important. Me personally, I don't think it was important having this. The lady that Biden put on the Supreme Court is a freaking complete imbecile. You know,
Yeah, I don't like her at all, man.
She's a complete imbecile.
she's
You know,
crazy.
Is she one of them people that don't know what a woman is?
How you don't know what a woman is? Come on,
Oh, she one of them.
Elvis loves her and whatnot. You know?
Hey, but you gotta understand now.
Abrams is a freaking.
It's not her fault.
I want Carla, help me understand.
I mean, I respect her. I respect
Now, hold on a second. I got a question for Mix the Dime.
What is your beef? What is your beef with what's the damn Stacey Abrams? What is your beef with her? You keep calling her cow.
Missy Dime, can you give me like
she's a buffalo.
Can you give me 3 minutes to explain? Right. My beef with her is I've been listening to her. I remember she was young back during the Million Man March time. She was a young woman, right? She was like, okay, she's gonna go places in life. You know, she did some erratic speech and whatnot. And everybody said, "Oh, well, she's the next."
What video? What video is this, Colin?
This is back in the 90s when you know.
I never heard this video.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she was in the Million Man, and then she was a Million Woman March too, and she was been around for a long time. But I was like, then everybody started popping up. Oh, she's gonna be a good politician, whatnot, you know. And I'm saying to myself, what is it about she's saying, right? Even when she does speeches, whatnot, she goes on this the View and stuff like that. They're just fawning all over it. I said, what is your policies? You know, I mean, it's like you don't have to have a policy. You don't have to have things other than shilling for the Democrats. You know, just become a Democrat and everything. Because you know, she was like $250,000 in debt, right? You know, somebody like Obama and all them say, you know, something. Get out there, Stacey. We'll make sure that you know things are okay.
Are you saying political debt or personal debt?
Personal debt.
Who told you that, Colin?
Hey, everybody knows that she was $250,000 in debt.
What does that have to do with you insulting her and calling her a fat cow?
I didn't call her a fat cow. I called her
You did, Carla. On this platform.
I said I call her
you
hippopotamus. I didn't call her fat cow. That'd be rude.
I see you, Carla, and you mean it to be an insult, and I'm gonna catch you every time. You are trying to insult her as a successful Black woman.
This woman is a corporate lawyer who went to Yale University, Carla. She's well educated. She's well accomplished.
You mean it to be an insult.
What entitles her to public office, though? You know what I'm saying? Why should
nothing entitled? That's why she ran. It's an election. You win or you lose, and she lost. Nothing entitled her to it.
Would it be surprising that Stacey Abrams raised $100 million and she blew the money like Kamala Harris?
What's that to do with you calling her a cow?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta say like that's her personal money. You can't keep the money. It's for politics. You're supposed to use it for the campaign.
Yeah, but she ended her campaign owing $1 million in debt. How you got $100 million? And you're gonna end up owing like
you don't owe that money personally, Jonathan. A campaign is of course like a corporation. It's not something that you personally owe. It's not on you.
You ever heard of campaign finance problems that show up when the motherfucker, you know, they run their campaign like a sloppy motherfucker?
Yeah, but
then they
Stacey
get accused for it.
she wasn't a part of the Kamala Harris campaign like that.
I noticed that she was absent though. You know,
yeah, she wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, well, why?
Kamala went with a lot of
Kamala
Obama
probably
people.
said, "Bitch, you lose too much. Don't go out there."
Kamala went with a lot of Obama people. Yeah, so that's what happened there.
Well, all I know is I'm gonna stop insulting this woman on this platform, and I'm gonna give her a hard time about it because you mean it to be an insult, Carla, and I don't appreciate
playing
it.
around. Jeez,
Yeah, Carla, stop calling that fat woman a hippo. That ain't cool.
Jonathan, you are also trying to mean it to be an insult, also.
Yo, you can't just slip that in there. She caught you, man. She just.
I had a question for Mr. Dime, and it's a serious question, okay? Mr. Dime, I was walking in the grocery store one day, and I ran to say, I'm gonna buy a fucking book. Let me get a book. But for whatever reason, I stopped and I looked in the magazine section, and I see something crazy. It was a women's health magazine with a certified nigga on it. And I immediately called up. I bought the magazine. I said, sis, how does this make you? I had to go see her in person just to ask her. How does this make you feel? Now, Mr. Dime, I want to ask you that question. How do you feel that they put a man on the Women's Health magazine? How does that make you feel?
Probably a gay man too.
Was he like an OBGYN?
Yeah. No. It's a trans man. A trans, whatever. You know them transformers.
That's where Stacey Abrams and all the Black women leading us to.
Do you not consider that as disrespect?
I mean, it doesn't make me comfortable. It makes
you mad.
It doesn't make me comfortable.
You're taking your womanhood away from you.
Well,
It's not. It's just
there
worse.
are
It's worse
few
than
things
that, Kyla.
make me
It's
special.
that women fought for all of the rights that they have for men to go in and take that shit too. The highest paying. You know, they said that the woman CEO has increased because of trans men though, not because of actual woman getting the jobs. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah.
Y'all letting men just take over. They gonna.
I would like
y'all
to know
ain't
what
never
Elvis
closing
about all that, man.
No,
Elvis
that might be the goal.
trans
They
rights.
might be using trans
Elvis,
women to go
Mr.
ahead and
Trans
close
rights,
the wage gap.
Let me guess, Elvis. You support trans rights, right? You know.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, if people want to be trans, let them be trans.
See what I'm
No.
talking about.
Yeah, what the fuck do you want me to do? Say no, they can't be trans. What the fuck is this? As long as you don't infringe on the rights of other people, be who the fuck you want to be.
It is infringing upon my rights. You know, it is infringing upon my rights.
How does that infringe on your right,
Well,
Kyla?
if you walk down the street one night and basically I say, okay, excuse me, sir, I'm not a sir, I'm a he, I'm a she. And that's
That infringe on your rights. These people don't bother me.
My right to understand what gender is. I know a man's a man, a woman's a woman. That's my right.
No, the way you said that shit, you just like, yeah, I believe.
Yeah, if people want to be trans, let it be trans. What they got to do with me, bro?
Elvis. You are talking like you are like you can get deported, nigga. It's okay to come out and be like, motherfucker, you're not a woman. It's okay.
No, you're not hearing what I said.
Elvis.
Kyla asked me if I support.
This is why Trump won. This is why we stayed. A lot of black men stayed home.
Kyla, you think if I say I don't support it, that's going to stop people from being trans? Or if you say you don't support it, that's going to stop people from being trans? No, it doesn't stop a damn thing.
You know what I hate? You know what I hate though, Elvis, is that you can look up and you'll find out that a lot of these people later on commit suicide, and it's there. But y'all be like, fuck that shit. That don't matter.
Jonathan. That's their life, bro. What do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? That's their life. No, you're not going out there and telling them
it's damaging. Why would you support it?
What do you mean support it? Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Elvis,
go ahead,
you answered the
baby.
question so fast, you didn't even know. He said, "Do you support it?" You just said, "Yeah, I support it."
No, if somebody wants to be trans, let them be trans. This is fucking. I don't know where you guys think you live. This is not fucking North Korea, bro. If you're not breaking the laws, if you're not breaking the rules, you're not infringing on anybody's rights. Be who the fuck you want to be.
Support it. You don't have to support it. I mean, it ain't not like you can stop it, but you don't have to support it.
When you say support, what does that mean? You think I'm going around telling people, yeah, be trans. Yeah, be trans. Good job for being trans. I don't even see trans people here. I'm just my ideology is in that vein. If you want to be a Muslim, you want to be a Christian, you want to be a Satanist, you want to be a Buddhist, you can be all of those things.
Elvis,
this is America.
Could it be possible that when you signed up to be a Democratic Party or a Democrat, you said whatever the fuck they believe in, that's what I'm gonna believe in, even if I don't even really have an opinion.
I'm liberal. It means
because you can't. You ain't that damn.
It means freedom to be who you are.
Ain't nobody
be who
that
you are.
damn liberal. Everything the Democrats do, whether good or bad, I'm just gonna go with it. You ain't that.
I mean, you think the Democratic Party is telling these people to go be trans people to be trans?
Yeah. Nigga, yes.
No, they're trans who are Republicans, Jonathan. I mean, you guys are so small-minded. There are people who are Republicans and have a different. There are gay people who have a conservative mindset. Believe it or not.
Let me tell you how the gays and trans weasel their way into churches, the Republican Party, the church choir, and whatnot. They weasel their way, and you think that's like. I remember one time. Remember that Proposition 8 in California that passed back in 2008, right? Well, anyway, Rachel Maddow.
I just want to say, Kyla, I got fired because of that campaign.
Rachel Maddow had a openly gay friggin' Catholic priest. Now, this guy was no Catholic priest. He was a gay guy who basically joined the thing and became a priest. When he says, we got to kill hold Obama's feet to the fire about the gay rights. What the fuck? And he was like, he said the black church. He was talking about the black church. The black church is homophobic and blah, 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 blah. And this guy's a rabid gay guy, angry gay guy.
Dick Cheney, the conservative, has a daughter who's gay. and she's a Republican. I'm telling you, it's not based on political ideology.
What I'm saying is this. Yes, that's fine. People have gay families.
That's what I'm saying. So why are you trying to put it to anything else?
My point I'm trying to make here is this. It used to be a time we always lived with gays, Elvis, right? It used to be a time, okay, they had their own clubs, their own social clubs, magazines.
Right. These political parties are spectrums.
I mean, gay people ain't new, Elvis. You had a bunch of them where you live.
Now that's enough.
Ain't that where Jesse Dahmer from?
Now they want to invade our space.
What, Minnesota? No, I think he's from Wisconsin, not from Minnesota. He's from Wisconsin.
Okay, various spaces. Now they want to be on our television shows. They want to be accepted into our society. They want to use women's bathroom. They want to all the stuff that we know. Right, a man's a man. You don't. If you're a man, born a man, you don't go into a woman's bathroom. No matter what you call yourself.
And I say these things about people who live in Atlanta or California, bro. You live in the epicenter of those things. You see it. I can't remember the last time I saw a trans person in my entire life here in Minnesota.
I don't have it here. What?
So I don't come across those things.
I hate to say it, Elvis. It's a thing in Africa.
Yeah, I don't live in Africa either. So these are things that don't impact my life.
Help mercy.
Yeah.
The trans niggas that be getting stopped on the street, they be making them strip naked, beating on them, all kinds of shit.
Let me
and
say
they just posted on social media.
As you all know, in America, we have a huge community, well, across the world, but especially in America, we have a huge community of our fabulous men that are drag queens in the drag community. Right? Now I'll say this, by and large, women, black or white, we love the drag community. This is what
I'm trying to tell J-Ball. There's a disconnect between because most black men do not like that shit. Most black women love it, you know? There's disconnect.
They women.
What the fuck we supposed to think they women?
Right. Heterosexual men don't like gay things, Carla.
So in Las Vegas, RuPaul has her own set at the Flamingo. So that just is a demonstration of it's not as much hate for the drag community as you think. Why else would she have her own show at the Flamingo for years? In residency for years.
His own show.
Huh?
His own.
He has his own show.
All of the fabulous drag queens have their part in that show. So we want there's
a lot of hate though, Mr.
We love her TV show, his TV show, their TV show, and you know we just want them to be protected. They do their thing, and we enjoy their.
Nobody's gonna beat them up or whatnot, you know.
Yeah, who advocates for that now?
That's why we're beating somebody up because they're gay.
Well, some people are crazy, and we know the drag king queens is what they looking at, and we don't like that. We would prefer you look elsewhere.
They don't even get attacked like that.
Well,
that's what I'm talking. What black women are crazy.
We gotta be finding these weird ass
there's
ideas
a disconnect
from
between us and them, man. They think you know. There's an article that came out a couple of years ago saying straight black men are the white men in the black community. You know.
But Carla, that ain't true because out of these very same mouths, Carla, out of these very same black woman mouths, they'll be like, "That's why you a gay motherfucker. You don't like me, you must be gay." Out of these same mouths, they twisted in the mind.
Carla, gay people, the Roots, they wrote that article, bro. That was like a left wing gay motherfucker.
I kind of figued that, you know.
Yeah, they was the Roots that wrote that shit.
Yeah, they wrote the article that was viral talking about black men, straight black men, and the white people of the black community.
Yeah, they was gay people that wrote that, John. They wasn't black.
They weaseled their way into our blogs, our social, and also they weaseled their way into the BAIO. Jamal tell you that, right?
Jabari was on Focus on Liberia tonight. He didn't call.
Jabari run Liberia now. Jabari run Liberia now. He's the man over Liberia.
He took Carla's BIO from him, man.
Yeah, Carla, we gotta get some of the best black American scientists, psychologists to create a deep gay campaign.
But y'all know it's gay people in Africa, right? Y'all know it's gay people.
I just said that they got trans niggas in Africa.
Yeah, y'all know it's gay people in Africa. Y'all know that, right?
Of course, and that's why I tell these people there's 2% of the population of any given country that's going to be gay.
Y'all romanticize in Africa if y'all don't think gays is over there. They over there.
Yeah, hold up, but don't do that shit in some countries like Nigeria. They'll kill your ass, man. You know.
No, Carla.
Not true, Carla. They have a big celebrity in Nigeria who is well
They
known that he's a
embarrass
drag
you,
queen.
but they don't kill you.
In Nigeria, homosexuality is illegal. You know, still.
Yeah, but they still doing it, bro.
They are not being killed. Now, well, one was
It's a
recently killed in
subculture, Kyle.
Abuja.
It's a subculture. Yeah.
But the trans that actually get caught by the police, they get smacked on, and then they get let go. They get smacked on,
A couple years
recorded,
ago, they would've
stripped
killed.
naked,
It was
embarrassed,
like
and then they
20,
get
if that
let
was
go.
20 years ago, they'd be dead. You know.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah,
new
20 years
Africa,
ago.
though, Kyle. It's a new Africa, man.
It's
This
a
ain't
new
the
Africa
same
now.
old Africa, bro.
So maybe we need to get back to the old one. You know.
Y'all trying to bring. That's the thing. Y'all trying to bring Africa back from
I mean, Carlo,
1880. That shit ain't coming back.
family
Man.
members who are gay. You think they should be killed?
I never said
Who said kill? Why y'all want to kill people?
Who said anybody gay?
You said you wish it was 25 years ago when people were getting killed, like Jonathan said.
I'm saying, look, no, I'm saying the fact that people cannot be so bold with that shit. You know. I'm
But
saying,
Carlo, you said you have family members who are gay.
Yeah, but they don't go flaunting it out themselves. In public, you know?
So you just hate the fact that people are openly gay. You want it to be
So
closeted.
the bottom line, I think basically, if you do that stuff like that in your privacy, your home, whatever like that, your own social club, I think it works out beautiful.
Yeah, do that
You
in
can
your
go
own
social
private, in
clubs
your
and
own little
everything,
private world.
everything like that. Look, I got two. My boy Ray, he's renting his house out across the street from me. Two gay guys, right? You know, they don't bother nobody.
Carlo, when's the last time you saw a gay couple showing affection in public?
Right, or my neighbors, man. You know,
See,
Hey, but
that
y'all know it's like
I
an
can remember the last time I see that
since
shit.
y'all want to talk about gays for the last
These
hour, right?
these are not even see my face.
Hey, y'all know
I mind my business. They mind their business.
Y'all
That's
know
fine,
it's an internal battle. Since y'all want to talk about gays for the next hour, right? Y'all know it's like an internal battle amongst gays, right? You know, like the straight gay white male is at
Well,
the
I know
top
that they are fighting. They are fighting.
Hold on, there's the straight gay white man is like at the top of the food chain, right?
Yeah,
then you got
the top.
the gay straight black male. Then you got the black women, the studs, right? The trans are at the very bottom, right? None of them like the trans.
They don't like the trans.
Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
So it's a whole hierarchy in that LGBT. Since y'all want to talk about it for the next hour, go ahead.
No, let's skip this. Let's skip this.
Yeah, let's skip
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, that's all I wanted to say. My thoughts about the abortion thing, and stop talking about Stacey Abrams. That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
we ain't gonna talk about that fat lady no
thing
more.
is, hold on, you said she's a lawyer and everything like that. You know, my whole thing is, you know, I pick on Stacey Abrams, but the bottom line, what I would like to see, right, is the fact that when people run for office, and you know something, not just Stacey Abrams, Cory Booker, he's another bum. You know, what did he do? You know, he came out of nowhere and got in the mayorship of Newark, right? Did nothing there. Next thing you know, he's in the U.S. Senate. You know, these people right here, and they got so much to say and everything. They're absolutely useless. These black look, I have that niggas say to the person, but I do have a problem nowadays with black politicians. I don't like them. You know, I think they use.
I mean, Carla, that is just pathetic. That is pathetic to say, Carla.
They out of touch.
That's pathetic to say.
So no way, you think Cory Booker is useful?
Hey, Carla, the Democrats need a populist movement, man. They too.
I agree.
uppity,
I
man.
agree with that point.
They
I agree with that point, Jamal. We do need a populist movement. But Carla, you hold black people to some kind of, unattainable standards. There are a lot of white fucking politicians and Republicans who don't merit their seats that they have.
Elvis, right? If you have a district like let's say Charlie Rangel had Harlem for years, Harlem's a shithole, right? He let Harlem go down, right? But look at Newt Gingrich, right? Look at when Newt Gingrich was in Congress, right? He brought the bacon home to his district, right? Government contracts.
I mean, Carla, you out of your mind, bro. I mean, you can just piss me off, Carla. Newt Gingrich was Speaker of the House. He can put barrels in those bills. Yeah.
What the hell?
He can put things in the bill because he's the speaker. That's corruption.
Hold on. What I'm saying, no, it's not. It's just influence. Lobbying, influence, whatnot. The bottom line is this: black people that we send to Washington and stuff like that do not do a goddamn thing, but just get up. All they know how to do is freaking talk about the orange man, talk about Republicans and whatnot. Look at Maxine Waters. Her district is atrocious. And
how does Congress work, Carla? How does it work?
You got one of the wealthiest black communities in the world in her district. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's why I said Collar gave me a ginger in my hair, bro.
Man, he just be talking right now. Yeah.
Most of her
He hates black people, bro. He hates people who accomplish more than him.
People who really elect her.
It's not one place in the world, Richard, than where her district is at. Come on.
Her district is, check us out. The bottom line is,
See, you're not her constituent. You don't know how their life is in that district, Collar. You don't live there.
Well, I look at
you don't know all the things that she's brought there. You just go by the nonsense talking point that you hear from MAGA, man.
No, I don't.
So you do.
I'm just looking at her district. I don't see.
So you think they kept voting for her for all these years because she's been bringing nothing back there?
So tell me the industries and the thriving businesses in her district.
Go research it, Collar. Don't ask me to tell you. Go research it.
All in her district. Come on, Collar.
The what?
Don't do that. You don't want to do that.
Ladera Heights, Baldwin Hills. They're not part of
Baldwin Hills, Lavetta. She got some of the richest black.
Those are a lot of
people like to be like that. Black people got gentrified and pushed out of those areas.
Yeah.
Nah, we left those motherfucking areas because they got better homes. They just moved to better areas.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Baldwin, all the neighborhoods ain't even not like that no more.
Collar, they are exactly like that.
Baldwin,
they're all fucking run down. The neighborhoods are run down now.
They must be run down because they have a black congresswoman. That's your mentality,
because the bottom line is there was no investment.
Ladera Heights is not, bro. Y'all gotta stop this.
Well, that shit's run down, Jamal.
A fucking athlete.
You got Mexicans moving in there and some of everything. Please, Jamal.
They don't know. They don't live there,
Collar. You
Collar.
never even been to California. Let's stop it.
They don't live there.
Stop it.
That's the thing with Collar. He generalized a lot, and he doesn't know the minutiae of the issues on the ground. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh,
no, that's good.
You ever been there, Collar? You ever been to a district?
No, I'm looking it up right now. Actually, what it's like.
you're an internet person.
You talking about one of the richest places.
How she work $2 million?
Oh man, the online detective.
Yo,
you just hate it because she's a black woman who has power.
Was $700,000. Now she's up to $2 million. How the hell that happened?
Her network.
I ain't got no problem with that. Get your money.
Nigga, she's making 100. I think maybe like $175,000 a year.
Yeah,
and she's been in Congress for like 20 plus years.
Don't pocket watch. What's her name?
Access of
Don't pocket watch T. Waters.
Yeah. I mean, Collar expect people to go to Congress and become poorer. They should be broke, or their net worth should stay the same that they went to Congress.
Hell no, she in Congress.
That's right.
You need to have that Nancy Pelosi, Senator Dianne Feinstein network. Get your money.
Dianne Feinstein was wealthy before she went to Congress. She was the mayor of San Francisco.
She wasn't that wealthy.
Her husband is very wealthy.
Inglewood is her district too. Ain't Inglewood her district?
These people get wealthy. They be wealthy when they go. And then they be overly wealthy when they
There's some rich areas in her district. There's some fucked up places in her district too.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. Last time I went to the black areas in LA, I was actually like, wow. I expect this shit to look bad.
It wasn't that bad,
huh? LA,
no.
It looked like damn near.
That just let me know y'all New York niggas, y'all on another level.
The ghetto even don't look.
Well, look, check this out. I seen that place with Nipsey Hussle.
You niggas in Philadelphia, y'all need a hug.
Like a fucking dive. That place with Nipsey Hussle had.
Or in Slauson?
Was a fucking dive, man. That was embarrassing. That place.
Collar, what are you talking? That's the hood. That's the hood, Collar. What are you talking about?
Crenshaw is beautiful. What y'all talking about? Y'all I can tell y'all never been outside. Crenshaw is like one of the most beautiful places.
They're scared to go outside.
Well, Bantu is saying something. What are you saying? Bantu is a script? You mean a script mall?
It's the reason why they call it.
No, he's talking about where Nipsey Hussle's store was at. That's what he's talking about.
I'm talking about Crenshaw. You ever been to Crenshaw? Yeah. It's beautiful in Crenshaw.
Yeah, I used to ride down Crenshaw all the time.
Trees everywhere, man. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, there you go, Collar. You never been there. These guys who probably been there telling you, man. Come on. Anything that's black, you're gonna talk shit about it.
You know what happened, Collar? I think you seen too many of them old ass West Coast movies, and you thought that shit was real.
But Jamal, you been on the Shaw, huh?
Yeah, I've been to Crenshaw, man. I was there probably about 4 years ago. Last time I was there,
he was over there. He was down there cripping and shit.
Yeah, you go in the hood, nigga. I don't know. You got family out there, or you just went there for tourism?
look, I got fucking aunts and uncles that live on the west side. They live right not too far from there.
Yeah, Crenshaw is dope, man.
Come back,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Donald.
that's dope, man.
You
I'm
don't
talking
have
about
to
when I go to
discriminate.
Crenshaw, when a brother
and
greet you in
shit.
LA, they be like,
Yeah.
"Yo, what's up?" Like, I'm like, "Oh shit, this is like some brothers out here." You know what I mean? They
You
take
watch
care
your
of you.
They
your
forgot the
dress
little
code. Make sure
the
you're
little
wearing no
store and
baseball
shit.
hats and shit.
Nah, don't you watch too much YouTube, man? It ain't like that, man. You gotta, I mean, just worry about the
I
hats.
mean, been to them from there. He knows that. He
Long as you
knows the
mind your
politics.
own
Don't get caught
business,
up in the
long as you mind your
YouTube.
business,
Just be
it's
yourself,
cool.
man. Be yourself. They know you from there or not, man. Be yourself.
All right,
Man.
brothers, it's about that time, man. I am tired, man.
Kyla, hold on, Kyla. Don't leave us, Kyla.
We got 2 more minutes.
You got
You guys
4
got
hours.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 32 minutes, Kyla. Go smoke a blunt.
I gotta go to bed.
Go
I'm
sip some wine.
I'm falling asleep.
Kyla, I told you I'm gonna send you some wine.
Sleep right now. I want to get it done with this. So you got 1
That's what
minute.
happens when we argue about abortion.
Yeah, we spent 4
We
hours talking about
need to all just
abortion
come
and
to the
gays.
conclusion if we
Abortion
can
and
help
gays.
prevent abortion, let's do so.
It's not even about abortion, right? It's about you. The reason why they made eugenics, like it came out tonight. Let's say like this: Elvis was wrong. The bottom line, and J. Ma was wrong. You know, say abortion is subsidized, is made available, right? Because if there was,
I agree that it could be subsidized for poor low income people. I agree with that point.
all in the bottom line, it's subsidized and whatnot and made available. Why? Because the price. What do you price the price on killing 25 million Negroes? You know,
I mean, white folks got killed. I mean, white
Right.
Wait, Kyla, 25 million?
Yeah, where do you get that number from, Kyla? Is that an estimation or is that hardcore data?
No, estimate. Look
more than 25 million.
25 million black babies were aborted.
How many whites were aborted, Kyla?
What's the time span?
The bottom line, hold up.
Who fuck the whites?
But
They
total
need to
black
do more.
Look, out of all the abortions, right? Black
y'all
abortions.
think y'all probably think our numbers be higher too, don't y'all?
Yeah, well,
those y'all on that right wing, y'all got to get out on right wing runs.
25.
That's what it is, man.
This is a right wing.
That ain't a right wing.
Rabbit hole.
That ain't a right wing stuff like that. You know,
it is a right wing rabbit hole.
Oh, let me say this.
I like to see conservative who comes from really blue states like California.
Yo, check this out. Let me tell you something, J. Maul. Right? Look,
why you calling J. Maul? Jamal.
Jamal is my boy. You know, check this out. Bottom line is this: past black nationalism have been leftists. I'm like probably the first one that basically is building a nationalist movement on the right. You know, I believe in private property.
I don't think you're the first one, but go ahead, Kyla.
Yeah, no, tell me who else was built on the right. You know,
who's on the right?
Kyla think he's always the first for everything, bro. He's not the first.
I've never seen nobody else. Everybody else is all leftists. You know,
there's people on the right. You can.
There are a lot of black conservatives. What are you talking about, Kyla?
Hold on. Umar Johnson is more on the right. Is on the right too. He's not on the left at all.
Well, I have to look at that. You know,
yeah. Umar Tariq Nasheed is on the right.
Kyla thinks he's more relevant than Dr. Umar, bro. He thinks he's more relevant than Umar.
Tariq Nasheed is on the right. Yvette Cornell is on the right. Come on,
he is more relevant than Dr. Umar. Colin Mary has a black family. Umar Johnson doesn't.
That ain't got nothing to do with the right or the left. Come on, y'all sound crazy right now.
Abortion is not a right or left issue.
Jamal,
it's a human issue.
Split because he's a rabid leftist. You know that, right?
Yeah. See, hold up. Yes, he's like a Gerald Horn. He's a radical leftist Marxist. He hates billionaires. He hates capitalism.
The guy that took the BIO from Kyla.
He's a leftist.
That's not the same person.
Yeah, hold up is a leftist. I agree.
I'm the BAL, brother. You know, I'm the only one that's but people say whatever they want. I'm the one in charge, you know.
But Kyle, you gotta understand, people like Sinetta and them, they on the right too. Them motherfuckers be on the right.
Well, you believe in private
property. Well, J-Mo, why you not on the right?
If you believe in capitalism,
the boss said he was voting for Trump this election.
Right. Hold on. Well, I'm not on the right. I'm more in the middle. I'm more like left middle. But I did vote for Trump.
You want to lukewarm.
I voted for Trump when it wasn't even popular to vote for him, and when I said he was going to beat Kamala, all right? So I'm center left. I don't got to agree with everything Trump says, and I don't agree with everything MAGA does, or everything on the right, or everything on the left. So don't box me in as you got to believe in abortion. No, if a person want to have abortion,
I'm on the left, nigga, probably.
Yeah, I'm
Why
more
you on the
center
left,
left.
Elvis?
Center
Come
left.
home.
That's my ideology. Those are things I really truly believe in,
more
Jonathan.
so.
I want the poor to be taken care of.
Well,
I want people to
hold
be who they
on.
are, to have the
Hold on,
freedom of choice to
Elvis.
be
Hold
who they
on,
are.
Elvis.
For a
Since
black man
that's
to
your
be on the left, that's
ideology
so fucking
in
gay.
California, that's been a push to allow
It's so
pedophiles to go
acceptable to
ahead
be on
and
the
be with
left.
younger children, as that is the new leftist ideology in
What you
California.
guys say about
Yeah, that's in
that?
California. You guys are ultra leftist.
It's
There's a
on its
spectrum.
way, brother.
There's a spectrum,
some
Jonathan.
California
Let
shit.
me
You
Leave that
see if
have
you're gonna move
liberals,
over from that left shit.
you have
Leave that shit on
progressive, and then you
California. That's
have
some
the radical
California
left.
bullshit. Yeah.
I'm
You
a
know what they
liberal.
say?
I'm
Once
not
California does
on
it,
the
so
radical
does
left.
the
Nah,
nation.
we done with that California shit. Y'all leave
Yeah,
that.
that's in
California let
California.
gays
Shit,
get married,
that's
so
what I'm
did the
saying.
nation.
We done with
I
that.
live in the middle of the country, Jonathan. The shit that you guys have in California, Atlanta, we don't
Y'all gotta
have it
leave
here.
that shit out there.
So
Hold
yeah,
on,
I don't.
Elvis. Don't say that.
No, I'm serious.
We
Like if
done
you
with
go to
California.
Atlanta,
We done with
certain
that
places
shit.
in Atlanta, nigga, you see transgender people walking around. You see gay people. I barely see those things over here.
Yeah,
It's
we done
not an
with
issue.
that
Yeah, it's
California
not
shit.
an issue in my life, so I
We
don't
ain't
even
doing
think
that
about it.
California shit. Oh hell nah. Like my mom said, anything goes out there. Oh hell nah.
Right. So it's funny when people who live in those, liberal enclave are trying to be super conservative, bro. That shit is all around you. In the Midwest, in Minnesota, in Wisconsin, you barely see those things. We might lean more liberal here, but socially we're a little more conservative.
Hey, Elvis, I think
Y'all
most
not
blacks
conservative.
are socially kind of conservative, for the most part, or
Not most, overwhelmingly.
somewhat conservative. Yeah, you know what I mean. But when you go,
Who's somewhat conservative? I didn't hear you.
But what I'm saying is, if you black in America, you're gonna have some left ideology because you're trying to progress and move the culture forward. So if you're black in this country and don't have no left wing ideology, I gotta question you a little bit.
Yeah, bro. I care about social safety programs. I think that's very
Social
important.
safety programs
civil
is a
rights.
human thing.
Civil rights bill is
That's
left.
not
But
left.
Hold on, Jonathan. Do you believe in the civil
Jonathan,
rights
the left
bill?
literally wants to cut Social Security. They want to strip
Jonathan, do you
people from
believe in
having
the
food
civil
stamps.
rights bill?
You think that's not a left
The
thing?
left wants to do that.
The right wants to take away Social Security.
Hey, Colin, do you believe in the civil rights bill?
They call it
1965?
entitlements. They want to take away those entitlements because we feel entitled to it.
The civil rights bill was not a leftist bill.
Yes, it was a left. What are you
No,
talking
it
about?
wasn't.
It was very left. What?
You're centrist, more
Fucking
centrist.
civil rights.
How many
It's called the
Republicans
civil
supported,
rights bill,
brother?
bro. Come on, y'all.
How
We're
many
not going through this shit now.
Republicans
Come on.
supported the civil rights bill?
It ain't about supporting it. You look at this thing as it's going to be one way. You can support something.
Okay, Jamal, let me ask you a question, Jamal.
It was progressing the country.
Hold on, Jamal, let me say this.
Go ahead.
What
There you go.
president
That's the point.
what president said, I believe in black people should have some level of black power, some black ownership, control over their lives and whatnot, where they live at and stuff like that. And the government should deal with those black entities, that will establish their own communities, stuff like that. What president said that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe Reagan. I'm not sure.
It was Nixon.
Yeah,
okay.
but
What president had a new deal that gave us Social Security, Medicare, and all those things? That was FDR. So don't come and say like the Republicans are always
to do with black people.
Do that. Don't do no.
Say that again. What?
That new deal didn't have shit to do with black people.
Okay, but black people benefit from it today, Jonathan.
Hold up, Nixon supported Soul City.
Hey, Colin, that was not a progressive ideal, bro. Come on, stop it.
What Colin says, and any nothing to do with black people. That was just a speech.
What these leftist people up here have a problem with is that
jobs and everything for opportunity for our people.
The civil rights bill was a progressive ideal, yo.
Of course.
You know that, right?
The civil rights bill.
Come on, man. Stop
everybody.
Conservatism is keeping things the way they are and not changing.
No.
Anything that goes against that status quo.
What is Colin trying to conserve?
When you conserve, the word conserve, what do you think conserve means? It means to keep the same.
That ain't no, hell no. You ain't about
When you
to lie
say
like
I'm trying to conserve energy, when you use the word I'm trying to conserve energy, what do you think it means?
The biggest supporters of ending slavery.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Group ever.
The word conserve means to keep.
No.
That ain't what that means, Elvis. Damn.
It means to keep. Check it on Google right now. Conserve means to keep.
Dear,
listen to what I'm saying.
And the adjective tiv means collective.
hold up. Somebody means that, hold up. We have a strict interpretation of the law and the Constitution. That means it's not up for interpretation by we conserve the original intent of the
And
Constitution.
Collar don't want it to change. He don't want that Constitution.
I don't look. That's what they do, but I don't care about that. I'm not that type of conservative. You know, I'm a freaking somebody that basically believes in my people. What is best for my people.
See, that's the difference between me and Collar. Like I voted for Trump, but I don't say I'm this diehard.
Look, I'm not a diehard. Look, Jamal,
but Collar is
you haven't listened to the last couple of shows. Hold on, check this out, Jamal.
You know what I mean?
said, look, I said last night the only reason why I support Trump because he took care of what I thought was a problem with the black liberal and white liberal left. That's all. You know. Now that they're gone and whatnot, I have no use.
So
for
that's
Trump.
all you voted on. That's all you voted on.
That's it. You know, seeing Barack Obama, Biden, and all these people going down and they're on the run now.
So you voted in revenge. You voted for revenge. Oh, okay, get Obama.
Exactly.
You voted for no tangibles.
I'm still pissed off about 2020 with COVID-19.
Hold on,
the
no
rollout
tangibles.
when that you were running your mouth talking about we're in a pandemic. That was bullshit. That whole thing
you
was
didn't
bullshit.
vote for no tangibles.
No, that shit was bullshit. Revenge? You know. And also, I'm looking at every night people just screaming across the United States border. I'm for this. I believe a country should have a right to have borders, right? Japan says we don't want a bunch of Filipinos flooding our country. I completely empathize with them. You know, I believe people should be able to. Nations mean something. Borders mean that's conservative. I believe borders mean something. Culture means something. Language means something. You know, I do believe that. And I'll say,
are you a conservative, Collar?
No, I'm not a white conservative, right?
But are you a conservative, Collar?
Collar. Elvis don't know the difference between a racial conservative and then a social conservative.
Now, Collar, but break that down, though. No, Collar, explain that, though. Explain what you just
okay, what I'm saying is this, though. Like, people have this idea, right, that when you, let's say you're a black person, you believe in family and tradition and whatnot, somebody links you to the right wing of America. It doesn't, you know? Black people have always been like this for centuries, you know? It's just that white people, even though black people were conservative about family and everything, white people still reject them. My battle is not.
Yeah, you can be fiscally liberal and socially conservative. We get that.
Let me finish. My battle is not with right wing, left wing. My battle is with racists and white supremacists. That's what my battle, you know? Whether you're on the left wing, whether you're on the right wing.
Because I think the left got racist too. I'm with you, Kyle. I think the left,
of course,
the left got racist too. So
I agree with you on that.
So why you hang so hard with him, Elvis?
Hold on. Check this out. When somebody on the left says,
because it's not about personality, it's about ideology, Jonathan.
Hold on. When somebody on the left says that the next civil rights.
That's why I don't care if black people are Republicans. You can be Republicans, even though the KKK is on that side. If you're in line with their ideology, you can be Republican.
Transgender is the same thing. Being denied something is just like Rosa Parks. When you compare transgender to Rosa Parks, that's racist. Who says that?
I think that's racist.
That's racist, and they don't even know they're racist.
And black people starting to take that.
The liberals say that shit.
Liberals, they're more racist.
Liberals say that.
Liberals,
and Elvis won the roll with them.
Both sides got racist, though, Jonathan. Both sides. Both sides are racist.
So I hope Elvis understands that now. You know, liberals are racist because they believe they devalue black life and whatnot. Just
hey, Colin, how about tell about Bernie Sanders? All them Bernie bros. A lot of them motherfuckers racist.
Yeah, Republican and conservative are not racist, Colin. They love black people and they do the work of black people.
See, Elvis always brings it down to who loves black people. It's about respect.
No. You always say that liberal hate black people, right? Conservative love black people, right, Colin?
Elvis, one day.
Hold on, no one's asking for any Republicans' love. It's about respect. Liberals don't want to respect black people.
Yeah, conservative. Yeah, they respect black people too, Colin.
Yeah,
no.
Hold on, they respect black people enough to stay out of our way. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Elvis, why is it so hard for y'all liberals to call out the Democratic Party and their racism? Whenever someone brings up some shit about the Democratic Party, y'all just deflect and talk about the Republicans. Why do y'all do that?
Hey, Elvis, you gonna tell me Hunter Biden getting part?
It's called Gish Gallop.
Hold on. Was that white privilege or not?
You said what? Say that again, Colin.
Felonies expunged or whatnot. You know how many?
Roger Stone got his felony expunged by Trump. Paul Manafort got his felony expunged by Trump. What are you talking about?
The difference is Joe Biden went on the state saying that the system is unjust to black people and blah 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 blah. Some people shouldn't be above the
Yeah,
law.
he just commuted a sentence of 1,500 people, the largest in the history of.
To be perfectly honest, right? When you look at his crimes with son when I was a crackhead and all stuff like this, I would say it's Hunter, man. You got to at least 2 years in jail, something to straighten your fucking.
Yeah. I'm sure.
He basically said you don't deserve nothing.
Yeah, Roger Stone should have done a couple years in jail. Paul Manafort should have done a couple years in jail, but they didn't do that.
Bottom line is Hunter did serious crimes.
Oh yeah, the other guys didn't do serious crime, but they got federally charged and convicted.
Name what they did.
You said what?
Name what they did, and I'll tell you what Hunter did.
Oh, you don't know what they did, Kyla?
I know what they did, but
okay, then you tell me what they did.
Huh?
What did they do?
No, you
don't know what they did.
You don't even know what they did. That's why you're talking about you don't say what they did. You don't even know.
Elvis, you just showed who you really are.
I know exactly what they did.
You would never call out liberals.
I know exactly what they did. You're on the right.
Crazy.
Kyla's on the right. Other people here are on the right.
We ain't talking about the right.
You could be on the right. I don't care.
We ain't talking about being on the right. We talk about doing what's right. You would not call out liberals for their racism.
What is the racism? Tell me. Be specific, Jonathan. What did they do that's racist?
Everything that they do is racist.
Okay, there you go. Exactly. That's
hold on,
why we're gonna take you guys seriously.
I got a question, Elvis. Do you know that there was a poll that said the overwhelming majority of Democrats do not support black people getting reparations despite knowing the fact or the history of black people being deprived? White liberals do not support it.
Does the white conservative support it?
Or is it deflection?
They don't. Elvis, when someone asks a question about some people that
because you're trying to say that one side is bad and you're on the other side because it's better. They didn't want on the other side.
Elvis, this is the problem, right? Y'all are so bad that y'all have zero accountability at all.
Okay, what's the accountability that the right has since you're on that side?
If your people in your party are wrong, fight to try to make your party better.
I hear that. Whatever you say, Jonathan. What on the conservative side? When are they taking responsibilities on the conservative side, Jonathan?
The Republicans don't care.
What did Trump propose? You want Democrats to give you reparations. Did you ask Trump for reparations?
Well, Trump said he was going to do the fight.
No. Did you guys go to Trump and ask him for damn reparations when you guys was actually coming up for reparations? Did you ask Trump for it?
Democrats.
Because you know that's a non-starter. You know he ain't going to give you shit. That's why you guys didn't ask him for shit, because you know he don't give a damn about black people.
Elvis, you know what's so crazy?
Why didn't black conservatives ask Trump for reparations, Jonathan?
That's like going to a church, supporting the church, being there for the church, no matter who leaves the church. And then you got to go to another church for help.
Yeah, you can leave when you feel like this church.
Elvis.
Yeah, when you feel like this church doesn't serve your interest, you go to the other church that's going to serve your interest. So you left the church that doesn't serve your interest. You're in the church that serves your interest. What interest of yours are they serving, Jonathan? What are the Republicans serving for you? Tell us.
No, Kyla.
Yeah, they're not giving you reparations.
Kyla,
I
realize
stop using that reparation.
that this is why we got to have the Afghanistan within the next 15
I agree with all of that, Jonathan.
Years.
But Republicans are not giving you anything that
the Democrats ain't shit. The Republicans ain't shit. The only chance that we have is to go ahead and declare independence, even if we got to get killed in the process.
You think they're going to go away quietly, man? They're going to give Trump hell. And the bottom line, when them two fight, we get stronger, you know? That's all I say, you know? They going at each other, man. It's great.
But I think you got to stop saying that reparations trope. Nobody voted for Trump because they wanted reparations. Can we start being honest about that? Nobody
right. And Jonathan is using that against the Democrats if that's something that's plausible.
We don't have the political numbers.
Yeah. So I don't think the average black person is really thinking about reparations. So we got to start being honest about that. And the Democrats got to get their foot out.
The average black person ain't thinking.
The Democrats are too smart right now. They're too elite. They need to come back down to earth to the common folks.
I agree with that.
I want the Democratic Party keep losing.
The DFL should go back to the Democratic Farmer Party ideology. I agree with that.
I agree.
Jamal.
I agree. I agree.
And they're going to reshuffle. The next 4 years is going to be transformative. We'll
They
see.
ain't gonna reshuffle. They don't know how.
And look, if they do that, Elvis, they gonna get my vote next time.
Check us out. Fundamentally, check us out. I don't want to offend nobody.
Jamal, don't get them your vote.
Look,
No, what I'm saying. If that
I don't want
happens,
look people in the chat. Well, now I don't want to offend nothing but people. What I'm about to say, right? Fundamentally, the Democrats basically do not see any difference between us and people from the vast third world. They think it's unfair that we live in a country where we have wages and healthcare and stuff like that. They think that whatever it is in America, anybody should be able to walk from friggin' Argentina all the way up here to get it. They don't believe that America, being America, is anything special, you know, and everything. Democrats used to be the party of protecting the working class in America. They used to be against illegal immigration. Now they're all for it because they're globalists.
They too far gone, man. They too far gone.
They got to correct that.
And that's a good thing. I want them to stay so far gone till black people say fuck all y'all.
Black people look at Chicago. Chicago's about to flip red, man. You know,
that's good.
They say, hold on, black people Chicago say we're gonna help that guy arrest.
I get everything you're saying, Kyla, but you're on the red side. What are your interests? All the things that Democrats are not doing for you.
I am not.
You go to the other side. Are they doing it for you?
Serving, bro. You don't get
Are they doing it for you?
You know what, Elvis? This is staying right. We actually in California, we got an initiative process. You need $2,000, 10,000 signatures. You can go to the Secretary of State, and you can go ahead and put up an initiative and try to get people to sign it. Right? We gonna put this shit up for the 2026 election, and we're gonna say we want reparations, and only liberals can say no. Can't blame it on the governor, nobody else. I hope that the liberals say no, and then the rest of the black people
And they
around
should.
the country,
They probably
say,
will.
fuck these motherfuckers, and then we start recruiting for the Afghanistan. Kyla, let's get it done.
Yeah, whatever, man. You know,
That's the rap. That's the move. Black people gotta learn that Democrats are not for you at all.
I'm just saving people
Fuck
time.
this
I'm
country.
saying,
Let's
do
separate.
the Afghanistan. Let's do it in Afghanistan because reparations ain't gonna happen because blah blah. What you just said. That's what's gonna happen. Liberals ain't gonna go for it. Conservatives not gonna go for it. So just forget about it. You know. Let's build our
but Kyle, you didn't build Africa.
Why are the conservative racists since they're not going for reparations?
Well, hold on. Kyle, you wasn't talking about reparations 7 years ago. You didn't build Afghanistan because of reparations, though. So you gotta stay on point, though. Bro.
I never said that. Jonathan brought up reparations. You know.
Yeah, I brought up reparations.
What I'm saying is Kyle's bringing up reparations.
As a recruiting
I never
point.
was. Yeah, but if it's gonna piss people off.
Black Voters of America is the name of the organization. I run it. We're going to put this on the ballot, and I'm going to try to sink Democrats as much as possible.
That's more like
and we're going to recruit, and we're going to recruit for the Afghanistan.
But Jonathan, that's more like your advocacy.
Jonathan, respectfully, black people vote in California in terms of the Democratic Party is insignificant. Yeah. They're not a majority.
Wait. You know what I love? You know what I love about that, Elvis? Is that's not true.
Okay, I guess black people are the majority in California. Black people are the majority in California. They have a large population. They have a large minority there.
You know what? This is the problem, right? When they say black people are only 13% of the population, why the fuck y'all still ask us to vote? We only 10% of the country.
That's what
black people don't vote because that people who have the same ideology they vote for the party that they align with.
Even in California, black people have political power.
Yeah, look at San Francisco.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Jonathan. Your thing is this whole thing. We're going to punish the Democrats if they don't do what we do. What I want to do, we're going to punish them.
Let me show you, Elvis. Let me show you how California blacks use their political power in California. We only need 10,000 people to sign a petition, right? To go ahead and get a qualified initiative circulated. And then we only need about 500,000 black people.
Look who's the mayor
which is
of Los
way
Angeles.
less than we
have, right?
A black
woman's the mayor of
we
Los
put
Angeles,
that shit up and we can
right, but I'm saying, what the population of California is in the black population, right?
They got power, though. Blacks do have
We got power,
Elvis.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
The mayor in Los Angeles is black. Think about that for a second. Hispanic
Mayor
is Los
San Francisco
Angeles.
black.
The mayor is a black woman. Compton mayor is black woman. Come on, y'all. Let's not do this.
Elvis, you really think black? You know what's this the problem, right, Jamal? See, they think that because California got a lot of these motherfucking Hispanics.
Yeah, I was quiet because I wanted to research it real quick, Jonathan.
Voting, right?
There are 2.2
of these
million black people in California. 2.2 million.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of the Hispanics are not citizens. They can't vote, nigga.
Yeah, a lot of the Hispanics can't vote like that.
Y'all
And
always talk about population. You don't talk about the qualified
Look at all the black
vote.
politicians that came out of San Francisco. Kamala Harris, she came out of the black power structure in Northern California. Come on.
There's 40 million people in California. Blacks make up 2.2 million of that.
Elvis,
how many of these people can vote? That's the question, Elvis. Because a lot of the Hispanic population can't vote, nigga. Damn.
A lot of Asian
But Jonathan, you're telling me that the black people make up the majority of the voting population in California?
Let me help y'all, Elvis. There's a lot of
don't
Indians in
equate to
California,
power,
but they
Elvis.
can't
Why you don't
vote.
understand?
There's a lot of
So that's what I'm saying. The 2.2 million black people, they got more political power than the rest of the population in California.
But all the blacks can vote. We're not immigrants, nigga. We're not illegals, nigga. You
Yeah, but the
understand it?
white population far exceeds that of the black population in California.
Yeah, but it's still a black political structure. It's called structure, organizing. You got
You know
black
what?
politicians.
Elvis,
Come on,
Elvis, at some point, you're going to have to learn the political
You gotta
system
learn
of the United States of America.
Whatever you guys say, I hear you, bro. We're talking simple numbers. We're talking simple numbers.
You're looking at
simple numbers, right?
Look at the
You don't know the
macro,
numbers, Elvis. That's the problem.
I just want to look it up. 2.2 million black people in California.
Look it up.
Why Los Angeles don't have a
Wait,
Hispanic
hold on,
American?
nigga. You said there's 2.2 million black people in California?
That's what I said.
That's a lot of black folks.
Nigga, you crazy.
That's a lot of black folks. So that's still what the second most populous
No.
black folks, right?
Elvis, look that shit up again.
California,
Because you 2.2 million black people, that sounds like Los Angeles County by its damn self.
But what I'm saying is that's still the second most populous folks where black folks is at state. Behind Texas. Right? It's a lot of black people, man. I used to say the same thing though, Elvis. Oh, there ain't no black people. Nah, they got numbers out there, bro. Don't let the media fool you. Maxine Waters, she gonna have that.
Yeah, Jonathan, 2.203 million in California. This is as of 2022, so it's a couple years behind, and they make up 5% of the population of California.
How much of the voting population, Elvis, is that?
This is what I'm saying.
Just go by you got to go by the.
No, I'm just giving you the total. This is what I'm saying on the website. 2.2 million, 5% of the total population.
How Kamala Harris?
Hey, Jamal. This is what the dumbass Democrats did for the actual election. The Hispanics, there's so many Hispanics. We just got to focus on the Hispanic vote.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't enough of them.
So there's 40 million people in California. Black people make up 5% of the population. Now you can say that most of them, maybe you can say half of them is illegal. Maybe 15 million people in California is illegal. Maybe that's what Jonathan is saying. So they can't vote. Is that what I'm getting, Jonathan?
Los Angeles got a black mayor. Kamala Harris come out of California.
No, I'm not saying black people don't have power, but I'm saying 5% of the population, bro. Come on.
But that's a lot of people, man.
That's a lot of people. Yeah, 2 million is a lot, but that's out of 40 million.
They're coming out of
you know what?
They're coming out of the Bay Area, bro.
Let me say it like this, right? You know, when you look at a population of people, you look at the population of people who can vote. And then when you look at that population of people who can vote, right? That's how you separate. You don't look at pure numbers because there's a lot of children in California. You expect them to vote too?
But not the 2 million. All 2 million of the black people can vote too, Jonathan. You realize that, right? So are you saying what is okay? I'll pose the question in another way. The black voting population in California. Maybe that'll give us a clearer number. We can do that.
Yeah, you do that one.
Man, how the hell we get on this topic? What do we? Hell.
I don't know, but fellas, it's been late. It's been Dollar Bill wants to come on. Yeah, I thought I was going to bed, but okay.
Oh shit, you got dollars.
Kyler, you ain't going to bed yet. Dollar Bill's back.
I know. I ain't gonna be up here too long, man. So
Yeah, you gotta stay up here longer.
I'll let y'all do the after show thing. You know.
They gonna talk about New York all night. The old New York, man. Old New York, man.
Ah, Dollar Bill really coming up.
We call
Oh,
it
you just
the
jealous,
time
man.
machine. Oh, back in New York, man.
You just
Oh,
jealous,
back
man,
in
Jamal.
56
Jamal,
in New York. Oh man. They gonna try to make like New York was this haven. You know what I mean?
It was, man. It was heaven.
I'm talking about New York, man.
Yo, but back in 73 in New York, time machines, man. They ain't doing that shit now. New York ain't doing that shit now.
What's up, Dollar Bill?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing tonight?
What up, Dollar?
What's happening?
What's up?
Early in the morning, man.
We're talking about eugenics tonight.
Okay, Jonathan, the black voting population is 7.8%.
Topic, Elvis.
No,
man.
I just want to look it up. I just want to come back and give it 7.8%. Hispanic is 29.6% of the voting population.
I don't even know what this topic. How do we get all the way over here?
And I
This is
bet
from
you the
Lucy
majority
Berkeley,
of Hispanics
Elvis
2021.
going on just trying to go off
Now,
numbers.
Elvis, I like that. I like that you brought that up. Now, do you think that black population can get work done in California? Yes or no?
Yeah, in certain key areas where they're the majority and they have a political influence, yes, for sure.
Why you make it seem like that black people in California have no power?
My point was, you guys are a minority of the voting population there.
We're a minority in the country.
That means
No,
we're the swing
we were
vote.
speaking specifically in California. Just listen to what I'm saying. Well, Jonathan was saying that he's going to sink the Democratic Party in California. That's what I'm saying. You're voting. Your voting percentage is 7.8%.
Okay, Elvis.
That's what I'm saying.
Elvis. Now, let me help you understand, though, right? See, Democrats like to blame Republicans for everything. Well, Republicans are the reason why we couldn't pass this. Republicans are the reason why we couldn't get this done. Well, we say, okay, we'll make an example out of the Democrats by going through the ballot initiative. We'll have a law. The initiative says we want reparations to be paid. You can't blame the Republicans anymore. Now it's on the California liberal voters to go ahead and vote for it. We're going to say we don't want qualified immunity in the state. Now it's on the liberals in the state to vote for it. It's one thing to blame the governor. It's one thing to blame the senators. We're putting this on the power of the voters to go and make the decisions now. And if the liberal voters don't support it,
what happens
then we
then
can
if they don't
sink
pass
the
it?
Democrats, period, because all the other black people are going to see, wait a minute. It's one thing to, and we're going to go around the country. It's one thing to say, the governor didn't support it. The senators didn't support it. They couldn't put it on a bill. We put it before the voters of California.
And if it's going to hurt the state, it's not something that's going to benefit the state. They're not going to pass it. Even if they agree with you ideologically, they're not going to pass it.
Now, this is the thing, right? When they did that thing, everyone tried to blame it on the black people, the California Black Caucus. They said that the Black Caucus didn't want to put it on the floor.
Was it the city council that voted on it or voted against it?
Leftists, ain't they leftists?
They're supposed to be leftists.
Was it a city council, Jonathan,
is,
that voted against it, right? It was in Los Angeles County, right? And the city council voted against it, right? I guess it was diverse. There were black.
We're talking about the state government.
Even if they did, Newsom he was gonna shoot that shit down anyway, man.
Right, because you're talking about real money, and that's money out of
that's the political niggas. So what? All the money that they spend on everything else and everybody else.
Newsom don't give a fuck. He wasn't gonna fucking cooperate.
Exactly, but Bantu, when you put it on a ballot initiative, it's up for the voters to decide, not a politician anymore.
Yeah, I know.
And so what I want is the voters to fuck up, and then there's no excuse anywhere. There's no Republican, there's no politician.
That's going to be a statewide initiative, Jonathan, where the entire state can vote on it.
Statewide initiative.
So you trust that the whites and the Hispanics are going to vote in favor of reparations for black people?
They're never going to.
I trust that they'll vote against.
Right.
And I want.
So then, how can you win that vote if they're the majority of the voting population?
You got diehard leftists like Elvis. It's never going to matter, man.
I'm just asking, reasonable questions, bro. I'm not
Elvis,
saying
I'm telling Jonathan. You
right
dealing
because
with
you're 7.8% of the population.
Elvis.
The other
dealing with
people
Elvis, you
Democrats
gotta
are the
acting like
understand.
majority.
Elvis.
Elvis, they
In the
might.
world of
What Jonathan, Elvis, what
strategy,
Jonathan is trying to say is he's going to put enough pressure on them, right, so he can see. Well, look, liberals, they don't want to pass reparation. It also, what Jonathan is doing, which is smart, it also can move the Democratic Party. It's like, oh shit, we didn't sign this, right? Maybe we need to move this way, just like the Democrats moved on student loans. That wasn't a Biden position.
What is
Until
the
Bernie
principle
said,
of
hold on.
what is the principle of democracy,
Until
bro?
Bernie said, hold on. Until Bernie Sanders, who lost the election, right, moved the party that way. That's what Jonathan trying to say. That's how power is
I'm just
done in
telling you,
America.
one of the biggest principles of democracy is what? Majority rules.
No, it's not
Majority
always
rules.
about majority.
You're
Bernie Sanders didn't win the
7.8% of the
majority, but he
population.
moved the party, Elvis.
hey, y'all
The
know
He
what?
other
moved the
group of people are
party
not going
without
to
being
vote
a
in your
majority.
interest.
Elvis. I like that you keep saying that shit. What's the population? What's the
Yeah,
percentage
you
of
can
gay
move the
people in
party without being a
California?
majority. What is Elvis talking about? Yeah.
You think gay people are the majority in California?
They're not giving them money. They're giving them rights. It's cheaper to give people rights than to give them money,
Oh, come
Jonathan.
on,
Let's
Elvis.
be
They
wise.
moved the
You
party.
know
That's
that.
why they moved the
If you're
party.
giving
Elvis, that's the
somebody
same thing
rights or
Jonathan is
giving them
doing.
certain privileges that have nothing to do with your
Elvis,
They
brother.
pocketbooks,
moved
I
the
people will
love you.
easily
In
party.
give
terms
that.
of
They
strategy,
moved the
you ain't
party,
there.
yo.
I'm saying, Jonathan,
You
you're
a
telling
go
me that
along to
giving
get along,
somebody the
nigga.
right to do
You
something,
can't be a
Yeah,
strategist at the
he's
table.
not an honest
that's
nigga, man.
fine. Giving
He's like
somebody
a.
the right to do something and giving them hundreds, if not
But
tens
the
of billions of
gays
dollars, the
moved the
same thing.
party. They moved the party a certain direction.
You're
Elvis,
not.
that's what he's
I
trying to
get you. I
say.
get what you're saying, Jamal.
Yeah.
A man giving you $100 billion is not the same as saying you have the right to be
This
married.
is where
You have
college.
the right to be this.
This is where
But
That's a
you may
college
not
difference.
see a 100
Afristan.
million.
This
Go
is
ahead.
where college Afristan organizations going to get a lot of recruits.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I'm in
This is where
favor
it's
of
going
it.
to get
If
the
you're
recruitment
unhappy in California,
because
go to Africa and build your
because
Afristan. That's fine. But I'm telling you realistically, Jonathan, you know this. Hispanics are not going to vote in favor of giving black people reparations.
No,
Majority of
but
whites are not going to
it
vote
can
in
move the
favor of it.
party. It's not about the
That's
Hispanics.
what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
against it
first of all,
personally. I want
they
black people to
don't
get
move political
reparations, but in
people
a
like that.
state where you're less than 10% of the voting population, you're not going to get it passed. That's all.
Elvis.
Are you saying you can get it
I
passed, Jonathan? Is
want
that
you to
your
come
argument
up
that
with
you
a
can get it passed?
strategy. I want you to come up with a strategy to make black people so disenchanted with America.
Oh, so that's
Come
your
up with a
strategy
strategy,
to
and on the
show
next
black people
show,
that other people are not in their interest. You don't think black people know that, Jonathan?
Elvis would never come up with no strategy like that. Come on,
he
man.
can't.
He loud.
I know, but
No,
come
that's
on,
fine.
Elvis,
I'm
you
not
gotta be.
strategic. I get it.
You can't be
But the
that damn
point that
dumb.
you're trying to make is that you are going to do something to tell black people that look at this. These liberals, Hispanics, these liberal whites, they're not in your interest. So from now on, vote against them.
We got to. Sometimes, Elvis. Sometimes people be dumb. Sometimes you gotta show people drastic shit to show them, hey, nigga, you see how dumb you are. You don't
People
think
vote on
wait a minute now.
people
You
vote on
don't
things
think.
that they
Hold on,
benefit
Elvis.
from, Jonathan.
You don't think that Tariq Nasheed or anybody else who's been advocating against Kamala, you don't think that they had any influence? That they pulled some people over from the Democratic Party to be like, hold on, fuck these people. Lie, Elvis.
What you're talking about? What, in California or on a national level?
In California and on a national level.
Right, he pulled people away from her, but she won California. She got all of the
we want to do the official
electoral
slaughter.
votes, so she didn't lose anything.
We want to do the official
Elvis,
slaughter.
do you think how much of the population you think trans represent in this country or California or any state?
I hope you heard the point that I made.
No, I'm saying
Giving people rights is cheaper than giving them
money.
money.
Do you agree that trans are kind of like overrepresented in this Kamala?
I get all of that, bro. Yes, trans are less than maybe 1% of the population in any given state.
What Jonathan is saying is what he's doing, he's going to move the party in a certain direction. You don't
But
have
that's what
to
I'm
be the
saying.
majority
If you're
all the
talking
time,
policy,
bro.
I get it, right? If you're talking policy, I get it.
But that's
But
a
you're talking
policy. That's a
reparation in the
policy.
form
Reparations is a
of
policy.
monetary compensation.
But
That's a
reparations
whole
is a
nother ballgame. You got to be smart enough to understand that.
Reparations is a policy. You agree, right?
You're going to get monetary compensation. You're not getting
but it's a
best wishes. You're getting
policy,
money.
right? It's a policy.
No, it's a policy that has to do with giving people
I know what I
money.
find is crazy, right? Every year California finds a way to blow billions of dollars.
Yeah, this is crazy. You just say you don't. Let's say you don't want blacks to get reparations. That's what you
That's
said.
not true.
That's what that
That's
shit
not
sounds
true.
like.
I'm not even voting. If I was there, I'd vote in favor of it. The point I'm making is you expect 75 or 80% of non-blacks to vote to give you money, and that's going to exclude them from getting any kind of money back. You know how this country is. They're not going to vote
Wait
for
a
your
minute.
interest.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Elvis, you said the Democrats were progressive.
That's what I keep saying to you, Jonathan.
So they
Monetary,
not
giving somebody
progressive.
money. It's cheaper to give
They
people
not progressive.
rights, but
You know what,
it's more expensive to give people money.
Kyla, I'm gonna need you to allow me to bring on one of my young comrades to come on this show and talk about shit like this. That's why I want intellectual niggas on the platform to come talk. I know a 19-year-old that could cook you better than I
Hey,
can even
Jonathan,
try.
I'm not saying I'm smart, bro.
And it's
I'm
so
just making
bad.
my points.
It's so
I'm just
bad,
making my
Elvis.
points.
It's so bad, Elvis. This is how you actually go out there. You actually, you try to change people's mind, right? You ever see those videos in which white liberals, they'll be on college campuses and they always ask, would you give your spot up in order to make things right for someone that did get in because of a race-based situation? And every single time they always say no, but they think that everything should be equal. That's the thing, Elvis.
Okay, Jonathan, I get your point, right? I'm not claiming to be smart. I'm just going to ask everybody. I'm going to ask everybody on the panel a question, right?
The liberals aren't racist, nigga. I'm saying yes, the fuck they are.
Jonathan, one second. I'm going to ask everybody on the panel.
100% hardcore against the
Do
liberals.
you guys think that the majority of people in California will vote for reparations for black people?
That's not.
That's a yes or no.
That's a no, but that's not
of
the point.
course. That's the point I'm making. That's my point. My point is the
how do we
majority
get
is not going to vote
eugenics
for it.
to reparations?
You're leaving that out.
Dollar Bill, you know how this shit go. We talk about everything.
White people are not giving black
want to talk
people
about reparations. I don't even think there's space for
under no
reparations.
circumstances.
Dollar Bill,
Yeah,
Dollar Bill.
whether they're liberals or
Dollar
conservative,
Bill.
they're not giving
Dollar
reparations.
Bill.
They
I
exclude
run the
them.
border.
That's all.
Hold on, let me explain it. Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill.
How to expose
I run a
these
voting
liberal-
organization in the Bay Area, right?
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
And we use that voting organization to get black people to work together, do business together, and prepare for a day that we're going to separate from the United States of America. But we're trying to do so en masse, right? And we want to show people you got a 100% turn against the Democratic Party and turn against liberals. They're all the same. There's no greater way to show that, because white people, liberals like to say, we can't get anything done because of the Republicans. We can't get anything done because of this and that. Well, nigga, we're going to put it on the voters. So we can't blame a particular politician. You can't blame a particular senator. We're going to put it all on the voters and then let the voters decide. And while we're doing that, we're going to go ahead and prepare people. If the voters say
Jonathan,
no,
politics is based on interest, usually shared interest, right?
I understand
If
what
you
you're saying.
exclude the majority of the people and it's
he's
not in
trying
their
to
interest,
show-
they're going to vote against it.
What
That's all.
what he's trying to show is that for black people in this country, the last stand for them is reparations, right? And so he's trying to explain to you that if he shows this, that white people, especially the people who are supposed to be progressive and liberal, are against reparations, then everybody's against reparations. And he's trying to use that as a catalyst to say, then we need to consider the Afristan. Is that what you're saying, Jonathan?
100%.
Awesome.
Right, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. But he's saying Democrats, right? He's saying that this is the Democrat thing. He's going to
Elvis, you
expose
said
the
the
Democrat.
Republicans was racist.
No, you telling me if you do that same thing in Alabama, they'll vote for it? If you do that in Oregon, they'll vote for it?
What, brother?
He's telling you what
the most liberal state in the nation.
Exactly.
Now, if
The
you
model
say,
of
if you
liberalism
Democrats, you
is
liberals
that
say
place,
the
California
Republicans
and
are
Boston.
racist, the conservatives are racist,
New York,
they ain't
too.
gonna do anything. Well, bitch, we gonna put it on you.
Yeah, New York comes in
Not on the politicians, but on the voters, the liberal voter base. You decide. And if you guys say we don't deserve it, despite complaining about how we need to make DEI, affirmative action, we got to do all of these things. But if you don't want to correct the wrongs that you know that your ancestors did, then fuck you and your ancestors, bitch. We rather have our own country.
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
but we
Well,
already
was
at that
eugenics?
point.
Yeah,
Did
New York. I don't
eugenics?
think New York is all that
Carla
liberal too, but that's a whole other conversation. New York State, that's a whole other
Did Carla
conversation.
show to you guys the eugenics? Did he
New
answer
York
Frenchie's
is
question?
ground zero, as far as I'm
Man,
concerned.
did you see Daniel Penny got off, right? You think it? You don't think New York is all that
I'm
liberal as you
sorry,
think
what'd
it
you
is?
say, Dr. Bill?
Well,
I'll
I'm just
argue that
saying.
California is more liberal than New York.
Yeah.
Eugenics,
California is way more liberal than New York.
Eugenics and racism is basically based on the fact that white people feel that they're going to somehow be exterminated, and that our existence on the planet, okay, is threatening them. So they try to use it in form of all kinds of things like climate control. They get up these movies like this guy named Jenkins that writes the movie The Da Vinci Code. All of this about resetting, about global warming, and how what and the irreparable damage that we're doing. All of these things are code words for we have to exterminate the black people before they exterminate us. And so what we must do is control them. We have to be able to get on the vaccines. We have to do anything that we can do ultimately to kill them, because they're preventing the way of life, our way of life. And eventually they're going to get around to Africa.
You against vaccines?
Yeah, eventually they're going to get around to Africa. They're already in Africa saying,
Yeah, they
first it
already
was
been
the animals. First it was the
Africa,
animals.
AIDS,
We got to protect the
Ebola,
animals.
all kind
We
of
got to
shit.
protect the environment. We can't
They
allow certain things to
got
happen.
into popular culture, right? Remember the movie back in '70, Invasion of the Body Snatchers? Remember that?
Oh yeah, yeah.
All these
And they're doing it.
psychological
Soylent Green,
movies
remember?
Yeah, all these movies they send
It's
signals out, about
another disease in the Congo called Disease X now.
wow.
Now, why would the white man do that, y'all? Y'all making the white man like he's Thanos now. Come on.
Hold on. There was a movie
he's
that
doing
came
that
out in
because-
the '70s called Three the Hard Way.
Come
Remember
on.
that? Dollar Bill?
Well, think about this. We remember Three the Hard Way about the water system. See, what people don't seem to understand, white people look at this world as a place that they could take over and conquer. And if they could just eliminate all of us, they
White
could
man's
live the
not
perfect
white man.
land, perfect life
demon.
on the planet. Right? And this is why the Asian man isn't fighting with them, because the Asian man understands that. He understands that, that his way of life, his very existence, threatens white people. And so he's trying to rush to become a superpower. Everybody's trying to become a superpower except, I'm not going to say tonight because, somebody's going to say, hey, when you come on this platform, all you do is bash, you know who. But you know what I'm talking about. Right, so the liberals and the Republicans.
Say it, John. Dollar Bill. The Africans.
Say it, man.
They're
Say it,
retarded.
man.
They're stupid. Say
Go on.
it. Say it. That's what you want to say. Because all of your conversation ends right to that point. That's all you do. You start with one place and you drag all the way right back to the Africans not being able to do anything.
I
That's
didn't
all.
say one word. I didn't say one word.
Well, you went there.
Man.
You went
when
there.
y'all say Asians, be
We give you
specific.
3
Y'all
minutes to
talking about
talk, and you
China.
went right back there. That's what it is. That's why I don't like.
And when
You
y'all
can
say
never avoid
Asians,
that
just
topic.
say
You always
China,
go back
because
to
that's
it.
all y'all talking about. That's the only country y'all talking about is China. But go ahead.
All I said was China. I didn't say one word. I didn't say nothing about Africans. I just said
I ain't see no China man on the platform that's going to push back on you except the African.
Everybody knows that they're trying to exist, except for some other people who refuse to exist because they want to hold on to certain things. We're gonna clutch this thing, and I
There
don't
you
care
go back. We got to put our culture in a museum. It's the same talking point every night,
how
Dollar Bill.
backwards it is. I'm gonna pump. Did you see that I gave you tonight, Carla? I sent you that stuff about this nurse lady who likes to cook all this crazy food. Did you get that, Carla? I sent it to you.
I saw that. What you call? You sent me a thing where there's a social network I joined.
Yeah, that was another one. That was another one. That was another one that I had joined. But this other one was the one that I sent you from YouTube about this particular lady, And no matter how people pump and promote, we're gonna run our culture. Do you remember, Carla, about Typhoid Mary? Do you remember who? Well, the story of Typhoid Mary was a lady who had she was what she would do, typhoid, like not it's like the disease. Typhoid is a disease. Some people said it just grew in her body. And she was a lady, no matter what she touched, it was contagious. Matter of fact, you heard her name was Typhoid Mary. And they had to, even when she died, okay, they had to isolate her body because the stuff that was growing out of her body was so contagious that she was like a human breathing biological warfare. And they found out that people were dying of this typhoid flu, but it's because she was working in the cafeteria. Let me see if I can drum it up for a minute, okay? And then I already got something up there I wanted you to play later about this brother, because I heard you guys talk about the Afristan. So I said, let me jump in, because this guy, have you ever heard of him? His name is Jay. He bought some land in Ghana. Could you guys take a look at it for a second, Colin?
Jay bought some land in Sierra Leone.
Nah, this guy, he bought this land in Ghana. I don't know if he bought something in Sierra Leone before, but he just bought some land in Ghana. Could you play it for a minute? His name is Jay's Life Out Loud.
What happened? He got scammed out the land?
No, I didn't say he got scammed. Check it out for a minute. And you guys tell me what you think about his argument and how it relates to the topic tonight.
Let's see.
When you talked about Afristan.
Hey, Dollar Bill, this was the question earlier. Did you hear? Is eugenics a tool? I mean, is abortion clinics a tool of eugenics?
We back on abortion. Come on.
No, I was asking them that question.
Definitely.
Okay. Definitely.
I seen this guy years ago. I've seen him play stuff. I've seen this guy years ago. He's been going back and forth for years to Ghana.
Yeah, he's a young dude.
Yeah.
And
where the chat at, Dollar Bill? Where's it at?
Hold on. He reminds me of Big Black for some reason.
He reminds you of Big Black?
So basically, he got good some projects off the ground over there.
Hear it out and have this talk. So what's on my mind today is that there is a group of people, and I'm included in this group.
It's part of Sable.
And within this group,
he African. Ain't he African?
No, he's African American.
Right. Wife said it ended up being a leaf that was stopped.
We're all African.
But there is a group of us.
Nah, y'all African. I ain't African. Y'all African.
And I honestly don't know how big or how small this group is. I can say this. I know it's probably over 100 of us or more. I'm assuming it's much more than I can even imagine. Much, much more. So this group of people are a special group of people. This group of people, they had a certain vision in mind. Lord, help me get this out right. They had a certain vision in mind. They had a dream. They had a way out of, I guess, as Rick from Bag Families always says, Babylon. They had a dream on how to get out. And they saw a way out. They either knew somebody that had moved to the continent or went to the continent, or they knew somebody off a video or Facebook video, YouTube video, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it may be. And they had this vision for their life to have a much more relaxed life. Now, all these people I'm talking about, they're melanated people. So they share a common bond with each other, no matter where they are. And this common bond is wanting to be just them, without racism, without being bothered, harassed, shot, killed, strangled, or whatever it is. I don't know why I just opened that part. But this group of people, they share one thing in common. And the thing that they have in common is that all these people purchase land. They purchase land with the intent on building, with the wholehearted intent on building. Heart set on it, mind set on it. But within purchasing land, depending on their economic state, how much capital they have set aside, the first goal was just to get the land. So we did. Some of us did our due diligence. Some of us just went with, damn, you swinging around corners. Some of us just went with the first thing that came through. Some of us went with our with the discernment that the Lord has given us. And we chose the best person that we knew how to go through to buy land. Once purchasing said land, there is a feeling of you happy, you're happy, you're ecstatic, you're happy, you jumping for joy inside. You've done something monumental. You've done something that nobody in your family has done. You bought some land back in your home country, where you from, your home continent, whatever country it may be, out of the 54. You chose to buy that land because you wanted freedom. You wanted to get out. You wanted more. So now the land is purchased and the excitement is there. There comes a period where you have to say, what now? Now, that's if you're serious about this thing. It's going to hit you. What now? What do I do now? So you may contact the person that you bought the land from, or, you may contact other people you may have watched their videos or came across or met or interacted with in some way, shape, fashion, or form. Now you're looking into building. The sticker price may shock you. The sticker price may put you in a zone of right back where you were before you purchased the land. Feeling stuck, feeling no hope. How do I do this? How am I going to manage this? How am I going to put this together? Okay, if I put this over here, this money over here, and then if I work a couple of hours, or maybe if I cash my 401k in, I may have to quit this job to cash my full 401k in, and then go over here to do this and start over there at a new job. I might have to sell my home to build another home where I really want to be. I may have to get side jobs. You know, I may have to do Uber. I may have to do Lyft. I might have to do DoorDash, delivering packages, products that I'm selling, whatever it may be, to get this dream accomplished. But even having the money is not even 25% of the problem.
Jamal.
See, now
Okay,
you
can we
have the
stop here?
problem of,
Can we
I
stop
have the
here?
money.
Yeah.
I need
Can
the
we
job
stop?
done.
Right.
Yeah. Who is this guy, man? Come on.
All right, his name is Jay.
A lot of people are not too bright. They get,
No,
Yeah,
but what I'm
he
trying
ain't
to say
sharp.
is,
they go on
it's
their
like
emotions. They go on their emotions.
I'm
It's
looking at
like,
this,
they
right? And I'm
romanticize the
saying
continent, man. Land don't mean
these
shit in Africa. Y'all know that,
these
right?
these
Y'all
are
know
black
Anybody
people.
get land in
don't have value
Africa.
like that.
Oh,
That's the
hold on one
easiest.
second, gentlemen. Hold on one second. This is an important information because we can't say one thing without saying the other. So these people are definitely people who feel like they need to get out of America. They look at what happened with Tuskegee. They look at the
What age
microaggressions
are
that
they?
I
What
was
age
talking
are they? What
about.
age are they? What age?
Well, I mean, there are people from all types of ages. I'm just
Nah.
trying to
It
say,
seemed like they was older. It seemed like, so
no,
how you
he's not a new
explaining it?
guy.
He
He's
said
not an old
pensions.
guy.
No, ain't
No,
no
he
young people
said
with
no.
pensions leaving.
No,
Yeah,
that's not what he said. No, that's not what. Who's this?
No, I said I'm
This is
listening to him. He said the guys with pension. The people on his tour, he said they got pension.
He said, do you have to take your money out of your
That's
401k
Jamal.
plan?
Dollar bill. That's
But he was
Jamal.
explaining
All
older
right,
people.
Jamal.
That's what he's
So
explaining.
Jamal, it's
Go
not
ahead.
older people. He's talking about. He's not an old guy. I think he's like in his 40s, maybe late 40s. He's not a guy in his 50s or 60s. He's only like in his. He's a married guy. Him and his wife. He's got a job
Dollar
here in
bill.
America.
He played his video to try to get at me.
Huh? I'm not trying. Elvis, it's not about you, bro. Man, please cut the noise. I ain't thinking about trying to get at you.
You want to talk shit about Africa? The Africans is this. The Africans is that. We
Come
don't want
on,
you to
man.
have land. All of that shit.
This is
No,
has
he ain't
nothing.
hear what he's going with this. I want to hear what he's going with.
I didn't
Go
say
ahead,
nothing. This has nothing to do with
Go
that.
ahead, Dollar bill. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, he's saying he's one of these people. He's looking at eugenics. He's looking at police brutality. He's looking at mass incarceration. And he's saying, listen, I want to get out. I want to go back home to Africa. I'd rather be around my people. You know, we talked about this desire to be around people who look like us. And
He African?
He's an African American. He's an African American.
No,
okay.
I'm saying is he like Ghanaian or something or
no? He's not.
I know he kept
he's
saying
an
home. Okay,
he's
all right,
an African American, just like you.
Okay, he's a Black American.
Okay.
You're saying? Okay, all right, cool.
Whatever.
What's so hard of saying Black?
Because you want to
American?
get to semantics, man. Stop with the drama, please.
I'm asking.
Because I'm not calling myself.
Nah,
Anyway,
he might be Ghanaian. I need to know this. Is he Ghanaian? Is he going back home?
He's an African American.
All right.
When you say African American, it means Black America. You know, when you say if it's a Ghanaian, you say Ghanaian American.
That's why I asked Dollar Bill. That's why I asked him.
If you say African American, he means Black America. You know,
I said just like you. Are you a Ghanaian American?
Point. Quit putting it off.
All right, so let's get to the point. So the point is, he's looking at all of this history that Colin presented tonight, right? And he's saying he wants to get out. And he goes to Ghana and he purchases land. So now he has this land and he has a dilemma, right? And the reason we say this is because people are having these problems because they haven't thought everything out. So he's going back and forth in his mind and he's saying the first initial stage is euphoria, right? I've been able to do something. I own some land outright, right? That I don't have to, I pay very little taxes on, but I own outright. Now, the second phase is I got to have money for construction. The third phase is, what am I going to do here to make me money so I'm able to sustain myself and my family in a place where I don't even speak the language? This is what's going on. And I don't know how many countries in Africa as people discover Africa over and over again, right? So when we talk about an Afristan, okay, and a desire to have an Afristan as an alternative to America, we have to look at all of the things that we need. Okay, it's not just about purchasing land; it's about being able to develop that land, secure that land, where nobody can just walk in your house and knock you over the head because you got $2,000 hanging around. Okay, you got to be able to secure yourself, right? That's one. The third one is, what kind of communities are you going to be building? Are you going to be out there in a mansion, okay, building horizontal in the middle of the hood? That means you're a target. You're standing out, right? You already don't speak the language. You don't know the culture. So what we're saying is there's a mental illness going on, right? And people are taking everything that they know and they're throwing it out the window because they haven't, and I'm not angry with them. I understand their desire, right, to want to be free. Every man wants to be free. There's nothing wrong with people wanting to be free. But the people are throwing out the baby along with the bathwater, right? You're going to a place that you don't know anything about. You're going to a place where you can't speak the language. You're going to the place where, if you're lucky enough, think about what he's talking about doing. Liquidating his pension, his 401k plan. Most people in private organizations don't have a pension. They have 401k plans. They take his 401k plan and liquidate that. Or he takes his house and sells his house. There was a brother who did that out there in the Gambia. He was from California, and he had a house out there. You know, it was worth a lot of money. He liquidated his house and went to the Gambia and started a business. This is what's going on. Because people will say, what do you need an Afristan for? Why can't we just go out and, and buy ourselves a piece of land and live off the land and farm and be like, like Gilligan on the Gilligan's Island? Well, tell them why, Colin. Tell them what's been going on with these people.
You need infrastructure, It has to be planned out. It seems to me, something when I really start understanding about how BS everybody is in black, I noticed something, right? In America, right, black people talk all this union stuff, but as soon as they get to the continent, all that goes out the door. Everybody's an individual. What happened to Ubuntu? I want to see Baruti take his Ubuntu message to Ghana and get the black people that's over there start working together, Ubuntu, it'll be like the pins and needles and pins thing. Like, get that. I sent you that, man. You like that, man, Ralph?
Yeah, I love it. I love the honeymoon.
He goes, pins and needles, movie. Just shut up. That's how the Ubuntu is, pins and needles and pins. When not Ubuntu man's a man wins, Bottom line is this: we gotta get to the point where we're saying, I don't know what it is. When black people get over to Africa, they're like, I'm a free. They don't want to hear nothing nobody got to say. Everybody's on their own. Look at the Bag family. Just say, look, we don't have nothing to do with no other aspect. That's a shame, isn't it?
That's
we
crazy.
Don't have nothing. We don't have
They
nothing.
say that?
Yeah, they said that. He said we don't have nothing to do
Niggas.
with any other black people in here. They were sending a message to the Gambian government. So whatever they're into, we's ain't into it. We're not. Damn, they just we's ain't doing we's good niggas. And I say you might
we's
be
cool over here.
But I said, but I think they right though, Colin. They kind of right though.
No, but then this whole thing is they know they're only doing that because they got dirt themselves.
No.
How can they be right?
No, I'm tell you why they right.
They some African American tethers.
Remember Amin Ra? Amin Ra
was a friend of mine.
Right. Listen,
I knew
listen,
Amin Ra
Dollar
personally.
Bill. He said, listen, Dollar Bill. when he said this 7 years ago, 6 years ago, right? He said, "Come as an individual, man. All that group stuff, nah. You got to come as an individual, learn the course and all that, right?" I disagreed with him 6 years ago. I thought he was a fool, but now as I see, he was right. Because when you go as a group, right? Hold on.
Listen.
First of all, you're going as a
I
group.
love and honor, respect my brother's memory, but he was not right.
He was a good brother. Because what's going on, Dollar Bill? People are going over there homeless. People going over there in groups.
Oh, that's
homeless.
why you have groups. You go over there in groups.
No. Hold on. Borrowing from one another. Oh man, let me get the sugar over here. Going there homeless, bro.
You don't think
they're
people
going over there
from each
homeless.
other?
They don't have a lot of money. Hold on, let's be honest. Hold on. The cream of the crop. Hold on.
That's why we said back in the day. You know what's up?
The cream of the crop of Black America is not going over there. The cream of the crop. I'm talking about our brightest are not going. The dusties are going over there.
Hold
so Amara was right.
And I support the dusties going over there. Go over there, dusties. We'll support you.
Black America went to Liberia.
I'm a who?
No, I'm talking about in 2024. We're not talking about 200 years ago. I'm talking about 2024. You gotta look at the young boys that's going to boys that going to Tanzania. A lot of them guys got mental illness, man. The girl that got stuck in East Africa, mental illness, man. Like I said, Amara was right. You gotta go as an individual because you do that group stuff. All y'all gonna be relying on each other. Y'all going over there with no government help.
Y'all
going over there with no U.S. government backing.
And then be getting mad when motherfuckers getting their asses
having a support system is always better than going out there alone,
Jamal, I knew Amin Ra, and you're not telling the truth. Amin Ra was trying to build a community for us to come over there, okay? And
I'm talking about his last speech. I'm not talking about that. Yeah, everybody tried to build
the Amin Ra,
but he said come as an individual. If you listen to the last 2 years,
but he wants people. He was gathering, but he had gathered people. You're not telling the complete truth.
No, Dollar Bill. You're not going to switch what he said.
I know Amin Ra, bro. I don't care. You saw him on the thing,
bro.
I had conversations with Amin Ra.
But I'm mentioning him. I'm mentioning him.
Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, you misrepresented.
Amin Ra said we should go to Africa as an individual.
Go as individual.
Amin Ra happened to leave 22 years ago, maybe 26 now.
Is he still? Is he still in Africa?
He passed away during COVID.
He passed away a few years ago.
And the reason, excuse me, Amin Ra
He
was
died
a
in
California
Africa?
cat.
He died in Kenya.
Yeah, he died in that.
Health issues.
He had some health issues. I
And his
don't know,
last
to
words
me,
was
it's
go
kind of
as an
suspect
individual.
because he
That was
was a
his
great
last
big. Anyway, Amin
That was
Ra.
his last words on the deathbed. Go as an individual.
As last year, he was like, go as all that group stuff. No. Come as an individual.
Jamal, stop the cap, bro. Go to Africa with a support system. Go in a group if you can afford to do it, and help each other until you.
It's in Africa. Yes.
Jamal.
But you're going as an individual.
Yo, hold on. Tell us about Lucy, Jamal. They gave us.
No, hold on, Kyla. You got to take this as a win. Kyla, you got to take that as a win. What Jamal's saying, because you said that Black America is not a nation. We're not a people. And that only shows that Kyla is right. If y'all niggas want to go to Africa as individuals, you stupid.
First of all, most Black Americans ain't going to Africa. Most Black Americans ain't going to Africa.
The ones that are going. The ones that are going.
We were talking about
so far
Jamal.
few in between.
Jamal,
many ain't going. Many ain't going to Africa.
But Jamal,
Dollar Bill, you never even been to Africa. Hold on, Dollar Bill. You never even been to Africa at your age.
Jamal, relax, bro. Don't make it too personal. Let's not fight. Relax.
But Jamal, he loves Africa. No, he never been. So y'all know the average person ain't going to Africa.
Once you hit the ground, they can never say it to you again.
Yeah. Dollar Bill never been to Africa.
Exactly.
Yeah, you said now, man. Wait till he goes, man.
That's all he got against me when I hit the ground.
Yeah, you never even been to Africa.
Hey, Dollar Bill, man.
Hey, Dollar Bill, go to the Cayman Islands first, brother. Let me give you some advice.
Take the time.
Go to the Cayman Islands.
Dollar, I'm gonna buy you a random ass ticket to Africa just so you can go there, stay for 2 days, and come back.
Anyway,
you romantic.
Jamal, you said
I've been out of America several times.
You with me. You ever been
Hey, I'm gonna play my African card. If you never been to the continent, just mute up, man. If you never been, just mute up.
Oh, see,
I'm start pulling that card.
Yeah, you have been African card. Jamal,
just mute up, man. Shit.
Jamal, how many
you went to
countries
the
you been to
continent?
in Africa?
Where did you go,
I've been
Jamal?
to 2 countries. Yeah, I've been to 2 countries.
You went
Rwanda.
to
Oh,
raggedy.
that's
It was
good. Well,
Jamal
Tyler,
who went on that trip in Rwanda with
Wait,
Hullum,
hold on
and
now.
then they got
I want to hear
scared
what
of
country.
the animals.
You went to
Rwanda and
Rwanda. Where
Tanzania.
else?
Dar es Salaam.
Dar es Salaam. Okay.
Dar es
Dar es
Salaam,
Salaam.
Tanzania.
you didn't
And
even go see
Arusha.
Kilimanjaro. You went to
I was in
Tanzania.
Arusha.
Didn't even.
I was in
You didn't even.
Arusha. I ain't go to
It's in
Kilimanjaro.
Arusha.
Nah, I didn't
Yeah,
want
you
to do
didn't
that.
even
Did
go
you
up to
get you
see.
some good
I ain't
in
been,
Rwanda
I ain't been to
and
Zanzibar either.
Tanzania?
So what's your point? I ain't been to
That's what
Zanzibar
I'm
either. What's your
saying, bro.
point? I don't go to
only been
tourist
to one
spots.
place in
I
one.
don't go to tourist spots. Okay.
You
I
don't
was
go to
with the
tourist
people.
spots,
Dar es Salaam
Jamal.
is
I
a
wasn't
big
in
tourist
tourist
spot.
areas. Okay.
Jamal, stop.
Jamal,
But
you got to come to
until you
Nigeria so
land
maybe you
on
can go to
until you
Makoko
land on
together.
Africa, just
Jamal,
mute up. Some conversations, just
Jamal,
mute
stop
up,
the
man. If you
drama.
ain't never been there, just mute
Jamal,
up.
please.
Jamal,
I'm
cut
gonna
it
start
out,
pulling
man.
that card then.
Jamal,
Stop,
stop trying
Jamal.
to flex on Dollar Bill. Dollar
No,
Bill
no,
being
I'm
Liberia in
yeah, yo, I'm gonna
2026.
pull that
Jamal
God
always
card.
over
willing.
here wanting to smoke, man. Jamal always
Come
wants to
on,
smoke,
man.
What's
man.
wrong with you?
Jamal
Prince,
I
talking
think
shit
he's
come
to
up,
mad at
Dollar
me
bro.
from
Bill.
another
Stop
Come
it.
up,
stream.
Prince.
Jamal, Jamal.
I think he's mad at me from another stream. I think
Yo,
you
check
know.
this out. Dollar Bill, finish what you were saying, brother, about this guy. About this guy.
All I'm
What,
saying is this:
but he
these
so
people.
basically, I would watch the whole thing. What he say?
Yes.
Things. He's talking about a Sabo, right? So how's things going over there for him?
Well, the thing is, he's here in America because he realizes that he purchased the land, but he can't afford yet to buy the materials and to really or rely on a contractor, okay, to put it together. See, all of these things he's having a problem because he's not there. If he had the money and he was there to do the construction and oversee his project, then he'll be able to do it. But his other problem is going to come if he's able to accomplish that, right? Get past all of the crazy contractors and the prices and
People gonna rip
all of the
him off.
stuff.
Trust me,
Yeah,
he's got to
all
go
of
through
that,
that
right?
process too. It's a ritual.
Then it's a big ritual. Then after all that, he's got to have to be able to take care of himself. See, his job right now in America allows him, okay, is an allotment for him to go to Africa. But when he takes that job away, he's going to have the only thing he's going to be able to do is sell his house, right? And now if you sell your house, you're all in, right? Because you're taking money out your 401k plan. That's your pension, the building property. Now you're taking money from the house that you had. So you'll basically, you got to stay in Africa because if you come back to America, you're homeless. How are you going to then, at your age in your 40s, okay, you're going to have for the next 20 years, you're going to have to find some work, okay, until your
But
Social Security kicks in.
Dollar Bill, was he complaining about it or is he having regrets?
Well, he's not having regrets. What he's saying is his question to people and his thing was, what's next? How do I accomplish these goals? I had this desire to be in Africa. I found a place, I got the land, I secured the land, and now I'm ready to
But
build.
people have to understand, Dollar Bill, is that people, a lot of these black people in America, to be honest with you, I could tell they never really owned a house properly. They don't know how land works and stuff like that. And but what they could do, right, in Africa, a place like Ghana and whatnot, it's just instead of trying to go through all that, just friggin' like a lot of my Liberian friends, a lot of my friends got land in Liberia, but they basically what they do is they rent apartment because they say if I'm not gonna live there, why am I full time? Why am I gonna build a house? A lot of my friends are now renting. They're saying, yeah, I'm renting when that's easier. I could collect money and stuff like that. It's not big expensive when I. And then when the time comes, my boy Naya, he's building a fucking nice house in Marshall, soon, right? But he said in the meantime, right, he goes to Liberia, but he rents a spot from his friend, because it saves money, so he rents.
Yeah, people have guest houses on the highway there in Marshall.
You got a lot of,
and that's where they have income.
So
but the
bottom
thing
line
is, he's there. When you're in America and he's got people around him who he can go with as the resource. He knows prices. What this guy is saying, if I'm in America and I need a renovation done, I can go to Lowe's, I can go to Home Depot, I can go to a variety. Okay, I can get on the internet If I want a contractor to go out and do the gutters on my house, I can go to Angie's List and get 3 or 4 contractors to come in. I don't even have to go out anymore. 3 or 4 contractors, and they can give me, an assessment, and I can go with the best price, depending on
you gotta use black. You gotta use black dollar bill. The Black-owned business act.
I do
Yeah,
have a black.
Tell everybody about that black.
Right, I just got one tonight. But what I'm trying to say,
check this out, dollar bill. Check this out. The problem is this: I'm seeing a problem. Like I said, Pan-Africanism is a mental illness, right? The first thing you do when you move any place is you secure your income source. That's the first thing, or you don't go at all. Black people,
but bro, people don't understand. Running businesses in Africa is a different ball game. It's a different ball game. Just like you have money to start a business.
A lot of these people
doesn't mean you're going to be successful.
These people didn't have businesses before they went to.
Never had a business in America. They've never had a business with a payroll and stuff like that. Like I have, business is not easy, and so therefore a lot of people never ran a real business and whatnot, and they go.
You have to know your markets. You have to have the connections. Usually, you got to buy from China and bring it into the country.
You have to establish first of all what part of the supply chain are you on, right? The higher you up on the supply chain, the more likely you are to succeed. The problem is
these Negroes don't even know the language. So everything you guys are talking about is way over their head.
And also barter, right? Barter too. People do a lot of barter in Africa.
Well, how you gonna make?
If you buy something and you have a profit margin in mind, it's probably not going to be that profit margin. They're going to barter you down.
Why do they try to go to the poorest country or a country that they can't afford to live in?
With our own bank and infrastructure, I know municipal centers and whatnot. We can house our own banks and credit unions, stuff like that, or we could give out our own micro loans to people and stuff like that. We can help people. And everything like that, it's futile. We should
we could do that now.
It's futile.
But if you look at the most successful people,
you can do it. But people trying to go out, it's just like this. Like for instance, 2026, you and Bomani are throwing a tour to Liberia.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big one.
We're going to Liberia in February.
It's going to be the biggest
average mind
we ever had. Let me say this, Dollar Bill. I'm going to have people. I'm going to build that the business education conference. You're going to be part of it. It's going to be bigger than what we had, right? And we're going to basically bring this time all my people from Zambia, Angola, South Africa are going to make it in there. It's going to be big. It's going to be the biggest Pan-African event in all time. We're doing that.
Makala, people who succeed in Africa, right? People who succeed in African businesses, you have to be able to corner the market, bro. You have to be able to almost have a monopoly. That's how you succeed.
Elvis.
That's what I'm saying. You have to almost have a monopoly on it. That's why you see the Lebanese, they have a little cabal in these countries, and they all work together and bring goods in and have a little niche.
Lebanese basically got a low standard of living. They're basically they're very resourceful and everything like that.
Yeah, but they work together too. They have a cabal and they have a whole ecosystem of businessmen in that group.
Hold on, because there's already Black Americans in Africa doing way big things, right? And a lot of them get help from the United States government. Nobody wants to talk about it, but I'm gonna talk about it, right? If you look at the Black Americans that built the house, hold on. I'm talking about big level. I ain't talking about a small level buy your house stuff, right? I'm talking about big levels, right? If you look at that hospital they built in Ghana, Black Americans, African Americans that have been doing business in Africa way before us, right? Built the damn hospital. And how did they get help, Jamal? Yeah, the United States government. Look at Eugene Jackson.
Is that true? Is that true, Jamal?
Hold on. Eugene Jackson, who's doing a lot of telecommunication work in South Africa from Atlanta. The United States government helped him with those projects, right?
How?
Hold on. For y'all to leave out the United States government, it tells me y'all small-mindedness.
I want to know how the U.S. government helped them, though. Through loans?
Hold on, bro. We're not getting all that. I'm just saying. Go.
No. You can't make that statement and say we're not getting to all that. We want to know how to help them, bro.
Google the name.
America backs up. America
from Atlanta, right? He came out of the Black Chambers of Commerce in Atlanta, right? United States government. Hold on. my point is this: but if y'all don't have money, I'm talking about real money. I'm talking about money, or the Lebanese that you mentioned, Elvis. They got governments backing them, right? If y'all don't have, do it on a big
Not
level,
necessarily.
small time. Hold on. Y'all gonna be.
I mean, Jamal, you can't just ball hog the conversation. Let's interact with each other, bro. When you talk about those people got help from the U.S. government, how did they get help from the U.S. government?
Go Google it. Just Google it.
Hey, Elvis, have you ever heard of OPEC?
Yeah, the oil producing nations, right?
No, bro. OPEC.
Not OPEC, the oil producing nation. Is that a different
one? No, it's called OPEC, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. They're the ones that underwrite a lot of American business in the African continent.
But there's also OPEC, the Organization of Oil Producing Countries.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all trying to eliminate where y'all come from. Y'all got the greatest asset, and y'all don't want to use it. I don't understand that.
Jamal, you so bad, bro. Relax.
Y'all want to go. Y'all want to go there on some dusty stuff as a one-man army, and it's not going to work.
Jamal, the whole thing is though, when you use OPEC, first of all, to join OPEC, you have to be a member, right? To even submit for loans and grants and everything. You need a grant writer. And you need $5,000.
Yeah, that's not hard. Grant writer's not hard. You got AI.
Oh yeah, well, if grant writing's not so hard, like
people writing a grant is kind of difficult, bro. Not just anybody can do it, Jamal. Writing a grant, you have to have skills, and people who have a track record of writing successful grants. No, writing a grant is not hard, but writing a successful grant can be difficult, Jamal.
Grant writing is not like some rocket science.
Yeah, well, give me one.
Hold on, Jamal. You ever got a grant before?
That's not
everybody can write it, but how can you get right?
If you can't write a grant, you should not be thinking about no nation state right now.
Well, I know,
Jamal, can you write a grant? Have you got approved for a grant before, Jamal?
Stop it. Come on, y'all.
Jamal. I don't write.
The minute say AI can write a grant, I write that.
AI can write a grant. AI can
write. Can you write a grant, Jamal? That's the point. Can you write a grant?
AI can't write no damn grant, Jamal.
We're not in the Stone Age.
And just writing a grant is one thing. Having it get approved and funded is a whole nother thing.
Y'all trying to go over there naked. Get involved with the United States government. They already got Black Americans doing great things over there already. Doing major.
But Jamal, please tell us, bro, how did those guys build the hospital with the help of the U.S. government? Enlighten us.
That's not it. Jamal, those people aren't going over there with no revolutionary ideas.
Well, how you know that?
They ain't. No. If the United States government is backing them, they cooning or they ain't going no. They're not trying to build a nation like Colin.
Idea when you went to Nigeria?
They're not trying to.
No, Jonathan. When you were in Nigeria,
Jamal is on it tonight, bro.
Anything?
Yeah, I hear him.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go for it, Jamal.
Did you? You gotta start somewhere, Jonathan. That's my whole point. Being practical, not this imagination thing. It's right now. I hear a lot of imaginary shit.
Jamal, stay off the weed, bro. He's agitated.
Now with that, Jamal, do you think you need to do? You need the United States government to do help with every kind of business you do in Africa?
Not every. Of course, you want to do some small time stuff.
So the people that you brought up, one of them is building a hospital,
buy a house,
which is called.
If you want to do farming,
hold on, Jamal.
I'm talking about
one
big time, high level shit.
Making a hospital requires certain technology that the United States government has to approve.
Right there.
That hospital probably costs at least $100 million.
Requires using certain technology that the United States government has to approve.
Big,
so like medicine and stuff like that.
A little farm you want to do in your yard. Think big.
It's not a conventional hospital. What do you mean by that?
No, it's a
medical center. It's a medical center.
But it's an alternative.
Think big, Jonathan.
So it's not like where you do operations and high level medical stuff.
It's a surgical center.
So what do you mean alternative then, Dollar Bill?
It's called the Lucas.
Maybe I'm talking about another
Dollar
one.
Bill wants some dusty stuff. It's alternative medicine.
What's wrong with this dude, bro? Jamal, relax, bro. Dollar Bill, he's in a good mood tonight. He's not in a fighting mood. Relax on him, man.
I'm talking about New York, Los Angeles. I'm thinking about the whole universe. Y'all think,
bro, when you leave the United States as a private citizen, they're not giving you no backing. They're only going to back you when you run to the embassy.
Yo, Elvis, that's not.
Can you take loans from the U.S. government to do business in Africa?
Elvis, no, already African American.
Of course not. So I don't know what you mean they're supporting them. Are they getting monetary supplements from the U.S. government?
Elvis, it's already African Americans doing this.
Jamal, I'm asking you, are these
Shut up,
guys getting
Africa.
monetary supplements from the U.S. government to do business in Africa?
African. See,
Yeah,
that's
he
the thing.
needs a
Y'all don't think
supplement.
African Americans already doing this, and that's the sad part about it. Y'all don't think
No,
already
I'm
over there
telling you, the
doing it.
U.S. government don't give people money to do business in other countries, bro. You can
No,
get a
they won't give
loan from a bank.
they might
You
not
can be a
give
part of an organization like that. That
so you
name
don't
that
think it's
Tyler called OPEC.
so Elvis, you don't think it's no African Americans doing
Oh
business
my
right there on
God.
a continent on a high level?
That
You
is
think they
probably
got a
probably
grant?
not zero. The
Wait
chances
a
of it is
minute.
probably not zero, but still,
This is the
the
thing
U.S. is
that
not
throws me
giving
off.
people loans to
So
go
you're
out there
saying
and
I
do
think
All
your
business.
it's
this
dreads
saying
too
that the
tight.
United
You're saying
States
out of
I
all
think
the
government
your
gave
African
dreads too.
somebody a
Americans,
That dreads,
grant to
this
they
benefit
too
YouTube,
another
tight.
we're
country.
going to be the first ones to be doing something big. Come
I
on, y'all got
think
to
your
stop
dreads
that,
are
man. Y'all don't
tight
even know what's
tonight
going on in
too.
your own continent,
You
man.
got to
Stop.
get your dreads
Jamal,
done
I
over
think
there.
you're off base, brother. U.S. government don't give people money
I didn't
to do
give you
business.
Yes, they do.
names.
Yes, they do. United States. Hold up. The
Eugene
United
Jackson
States government
in
gives
South
$8
Africa. I
billion
didn't give
a
you
year.
names. You do the research.
$8 billion a year, not $8 to $9 billion a year for people to invest overseas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they
That's
have
a fact.
programs
That's a
like
fact.
that.
Through
That's what I'm
what
saying.
organizations,
What I'm
Carla?
saying is, Kyler,
What?
Through what
we should
organizations?
have everything should be on the
Whatever
table.
organization. You know how many people? So, see, you don't know about this.
I'm just asking you. You
All
said
right,
something I didn't know. I'm asking
you
you.
don't be taking advantage of this stuff like this. If you got a worthwhile project, right, that they can show you, like you want to build something like
Thank
a
you,
dam or
Kyler.
something,
Thank you.
yeah, they got friggin' money because America. That's
So
how
how?
America.
How do you get access to it, Carla?
You got to go sign up for the overseas. It's called something else now. It was called George W. Changed the name. It used to be the overseas private, but you look at Google that, right, and it'll come up something. It's called N something, NI whatever like that. But the bottom line, it costs you to join, right?
I'm
And then
going
they plug your grant
I'm
writers and
going on
stuff.
the Shark Tank and get something done.
See, but people just
Okay.
want to go. That's what I'm saying. People want to go naked over there. Yo, use the resource. We're in
Most people don't. Most people won't qualify for those things. Not dollar bill, Carla and Jamal. Most people are regular folks who maybe save up some money.
You'd be
Use
surprised.
the
The United
resource.
States government gives
That's
out
my thing. Use the resource.
$900 billion a year worth of goods and services to the general public. Like people.
No, I know that, but when you're talking about going to invest overseas in a private business,
The United States want people to invest.
do you know anybody who has done that, Carla? Do you know anybody? Who?
Yeah, we know people. Come on, bro. Stop.
Jamal, relax. We're trying to get information, bro.
You
Don't
know
be too
who gets a
emotional.
lot of money? Black females. They go to the continent and they got a school program they're trying to do. Whenever, guess what?
So you're talking, okay? So you mean like NGOs, non-government agencies that do?
NGOs get them, private companies, business, everything. Yeah, everybody does.
I know a girl personally that
Now, this
does
is
that
called
shit,
the
and
public
she's not in no
investment.
school NGO or nothing.
The public investment.
But
Overseas
it's a lot
private
of
investment
opportunities
corporation.
out there, y'all. Come on, man.
Yeah, the private investment.
And the thing is, y'all don't
corporation
think
is
black
the
people.
Hold on, Jamal. Hold on for a second. Let's get this information. Dollar bill, go ahead.
Yeah, my Fios is spinning tonight. I don't know why. I changed my internet because you guys said my internet was janky. So I changed my
Carla internet is janky.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
from
let
Optimal.
me play something.
Here it's called a PIF.
Here it is right here. Here it is right here.
PIF.
Okay, it's a U.S. Department of Financial Corporation. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, PIF, who we are, our leadership, and their portfolio seeks to hold
The U.S.
new
International
sectors.
U.S. International Developed Finance Corporation. Who are we?
Oh my goodness! You know who this is?
Oh,
the one for the PIF is my man Turkey al-Rashid, Bin Salam Abdul Asid. That's Turkey.
These are stuff we're gonna be doing. You know
I know because
I'm
a boxing fan, and this guy Turkey al-Rashid, the Royal Highness Prince Hamad bin Salam bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. I think he's Turkey al-Rashid's cousin. They look alike. And is to actively invest in long-term, maximize.
That's from the house of Saud from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, Turkey al-Rashid's people. That's from the prince. The crown prince is a young dude. He has one of them. He has the PIF.
It's called Department of Financial Corporation, right? It says invest in infrastructure and critical materials. These are funds and stuff like that available for people. You got a real business plan and whatnot. They got the funding for you because they want to.
Yeah, it's the U.S. African Development Foundation too.
U.S.
The USAID provides grant
Okay,
capital.
cool.
Y'all start thinking big.
Jamal, have you tried to utilize this service yet?
This is not going to be applicable to no African stand.
Hell no, it ain't. But
Man,
Jamal, have you tried to
And I wonder
utilize
how many
this?
black people are getting
man,
approved for this kind of money.
it's a lot. It's a lot of African Americans that get it. You just
It
don't know
says
about
United
it.
States.
It
This
ain't
is
on
called
YouTube
United
every day.
States
Yeah, it's a lot.
African Development Foundation, creating pathways to prosperity for communities in Africa. The U.S. African Development Foundation is an independent U.S. government agency established by Congress to invest directly in African grassroots enterprises and social entrepreneurs. The USADF investments increase incomes, revenues, and jobs by promoting self-reliance and market-based solutions to poverty. USADF creates pathways to prosperity for marginalized populations and communities across Africa. See, we're going to get all this done for you, man, so we can get you to be one of our friends in Liberia. We need the crew, man, to help us. It says that USADF made significant investments to drive growth in key sectors. They gave 16.56 million across 114 grants enhancing agriculture. That was just for agriculture alone. 7.37 million across 34 grants. These are grants, you don't have to pay them back, for off-grid energy access, and 4.19 million across 94 grants for youth.
Nigga, 7 million to do what?
For
Man, y'all
33,
niggas is dumb.
yeah,
I'm done.
for 33 countries, nigga. That's like, let's
No, I
go.
didn't say 30 Negroes. I didn't say countries. I said 33 grants. 33 people were split up 7.3
Hey, guess what
million.
Guess what $7 million can do for you? You know,
This is in Africa. This ain't in America.
Better than a zero y'all produce.
I'm just telling you, it's a grant. They don't have
Relax, brother, man.
Jamal, some of us got money. If you ain't got it, just say you ain't got it. At the end of the day,
Africa is starving,
at
nigga.
the end
Jamal.
of the day, one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people don't go the U.S. government route, one, they got hella qualifications.
Right.
They
It's
want to know
stressful.
everything, and it ain't even worth it.
And you can't fuck around and spend money that's not allowed. They're gonna charge you for
Y'all got to
embezzlement.
hide. We ain't got nothing to hide. You ain't starting no revolution. What you doing?
Jamal, are you taking advantage of somebody's
Hold
grants,
on.
Jamal?
Nigga, you were talking about Afristan.
Niggas ain't talking about no
we're talking about
revolution. Come
before
on,
that.
come on,
Black
bro.
people need to get their foot all over the continent first. You know, I do believe we should be
I
doing.
mean, if
Nah.
you get free money, I would
I
take
can
money.
guarantee you that majority of the people that went over there wouldn't qualify for this program.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
You need to look at
You
the
gotta see what the
criteria
qualifications
that
are. Right?
required
What's
for
the
that.
criteria and what's their
You didn't
criteria?
wake up one day and be like, I want to go in
hold
business
up.
in
You
Africa,
can't say
nigga.
that. You can't say it because I know Bomani does. He has a freaking community right there in Ghana. You know,
What,
I know
is he benefiting from this program, Carla?
because we don't have a grant writer. He's looking for a grant writer.
Right. So you have to have certain things in place. You know how you get approved for a grant?
You know,
You know how you get approved for a grant?
Y'all
Bomani is like he has like
like
two businesses and whatnot. That guy works around the clock and whatnot. And he
Let me
said,
tell
"Look,
you.
Wait, hold
certain
on.
things to get approved
Because
for.
I'm looking at it right now. That's the project.
Nobody donated their time.
Kala, your project has
you
to
know?
qualify for
That's
the
all I want to hear.
DFC's
Somebody say, I know
environmental
a
and
grant
social
writer.
standards.
Holla, man. I know it's
You ain't gonna
So
be anti-gay, nigga.
it can't be no oil
gonna be
business. It can't be
pushing
anything that is not environmentally healthy. It's mostly farming. That's probably what it is.
No, it's
If you're in agriculture, you're probably going to have a higher
all
chance.
kinds of anything that basically creates jobs and do development.
No, it has to be environmentally healthy. That's what Jonathan gets grant.
It has to advance U.S. foreign policy goals.
A lot of stuff.
Right.
It has to
So you're
have.
pretty much an agent for the
Y'all
U.S.
niggas
government,
ain't about
Carla.
to get this.
It's like
Right.
Hello, gentlemen.
Also, another thing is micro hydro dams. Those are another thing that gets financing for hydro dams. We have a guy
Can I
in the
read what they have for
those
Liberia?
hydro dams. You know.
Man.
Go ahead, Dollar Bill.
This one, the coordinator's name is Peter Wilson, and he's in Monrovia. I'll put his information up when I finish talking. It is the active projects as of March 2023. is access to energy efficient cold storage solutions.
Cold storage is
This
definitely needed in Africa. Freezer, that's definitely needed.
Yeah, remember what you were talking about that? This project aims to make pay-as-you-go solar-powered cold storage services
That's what you solar power
available
for.
to fruit and vegetable farmers in Margaret and Montserrat counties.
Magharibi.
Okay, right? And the next one is
Margibi.
All right, Margibi.
Margibi.
All right, Negro, I'm sorry. I got to get my tongue right.
No, you
African
good.
Venture Coca Production and Marketing. This one is a sector. Coca people impacted, 27 full-time employees, 3,000 farmers / suppliers description. This grant is going to increase coca supply through training and improve inputs to farmers for the Africa Venture Coca and Coffee Inc. The next one is the Agro Links to Cassava Processing Capacity Building Project. A grant will fund cassava processing equipment and infrastructure and financial and managerial capacity building. The next one is called the AWE, AWE, job creation through quality housekeeping and janitorial services. The project is funding training for 140 youths in housekeeping and janitorial services. The next one is the AWEP-R, produce and process cassava into finished products. The USAID.
Do we know how much they're getting from the grant? Do they put that information out?
No, they didn't. They're not telling me individually, but these were the people who actually. And one of them is Liberian palm smallholders and palm kernel oil processors.
My boy Great African probably got a grant for that. No, he's trying to get a grant from that.
Well, he could get one because palm oil processing people impacts 6,349
I would forward that to Great African because he's looking for a fight. He finance all his himself. You know?
This joint effort between the USADF and Pacha soap production will increase the productivity of J Palm Liberia's palm oil processing outfit through investments in equipment and supply chain infrastructure. Now, I know this one is needed. Mixed vegetable production, aggregation, and preservation. A grant will fund improved inputs for vegetable production, irrigation, cold storage, and transportation. Okay. I remember when I first joined that other program, that was one of the things that we were interested in and getting involved with, were these solar power
that's a game changer right there. Solar
and that was one of the first things I learned about 4
years
ago, because there's so much produce that's being thrown away in Africa.
That goes bad.
It's going bad and being thrown away every day. And so
the waste.
I'm not going to tell you the name, but even my students this year, we learned how to build a sustainable, we learned how to put up beds, and we're actually growing food for the community and our school community, because one of the things that we're doing is and this is something that we could take to Africa, we're actually getting we're putting these beds together. We also use aeroponics in the winter and hydroponics, in order for us to get vegetables and fruit that we can then transpose them into the ground during the springtime. And we're trying to set up things around the city where we can actually, each school will not just become a school, but also will become a food bank.
Yeah,
because there's so much food
insecurity.
If we can take that type of project that I'm working on right now in the school system through a private agency entity and in conjunction with the school system, if we can do something like that, because there's a lot of stuff that's being spoiled. People are not taking the rain and utilizing it during the rainy season. Okay. And if we were able to use that biodiversity, even when, and help that, we can have sustainable food and fruit and vegetables for the children, okay, of Liberia, we'd be able to do a great thing. We could probably increase a lot of job production, and even the food that is being wasted that goes bad can actually go back into the soil, okay, and create better
Also,
soil.
what we're going to do is get into jarring and pickling. Hey, Jamal, Dollar Bill, did your grandmother or something like that used to make like my grandmother used to make marmalade and jellies and stuff
My
like that?
grandmother she made peach cobbler.
Jars,
She had those old jars, man. We had a peach tree. My grandmother, she's in the South, but she came up to Maryland, and she used to have a peach tree, and I would climb the peach tree, and she would take those peaches and, wash them and preserve them, and she had a whole wall of jars, and then she'd take them out.
My grandma used to put them in a store in a cupboard, right?
Yeah, she had a whole
walls of
area.
them,
Yeah.
And you had all kinds of vegetables and fruits and peaches. And then she would make that peach cobbler for me. Man, she make that peach cobbler and a little ice cream.
My grandmother was apples.
Man.
She was an apple cobbler. She used to make boiled apples and make applesauce and whatnot, and put it in jars and whatnot,
If you could teach that to the people,
skills, man,
if you could teach that to the to people in the Afghanistan and teach people in Liberia how to do that, how to be self-sustaining, so nobody, with the abundance that they have in Africa,
we have food security.
No one should go. Exactly. No one should be. In fact, you can download it. The impact of this grant is $10.7 million over the last 10 years. They've funded over 127 enterprises, and 152,000 people were impacted.
I want you to send it to me. I'm gonna point that to my boy Ross.
I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna download it on my computer right now, and I'm gonna send it to you by email because it's a PDF.
Right, I'm gonna send it to my guy Ross.
Send it to me by email too, $2.
You understand? I thought you was laughing at me. And you got to give it up to my man Jamal tonight. Jamal, I was teasing on you, man.
I ain't giving it up.
Bro.
What's up, man? Yeah, we gotta think big, man. That's all I'm saying.
You think
man.
you're big?
All right, Jamal. What's your business idea, bro?
I like that, Jamal.
You gonna lead us now, nigga? You are officially the investment officer of the Afghanistan /
We already got
BAIO.
enough small time farmers doing their thing in Africa. We already got all that shit already, man. We got to think big, and I think it's cool. We're gonna get there. Think big. That's all.
All right. So what you saying?
There's nothing wrong with that,
Listen. What they say?
You got the money. How can you think big? How can you think big? How can you think big?
My Benny brother.
How can you think big when you got the money?
You gotta think big.
My hidden African American lover / Benny brother.
Like we were saying, we have access to capital and credit in the United States through even the government here. So we do got money,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Kala,
That's what I'm saying, Kala.
that grant you're talking about, those are for US aid or something like that. Those are not really for black people to go and invest in Africa.
Anybody?
Black man going to Africa.
It's funny, man. Anybody can get those. They gonna say you're black, you can't get the loan.
They're not for the blacks.
No, I'm not saying. What I mean,
that's crazy.
If you take the money to Africa, and if they because before they grant you that loan, you must have to show where that money is going to.
Of course, you think we're gonna sit there and blow it on?
If you say you take that
money, but it's not your personal. I mean, it's good. I'm not gonna write on it, but I'm saying it's not. If you don't have the the ability to spend that money how you see fit. If you find investment opportunities, so it's a little more restrictive than just taking your own money and trying to start a business.
Believe it or not, I've done business.
And you gotta push the U.S. agenda.
Yeah, you got to be
That's
an
what I'm
ambassador
saying.
for U.S. foreign
You
policy.
about to be up
Hey,
over
I'll
there
play the
talking
game. Look, I'll
about we
play the
are
game. Look,
pro
I'll play
trans,
whatever
Yo,
game
pro
they
sometimes you
want.
gotta play the game,
I'll
LGBT.
play
yo.
that
That's what
game
I'm
whatever
saying.
they want to
Sometimes
play.
You're right, Jonathan. You
Carla,
I'll
see,
play the game.
before they
ain't nothing
grant
wrong
that
with
money,
playing the
they
game.
must
The
have to use
Chinese
it to
do it.
promote
Y'all
the
let the
other side.
Lebanese come in there and play the game, and
That's
the
why I play the
Chinese and
game. I
everybody
know how to
else
play the
come
game,
play the
man.
game. We gonna
That's
play the
another
game.
thing. The people
it's
think
good when they
Lebanese.
do it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
good when
problem
they
when
we
do
we
gotta
it.
do
change
it.
that
Yeah.
dollar bill. Check this
Hold
out.
on,
They
Lebanese are not
expect me to be
promoting
some
Fuck
Lebanese
them.
for the
Pan
continent.
Don't
Africanist.
forget that part, dollar bill.
Y'all
Oh,
niggas
I'll
ain't
make this.
got no
Look, I
morals.
will sit down with the Chinese. I'll sit down with an Eskimo.
And
Thank
not
you,
the moral.
Carla.
They got
Thank
no
you,
principle,
Carla.
Jonathan. It's the principle. They like principle.
I'll
You
sit
talking
down
about
with.
being a black nationalist and you're going to do the bidding of the U.S. government, Colin.
So
Be
That's
an
what? See,
crazy.
that's what
ambassador
I'm
to
saying.
further
Elvis,
their
you're a
foreign
clown.
policy.
Elvis, you're a clown. I'll do whatever it takes to
No,
win.
I would do that because I'm not looking to be a
Well,
black
it doesn't matter.
nationalist. So
See,
you're the
you
one
want
that's
to
professing to be a black
you
nationalist.
want to pigeonhole me to what you think a black nationalist is. I'm defining what a black nationalist is.
Oh, you're redefining it. Okay, I get
I'm
it.
redefining what a black nationalist. I tell you what it is.
Okay, okay,
Colin says it's all right to do business with the federal government. Nobody say shit about it.
Colin,
it's okay.
It's good
That
when
means
they
all right.
do it. It's a problem when you do it.
That's what I'm saying. You know, fuck that.
Fuck
You know?
'em.
If I say it's
But
all right,
Colin, are you gonna apply? Are you gonna apply for that grant?
Chinese go in there with
Well,
their
I don't know,
government, get their
whatever
funding
like
and
that, whatever
everything.
it is. But the
Yeah.
bottom line, if the bottom line, I got some projects on the continent that need seed
Put your
capital or
email
not.
again
Yes,
in
I'm
the
gonna
back
try to
chat.
apply for
I'll
those
send it
grants.
to you right now.
And none of y'all projects about
hear
to
what I just said?
qualify.
Right. I
I
mean,
know
you
that.
I
know that.
barely went through this
Right in the
shit.
grant is
Y'all
hard,
niggas
bro.
ain't got
Great
this.
African. Look, Great African got a palm oil
Niggas
business.
ain't financial aid.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He got a palm. Oh,
This is a grant. You ain't got to pay it back.
He got a
You ain't got to
business
pay them
already.
back.
Where it says
You
grant
don't
at?
have to pay them back. These are
These are
grants.
Go back and look at this shit again.
You know, like I said,
Yeah,
you guys
grants.
don't know.
I
The
see
overseas
loans.
libraries are grants. They're not friggin' loans. They're
I
grants.
see multi finance.
Are they loans, Jonathan?
I see equity,
Carla,
private
did you just
equity.
see it? I just sent it to you. Carla, I sent it to
I'm
you.
actually looking at the. I'm actually looking at the program.
United States Development
You don't know what you're talking
Foundation.
about, Jonathan.
I clicked on Liberia, and then
So you
I
telling me
said,
I'm
these are
looking at the
grants.
DFC forms wrong?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
I'm talking
said
about
the
the
United
OPIC. I
States.
do
Did you post a link, dollar bill? Maybe Jonathan is on a different one.
United States African Development Foundation. That's what I just did. I just sent. That's where I just what I just sent to Carla. Carla, you see it? You can put it on the screen.
I got it.
But again, that's not for African Americans, right? That's for Africans on the continent, right?
Elvis, you're freaking stupid. The bottom line.
I'm asking a question, Carla. Relax. Dollar, is it for expats or is it for Africans living in Africa?
If you're working on the continent, right? If I'm
you're
like this,
working
I'm
with the
not trying to
continent, you
freaking
can
get
get
rich
it.
off Africa. I'm saying, like, if I'm going over there, right, like our business, our tourism business, right? The government of Liberia is interested, I was like, because the bottom line is that when you guys come up here and book up hotels and stuff like that, encourage more black people from America to come there. They told me, they said the number one thing priority was getting black people from America interested in coming to Liberia like they did Ghana. That's what they told me. That's what government officials told me. Number one priority. The International Focus magazine, right? They were in Monrovia back in April, May. And when I presented the first issue of Monrovia edition to the president right there, Cynthia Nash from friggin' Atlanta, Dynasty knows her, and Cynthia Nash is leading the movement to connect Black America with West Africa when I do Liberia. She was there when Bob Johnson opened up Kendija, Now she's back in Liberia and whatnot, because they heard about our tour and stuff like that, and so she knows.
She's there because of your tour, Carla.
Elvis laughs.
What happened to that
Don't ever
young
laugh
man?
on my fucking show, nigga. Check this out. The bottom line is she heard about our tour. Elvis laughed. He hasn't been to Liberia in 10 years? He's absolutely useless. He should be out here saying, "Yo, God, man, I want to be part of what you guys are doing. I want to." He's up here giggling and laughing, and you got a whole fucking country out there.
Carla, you know Elvis is coming. He's coming.
He ain't coming.
Can I bring Elvis back?
What makes you think people think I want everybody? I don't want everybody on my tour. I don't want everybody on my tour. I don't want a lot of people around.
Well, he better.
Carla, can I come to the tour?
I like
don't
I
want
like
your
a bunch of
answer.
clowns around me, you know. I like real men.
Dollar Bill, you know you want me
I
on
bring
that tour.
Dollar Bill's a real
I'ma be on
fucking
the
man.
tour.
While Kyla is over there smoking weed, me and you are
I
going
don't
to
smoke weed. I don't smoke.
Kyla
don't smoke weed.
man.
I don't smoke.
Cigars.
Smoke weed.
Cigars.
You know what I'm saying? I don't smoke weed. I don't really drink either. You know, so kill that shit. But Elvis, man, somebody that shit, laughing.
You smoke cigars.
I say giggling and laughing and whatnot. I'm fucking doing work in his country. What I'm doing, he should be fucking doing. Ain't they giggling and laughing?
I'm
ain't
trying
got
to get
that
him
kind
back.
of mind, Kyla.
The liberals got him. We gotta bring him back. We're gonna bring him
A
back.
fucking clown, man. He's a
Nah,
fucking
We'll
clown
be
and
like
a
the
half.
Drop Squad. Remember the
Tell
Drop
her, bring the
Squad?
brother back.
Man, he ain't coming back.
Elvis trying to bring Liberia to Minnesota, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Fucking clown shit, man. Is anybody?
Why you mad at me, bro? What did I do?
You're a fucking clown. That's why.
No, because you said she's in Liberia because she heard about your tour. That made me laugh.
You missed
Well, what is that? What did I say?
That she was basically saying they heard about our business conference, everything like that. And Ross, my partner at BAO, had to be knows her and whatnot. And basically, she was impressed by what we was doing with the Liberian Tourism Board and whatnot. And Ross is in the magazine. He's in featured in the magazine. You know, so she knew about the BAO. She knew about the Liberian Tourist Association, me, and everything like that. She knows about all that. When she was like, she heard about the tour Bomani and I did and whatnot, and she was like, "Wow, you know, just like this is all coming together." That's Cynthia Nash, you know. She was an unofficial ambassador.
Kala, Detroit matter investment in Africa for Black America have to be a lifetime type of investment. If you check,
I don't know what you're talking about. You think these little trips or something.
I'm not invested in Africa. What I like to do, what I want to see, if you guys are listening, I want to see Africans investing in your continent.
I
Right?
understand, but
I
you
want
have to
I want to
understand.
see Liberians coming back to the continent investing. I
Kala,
don't want to invest.
Liberian are investing in the country every day, bro. Every day.
Not enough, not enough because they don't have any jobs.
Kala, Detroit matter is Africa
They
investment have to be
investing
lifetime
when
type of
they-
investment, like what the Lebanese,
like
what the Lebanese.
Well, hold on,
are
wait,
doing.
Carl, you act like you're investing millions of dollars in Liberia. You're not investing barely 100,000 in that
I'm
country.
not saying that, but I'm saying
Okay, Ben. So when we say people are investing, these are regular people working regular jobs trying to do something back home. These are not multimillionaires.
infrastructure where you guys could just walk in and be like, you know, so we got a momentum here. You got Black people from America and everybody else.
They have the connections.
Right?
They know the people.
Like,
they're in
you know,
their
something, man,
family.
we could use this momentum, right, with the tourism and everything, to see if we can get grants alone for the United States. We're right here in America and whatnot, you know. Let's see if we could build this tourism thing, have concerts, bring interest to our country and whatnot, you know, bring prestige to our country and whatnot. Not doing none of that shit, you know. Trust me.
I mean, Carl, you talk this shit with your mouth and you think your hand is able to do what your mouth is talking. How many Liberians do you think have with $10,000 to go back home and do it?
Me and Kala is going to take over Liberia.
Yeah, go right ahead,
And with
Jonathan.
Dollar Bill as our
I mean, Colin said these things with his mouth like people are here, millionaires and 100,000 and just got money to go invest. People are trying to sustain themselves in this country. They don't got that kind of money to just go back. You might find a few people who got real money to go back and invest.
I just need to get my money back.
On the internet. Can I say this? Her name is African Blogger. This sister is serious about. She's from your country, probably your tribe. And in fact, I'm gonna put something on here and see if Kala put it up, so you can show this sister, because she's doing some serious things, and she's trying. African Blogger. She sends me a lot of stuff.
You can go and build your house and enjoy your meal. That just all, man.
Right. I mean, these guys don't understand Africa. They think that shit is a fairy tale.
I'm not trying to build no damn house.
95% of the time, you're probably going to lose your investment in Africa. Don't be stupid, bro.
That's because I'm not trying to build no freaking.
Don't say that. Don't get upset, Elvis. Don't get uptight.
No, I'm not. But I'm telling these people, they don't understand what they're talking about. You know, and again, I'm not going to even go there because I'm getting pressed to do it, but I'm not going to do it. I don't tell anybody what I'm doing.
Okay, relax yourself, bro. Just relax. Let your inner African chill, because we know you got a symbiote, bro. and you start to go
But
off.
Elvis,
So all I
Elvis,
want to
if
do
you-
is say to you,
Elvis, if you're an African, if
Can
you're
we
African,
all just get
older,
along?
No.
Elvis, if you're
relax.
African, you get older. I think Africa, you
Hell
need
no.
Africa. United
Yeah,
States
we
of
get
America
your
too cool for you and I,
Yeah.
we
man.
get his crew
Why
stuff
y'all
up.
like this?
I
wanna go
mean,
out to
people
war.
like things that Carla, that's why I laugh at some of the things that Carla said. Things that you think are important. These are things that people already have. Some people want to go back to buy land.
Yeah,
Nigga,
but it's not
I
enough.
have a
It's not
family who
enough.
have acres of land, bro.
Everybody got acres of
I
land.
inherited land, so land is not a big deal.
Everybody,
We have
I said
homes.
that earlier.
My family have schools in Liberia, bro. So it's
I
not
went to
something
land
that
Liberia. I
you
have like
think
20
I'm
acres right
supposed to
now.
be bragging about. These are things that not just my family, many other family does. It's not a big deal.
You know why,
Well, what we're
Elvis?
trying to say
Well,
is
I do know what they
every
do
little
lack
bit,
in
every
Liberia.
little bit counts, does it not?
They
Elvis,
lack
you know
Little
why?
bit
You know why?
nonprofit
Everybody got
Right,
organizations.
land
and
back home,
we
man.
have a
That's not a
school
big
there.
deal.
My
Everybody
family
got
doing
land back
things.
home.
Elvis,
Not necessarily everybody. Well, go ahead,
Elvis, you
Everybody
know
Cordova.
got
why?
land, man. Everybody. That's what the Caribbean motherfuckers be saying too. They got land in Haiti. They got land
You
in
know, Elvis, you know why? Is because Ghana, you see, when Ghana destroyed the whole thing. Ghana would just beg you for pencil.
this
Ghana would
nigga
beg you for
crazy as
pen.
shit.
Ghana would beg you for shoes. I ask you
Oh
how many
man, now you
public
gonna get
sponsors
on Ghana.
school. Because I've
Oh
seen
my god.
one useless guy from Ghana attacking I think a Caribbean American say, oh, if you see you have money, how many of them do you ever
Hey,
send to
Colin,
school?
man, what's up with all these trolls, man? What's
You
going
know,
on, Colin?
motherfucker, how do you is it your father that you have
No,
to send your
no.
child to
All
school?
right, chill out,
What's up with all
Kadola.
these trolls, man?
No, he's
Man,
not
what
talking
trolls?
to. He's not
Kadola,
talking
Here's
to
my girl,
him. Just
African
he's
goddess.
talking about the
Kala,
guy.
I saw a
Kala,
picture you have, African
Kala,
goddess. You're a
Kala,
beautiful lady.
Kala, can you go to Canada and say you want to sponsor children to school? You know, but Ghana become a professional beggars for that kind of shit.
Yeah,
You know,
so people like Carla, when they go there and they sponsor one little school or they buy a couple of book bags, they think they're changing the entire country.
Here we
you
are.
know,
People do that on a daily basis. People have
But
schools,
listen to this.
you know.
It's like when
So
you
don't think you're doing much.
We're gonna be doing a lot, man. We're gonna hold on. We're gonna when we do our tour in 2026, we're gonna adopt at least 10 Liberian schools and hooked up with the education.
no, Kala, you don't need to adopt no Liberian schools. Liberia can take care of
We're
your
gonna connect
education
to
themselves.
Liberia.
You
We
don't
ain't
need to
gonna
do
do
that.
Liberia as possible.
Enjoy yourself.
Liberia
Just
in
go
the
there.
United States.
Carla, my family has a school, Carla. We built a school in my grandmother's honor in Marshall.
What we need school
Whenever
for,
you
Colin?
save a child or any child, then you've
Which
done some
child?
great work.
You guys do the same thing about white people. You said these white people think they can go to
It's not
Africa to
about
try to save the
white
continent.
people do
They
the
have to
same
save
stuff.
your
I'm gonna do
complex, and you try to do the same shit.
Yeah, white people do the same stuff.
That's
Yep,
not
I
right,
agree.
Elvis. Elvis, that's
Yeah.
not right.
No, that's what Carla does. Carla saying he's doing it.
No,
We're
white
not
people
doing it
go
just
there
with
to
white
fuck on the
people.
kids.
We're
In
not
the
white
last
people.
2 years, Carla, I've sent $30,000 to Africa. I can show it to you right now for my send wave. In the last 2 years, $30,000
You ought to.
30,000. So
You
when
spend
Carla's
more than
talking
that
all
on
this
your
shit, he
car.
doesn't even understand what he's talking, bro.
You spend more than that on your car.
Well, yeah, that's my fucking car. That was when I bought it. But I'm telling you, just in the support that we give my grandmother's school in Marshall, the support that we give our families, other business interests that we have. So Carla don't know what he's talking about, but he wants me to come up here.
Elvis. Don't minimize Elvis giving back. If he gave back 30 grand,
Elvis,
good
we
job,
know that
Elvis.
you give back.
Nigga, and I have a family to look after, nigga. It's not like I have millions of dollars. I have a family. You know, I have a mortgage, I have a car note, I have other things that I'm taking care of, bro. So come on, man. People don't got that kind of money. If you got money, you can go start a big business. Do it.
Well, you
Good
got
for you.
yours. If you got 30 people who are doing like you, can make a significant increase.
No, bro, I'm telling you, a lot of people do this. You just don't come on YouTube and make videos about it. A lot of people are like in our the biggest. Yeah, bro. That's why it gets me mad when Colin's saying this shit. Most people in Africa live off their family members who are in the US, in Liberia. They
You
depend
gotta
on their
give
family
Elvis
members.
this credit.
What is
Because
this?
the first time I got on Dinah's platform, they didn't even know there was a whole bunch of African Americans in Nigeria. We just not on YouTube. We ain't got a YouTube channel.
Right.
This sister right here.
Elvis, what is this?
What you been lying
What
for,
is this?
Negro? She sells property in Liberia. She's telling you about one of her. She's making a little thing out on the beach. That's just her kitchen. But she also has over 800 acres that she sold. 80 acres that she sold
to people who are African Americans
I
who are
will tear down
investing.
this thatch because I
She
order
sells
mine.
property on the
What you call it?
beach. She also
My
manages
greenhouse from
Airbnbs.
Amazon. So once my
Don't buy no
greenhouse
property on the
arrives,
beach. Those
it
are
will go
government
over
properties,
my
man. Don't let
garden
nobody
to
tell
protect
you
it from the
about
ocean,
buy property on the
sea
beach.
Yeah,
breeze, salt.
Liberia is not the
It's not
same as
Nigeria.
Africa.
It's not
That's about
Nigeria,
to hit the
Kidola.
dry season.
You could actually own land in
tear
Liberia
down
if you're
Thank
black.
you, African goddess. African goddess is saying something that you guys don't understand. People who live in the U.S., right? You're raising your own family here, and you're raising your family back home. They depend on you for food. They depend on you. So when people think we don't contribute back home, it's not the truth. That's what Carla doesn't understand. You just think, no, that's what he said. We should be doing this. We should be. Sometimes you're taking care of 5 family members. You're sending kids to school. I just paid three of my nieces' school fees back home in Liberia. My older sister, and we're talking about $800 a year. That's close to $3,000 that you have to send for school fees for one family.
Natural looking.
And you got food, you got this one, you got that one. So, Carla, don't think we don't invest back home, bro. We do. And I'm not saying that to say I'm flexing. Many Liberians do the same thing. Many Ghanaians, many Nigerians, they do the same thing back home to their families.
Shit, nigga.
Area, maybe extend it out to here, maybe 3 or 4.
So, Carla, go to a school. I saw that video. I'm telling you, we built a school, an actual school that we're sponsoring, and we send money all the time. In my grandmother's honor.
Maybe we'll go by your school, brother.
Yeah, so
don't get uptight, man.
I'm just saying, when Carla try to do this shit and think he's trying to put me in my place because he don't think I'm doing things back home, it's insulting.
But you don't tell us about it.
Why should that, bro? That's the thing. Why should that?
You know why? We want other people to hear. I'm living their life. That people are up here doing serious business. I'm living the life that people are trying to do things for the Africans.
That'll be, I guarantee, 90% of the Africans you know are doing similar things that I'm doing. It's not a big deal for us because our family depends on us. If not, they'll starve.
It's not just a big deal. When I tell you about something positive, don't get mad at me because I'm trying to talk about positive things about Africa. When I say bad things, you're ready to jump on my throat.
I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad at all. The only thing I was saying was, Carla said that the lady is in Africa because she heard about his story, and I thought that was funny. That's why I giggled, but he's getting mad and going off.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said she was already coming, but she heard about my.
No, you didn't put the already. You already coming part there. You didn't put that part.
Yeah, but
You said she's in like, bro, right now because you heard about our tour. That made me smile.
She heard about me. I don't think myself that highly. I just said, look, she basically heard about tour through Ross.
Carla, that's not how you said it.
You know that shot. That's why I laughed. You know I try to big on himself. That's what made me laugh. That's all.
Laughed my ass off.
She heard about our tour and I heard Liberia. Let me go to Liberia because Colin went there and did a tour. No,
Colin have said on this platform that nobody knew about Liberia until he started talking about it. Things like that make me laugh all the time when I hear it.
Look, that right there is the truth.
You're Liberian.
Oh, there you go, Kyle.
That right there is the truth. Hey, Jamal. Hey, Jamal's my witness. Hold on. Turn this off. Jamal's my witness. Now, Jamal can throw me under the bus right now if he wants to, you know? But let's see if he tells it like it is.
Dollar B, you showing a poverty. That's a poverty investment that lady is showing.
That's not even impressive. My family has a hotel, not even a hotel, an apartment complex in Liberia, bro. Look, if we talk about these things, they will be saying that we're trying to flex.
That woman is just talking about Earth.
No, I'm telling you, what you see there is not that big of an investment. That's all. Kudos to her, though.
She was just talking about her property, whatever. Yo, Jamal, tell the truth. Who freaking introduced and told everybody, and when I talked about Liberia first, spread the message about Liberia?
Oh, you.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. Nobody. It's not true. We went to a lot of Liberians went to high school here. We did presentation in our classes based on our country.
Black America. I was the one who introduced Liberia to Black America.
What are you talking about, Black America? I went to school with Black Americans. They ask where you from. What's that? Well, you gotta ask them where you accent from. We tell them where we're from. We give them a history of our country.
We have world history in class.
Listen. I'm in Philly where a lot of Liberians. Kala is the first probably guy on the black community side, black conscious side, however you want to put it.
Okay, yeah, I can hear about that, but I'm saying
that introduced Liberia to us. Yeah, he right.
Yeah, maybe on YouTube like that, but on a personal level, most people that went to school.
Liberians, and they ain't even explain the history like that. That's crazy. But Kyler, Kyler's the man for that.
He just introduced it to you. Just say that.
No, they ain't introduced it to most
black people. You learned about Liberia, right? They know about Liberia. They ask questions. Oh, where you from, bro? And I'll tell them about my country, where I'm from.
I'm talking about
you know what? You know what, Kyler? I'm gonna give you your flowers.
Around a lot of Liberians. They don't even talk about Liberia like that. Come on, y'all, stop.
Kyler, I'm gonna give you your flowers. You're not the first time I heard about Liberia.
African Americans,
but you're the first nigga I ever heard talk passionately about Liberia. I'll give you that.
I know the history of the country,
That's good enough.
Nobody
right?
was doing a nuanced history like Kyler.
Yeah, we can give you some credit, Kyler, because I see you doing some of these African Liberian stuff.
Talk about Liberia.
Nobody
I give credit for that, but don't say nobody heard about it until we started talking about it. That's not
Hampton ain't do that. Fred Hampton couldn't do that, y'all. Come on now. Fred Hampton
was busy fighting the war in America.
He was talking about Marxism and communism.
But hold on, brother. Fred Hampton was taken down by the U.S. government. They shot him up. Why are you talking about Fred Hampton?
Okay, can we get back on track, please?
Don't talk about
Marxism and communism and imperialism.
All right, can we get
he
back
was
on
right
track?
about all
white imperialism.
Hello.
Western imperialism.
All right, let's go back to the thing. All right, fellas, it's been 6 hours, man. You know I gotta go. 6 hours, man. That's a
Fred Hampton was a god.
Hey, Collar grind Fred Hampton up right now and in the portal.
Y'all need to stop the bullshit. Y'all are regressing.
Y'all gotta stop snoring dope.
Snoring
dope is not good.
I came on the positive note. I take Collar right now over a 21-year-old Fred Hampton. Come on,
I bet you would.
It's not even close.
And y'all would be exactly where you are right now.
Hey, it's not even close. Come on, man.
I'm gonna take the person that actually battled with the U.S. government.
All right.
In combat. I'm gonna take that person.
While you in Africa. Anyway, let's proceed.
I'm gonna take that person.
So what I was trying to tell you is this sister, that's just her personal investment that she's doing on the beachfront. She's just letting people know and other stuff that she sells beachfront property. That's just what she's doing with her kitchen.
My guy Ross sells beachfront property too.
Okay. And so there's another lady that I follow from Liberia also. She calls herself Queen something. And she has her, she
EM, ZM.
I don't know.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
No, that's Zawadi.
Young girl in Liberia.
Zawadi is different. Yeah, that's Zawadi. And then you have Quindom. That's another lady from Liberia who has a
young
property there.
From Detroit, she's got Liberian.
That's Rhoda. That's Rhoda Uric. She's in Liberia. Philomena. Her name is Philomena. Yeah, she's in Liberia.
But there's another
But again, she comes from a prominent family, right? She comes from a wealthy family, so everything she's showing you is because her family has wealth.
She calls my queendom. Hers is called.
That's what I'm saying. That Quindom lady, she has a home. She does a little farming here and there, but
she's a nurse. She's a nurse. She's the nurse, and she's got a daughter in America. For 20-some years, she was in America, and then she went back. And she's been back, but I've been following her for maybe 2 or 3 years.
And most people do that. And what she did is what most people do when they, especially if they're professionals and they can catch up.
But this is what you got to understand. It's not that we didn't know about Liberia. It was like a footnote in African American history. And so what Kala did was he made it. It was an issue that people didn't rarely even think about it. Even if you go to all of these timelines with Black history in America, it's only going to be a small little footnote. It does not go into
major part of Black American history. That was my whole point.
But take somebody like Dinah's, right? Dinah's father was doing business in Liberia. You know, Dinah's Amir.
Look, like I said earlier in the show tonight, Dollar Bill, I was
It's a one-off. He give us a one-off. Come on.
Check this out. Check this out. I said this earlier in the show. I said, when you talk about the 14th Amendment, right? You know what that's about, right? They're trying to rewrite the 14th Amendment. They said during Roosevelt's time period, Franklin Roosevelt, right? People took birthright citizenship and naturalization literally. You know, that's not really permanent, you know? Birthright. They say this said in another part said, if you have parents and you were born here, but your parents are from another country that have allegiance to another country, you're not a citizen of the United States. You know, that part has been lost.
That's why it says subject to the jurisdiction of United States. That's why.
So now here's where black people come in, right? The 14th really was for black people, right? Because black people didn't have any other country that they had any political ties or allegiance to. So you born in the United States, you're black.
The Negro.
Yeah, you were basically a U.S. citizenship or property of the United States citizen. Now, the presence of Liberia complicated that, you know? That's why J. Edgar Hoover saw Liberia and Garvey as a threat, because if you connect black people with Haiti and Liberia, they're connected to a foreign state. Why do you think they stopped the new Liberia movement in Baja California? Because black people will be in a foreign state.
Yeah, but I don't know if that had nothing to do with the 14th Amendment, Kyle. That's a reach.
Hold on. If your 14th Amendment is all about you can't have dual citizenship and dual allegiances. That's what.
Yeah, but that didn't come to after 1865, Kyle.
I know that, but I'm saying is as Liberia progressed, people start saying,
"Oh no, because you complicate things because it's what you're doing, Colin. When you put the African American in the 14th Amendment, now you're trying to say we're going to get caught up in that birthright citizenship stuff. They ain't got nothing to do with us.
No, I know. No,
that's
I'm
what
not
I'm saying.
saying that.
Don't do that,
right?
Colin. Yeah.
If black people basically,
it wasn't enough that went to Liberia. It wasn't enough.
No, I know, but I'm saying that if somehow the masses of black people swore allegiance to Liberia, that would have been a problem. You know that.
You're saying hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yeah, that would have been a problem.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's why people like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, all these people did everything they can to friggin' erase Liberia, right? Charles Spurgeon Johnson wrote the book, The Negro Republic, about Liberia, did everything he could to friggin' basically say everything. He was a fucking rabbit mulatto. You know what I'm saying?
Kyle, you know the United States allowed dual citizenship, right?
No, I don't believe so.
What do you mean you don't believe so?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that.
Wow.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with the
14th Amendment. They allow dual citizenship.
No, you can have citizenship, but when repressed and whatnot, you haven't been put to the test. They're gonna ask you who are you citizen.
Yeah, don't lump the Negro in with that immigrant.
Nah, that's not true, Kyle. You're allowed to have dual citizenship in this country.
Now he's a Negro.
First
he's a black American.
Y'all know what I mean.
Y'all know what I mean. You gonna be colored next now?
Come on.
You gonna be a colored folk next?
A Negro just is black for Spanish. That's all it means. Come on, y'all. You from New York? You should know about
negro, not Negro.
It's a Latin word for negro.
Yeah, it's a Latin word. Yeah, come on, let's not do semantics. Come on.
All right, fellas, it's been long, man.
Nah, college ain't going nowhere. Dollar Bill ain't got to work tomorrow.
Right now.
No, I don't. I don't work on
6 hours and 15 minutes. Any last words?
Carla, you is not ending this show.
Oh yeah, I am in the show. Any last words, folks?
And it's only 3 o'clock, Carla.
That lady didn't go to Liberia because she heard about your tour, Carla. That's my last word. She didn't go to Liberia because she heard about your tour.
Yo, look, hold on, check us out. When I get monetized, I'll be like, yo, look, you want me to stay on? Yeah,
what you say, Jonathan?
You just want to get kicked off.
Colin, you want to get monetized? No, serious though. You want to get monetized though? You can't talk about those fringe topics, man, like abortion and homosexuality.
I didn't talk about abortion. Elvis was talking about abortion.
Yeah,
I talk about eugenics.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a lie, Colin.
You
literally played a video that was trying to equate, Margaret Sanger to abortion.
No,
you played that video, and they kept talking. They talked more about abortion and her racism than eugenics.
Let me put it to you like this: abortion, drug, that was all stuff that was put there, but we chose to get involved with. We chose to be irresponsible. They put drugs in our community, but we didn't have to pick it up and sell it.
Yeah,
so
but they was locking.
No, when you say I brought it up, I didn't bring it up. You played a video that discussed it, and I discussed it. That's
you kept asking me about what do I feel about women's. Look, I don't give a flying fuck about abortion. You kept making.
But you played a video that was about it. That's all.
I'm saying that was a video that was about it. I didn't care about that part.
Yo, let
Colin,
the
he
left
just
get in the
wants to try to
cultural
get
war.
you
That's why
angry
the left
tonight.
gonna keep losing because they
Dollar, don't stop it. I'm not doing anything. I'm just having a conversation with y'all.
Ubuntu.
Dollar bill, y'all.
All right, Colin, you get in the show, man.
I'm out of here.
Go in the show, Colin.
Dollar
You're a real
bill,
nigga, Colin.
y'all.